makes this blockbot thing seem like such a great idea to her.
True.
And I mean, I was looking at the sort of comments and stuff and going through, and I'm just like, you're
Yeah.
you know, there's that set of tryhards in this situation. You know what I mean?
I
People who are
wouldn't.
doing that
I
stuff.
wouldn't. I wouldn't just start drawing parallels automatically though, because I mean, nobody really knows what she gets up to in her own private time, and whether it is the case or whether it isn't the case.
I'm on each.
The key thing is that this blockbot is stupid.
Oh, it's
It's
very
scary.
stupid.
Should we do, like, we're live now, so should we do, like, a hi, we're live? Hello, we're live now.
It's a bit fucking late for that.
Yeah, I just started it. I didn't want to interrupt. I posted the topics we're gonna talk about, so I'm here. I don't know what you guys want to start with. You guys were talking about the Blockbot bot girl. Do you guys want to talk about that first?
Yeah,
Sure,
well,
why
I'm
not?
surfing. And
I actually can't talk about her because of reasons. So can we
Fair
talk
enough.
about everything but and then loop back, and then I can kind of deuce out at that point of the call?
okay, I'm on
Sounds
the
good.
I'm on
Okay.
8chan.
Quick.
Some idiot is saying on Twitter, people have explained the ableist origins of Hugbox as an insult, and holy shit, people can be awful. I'm done with the internet for the night. What a fucking pussy.
Quick question: have you got the YouTube link for this by any chance?
Yeah, I am gonna post it.
Oh, which one?
Why?
Which one? What YouTube link?
The link for the stream.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were. Do not
Yes.
do not pass around that Anita Sarkeesian link. Do not pass around. If
Oh,
you
what,
haven't watched it yet,
25 cucks video.
I don't even watch any of Anita's shit anymore after my initial articles on her.
no, like seriously, this is how you deal with
I
it. If you
posted
want
some
to know what the
privileges of
video
my
is,
own.
just Google 25. Just Google for the 25 list, and you'll get it. And it's just a video just reciting
Well,
like a.
Yeah, I mean, I wrote something on Medium shilling, but like trying to counter it, but going through them all the points just seem to be reworkings of the same point, and what they seem to neglect is the fact that you can reverse the gender in the point they're making, and you can make it exactly the same. I mean, there's one of the points was something like, as a girl, I can say that as a man, I can say my favorite games are something. Wait, let me see if I can find it now. I've actually lost it now.
He said
Yeah,
that you can play cutesy games without being diminished, basically. Which you know, even as a dude, if you say that you play
Man, I wouldn't
fucking
with that.
Viva Pinata or Doki Doki Universe, people are gonna laugh at you. Doesn't matter whether you're a dude or not.
I mean, it said I can openly say that my favorite games are casual, odd, non-violent, artistic, or cute, without fear that my opinions will reinforce the stereotype that men are not real gamers. So
Well-
my point was just I can openly state that my favorite games are casual, odd, non-violent, artistic, or cute, without fear that my opinions will reinforce the stereotype put forward that men only like disturbing murder simulators. It's the same shit.
Well, you know,
Yeah.
I actually want to be devil's advocate on this one because I did talk, like, I have a lot of girls that are friends that are, you know, they can relate to this list because they play all the brands of games, like, throughout, like, the whole thing. And a point that really caught my eye that they brought up was it's so black and white that it can be really applied. And that a lot of that list can be applied, and one thing that they agreed on was the criticism that they're constantly having to prove themselves. Like, you know, one of my friends plays Magic the Gathering, and every time she plays, if she wins, it's, oh my god, I lost to a girl, and they feel like shame, or it's like, oh, you did really well if she lost. Like, I do feel like there are...
No, dude,
Then
because
she
people
needs
call
to-
men out.
Well,
People
hold
call
on.
men out and say you're hacking.
No,
Well,
like, let me...
The Magic the Gathering, let me clarify something. Like, I've seen that scene quite a bit doing all sorts of media crap. The Magic the Gathering people do have some deep-rooted masculinity issues sometimes. So, I mean, that's kind of
I'm going to defend my table card guys and say then she needs to play with better people and go to better tourneys because
I
I've
mean,
never had a problem.
I would agree because, I mean, there are some points saying like, oh, if I'm a female and I decide to play a game I can't post any of my gaming info, and I'm constantly asked for cred, and if I perform well,
Incorrect.
then all this other shit. And I'm just like, well, I've played with females before. I mean, I've played with girls who've posted onto like Reddit fire teams for Destiny. I've not instantly started harassing them, and it's just like, what's happening is there.
You know what it is?
There's
so many, because here, I mean, realistically, the numbers are there are a lot of guys, so there's more people that can potentially be a douchebag. It's not that like it's guys being douchebags. It's just that there are so many people. You have so many varied people that you're going to get, per capita because of human. Duh, you're going to get shitty people. I mean, it would be the same if the ratio was reversed with women. If there was a lot of women, of course you would get a couple of douchey women. If you have more guys, of course you're going to get more douchey guys. It's just that's just I don't know. That's kind of a simple aspect of a lot of this stuff that nobody seems to pay attention to. I mean, nothing's ever going to be completely 50%, one-on-one, magic bullshit. And, these
if you
issues
expect to rid every community of arseholes, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, it's not possible. No matter what.
It's exclusively a male thing.
The way I look at it is this. The circumstances still exist, and you're right. You can go to a different. You can control your element and environment, so you don't have to deal with that because it's going to happen. My point is she's being very specific to a certain type of harassment, and that's just her agenda. So I feel like instead of actually attacking, or not attacking, but trying to dissect it and trying to make it so this is wrong based on those facts. And granted, I'm aware of these facts. That we need to attack the idea that Anita is going to. That harassment exists, and it's not going to go away anytime soon, unfortunately. But it's not those type of harassment. You can't attack a certain harassment, and if you do, I mean, it's the same reason with GamerGate and their criticism. Well, why don't we attack all media? Because we're attacking something or trying to fix something that is close to us, which is gaming journalism. It's specific. So I feel like
I think it's gaming in general.
Yeah,
I mean, it's gotten so sour.
Guys,
and the thing is that sorry, Remy, continue, please.
It's okay, sweetie. The thing that I was going to say is just reading through this, I mean, now we all know that Anita's not going to talk directly to another woman. I mean, Based Mom has tried to talk to her and she shot it down. But let's start here. Number one, I can choose to remain completely oblivious or indifferent to the harassment that many women face in the gaming spaces. I don't know how many tournaments Anita personally has attended, but I helped run one a couple months ago. I brought my 14-year-old daughter with me. It was an awesome, inclusive space. I feel safe having my 14-year-old daughter exposed to the quote-unquote gaming spaces that is so frightening to people like Anita. Number two, I am never told that video games or the surrounding culture is not intended for me because I am male. Okay, what? I never got that talk. I never got told I wasn't allowed to because I have a vagina. So obviously people are having conversations with Anita that girls that actually play video games are not having. I can publicly post my username. Hey guys, guess what my username and my gamer tag is? I bet every single one of you know it.
Remy Punk.
Yeah, I'm super hard to find on the internet.
But here's the problem though with a lot of this stuff. The idea is that I mean, let's just break it down. She's very much a dick online. Her videos are, just they're very diluted of what she normally does. If you actually watch the stuff that she used to do, it's terrible. It's so baity. It's so gross.
It's always been baity. When you're like blocking,
here's
ratings
the
and blocking
point,
comments, you know it's bait. That's
But here's the overall point. She set a mentality for herself that is terrible. I mean, and then she runs behind I'm only getting this because I'm a woman, not because I'm an ass.
No, I don't know how you can expect to say things like, it's no coincidence that school shooters are male, and then wonder why everyone thinks you with you.
I would agree.
And
And I mean,
I
looking at
feel that these critics don't understand that the gaming industry as a whole is a very young industry in comparison to other entertainment industries. And we have gone from male developers doing their work for only male gamers, but this is not the case right now.
But
well,
we've had some of the founding developers are women, though. I mean, that's the
exactly.
thing that
Exactly,
it's.
that's the
But they're
point.
not
I mean,
running
I
out
don't.
screaming, saying "I'm a woman," and that's why that they choose to
Well, that's
ignore
the
it.
I don't know if
problem. You
anyone
don't
saw.
hear from the professionals. You never hear from the
Yeah,
professionals. You just
I
hear
don't.
from the
Well, I
fucking
don't know.
wankers.
Did you
Going, oh, they poisoned my dog.
Did you see
Like,
Brad's tweet? Brad Wardell, so Dragonol, he tweeted the other day he was being accused of like hiring men and all this other shit for the whole porn cartoon thing that we'll presumably end up talking about later. But he then posted that actually, I think he said something like that there are more female developers at Stardock than there are males, and that the lead developer on Galactic Civilizations 2 is female. So it's just making a moot point. It's just like there's constant. I think one of the points in this list of 25 is the vast majority of game studios, past and present, have been led and populated primarily by people of my own gender, and as such, most of their products have been specifically designed to cater to my demographic. Which, initially, in the very early days of video gaming, yeah, that probably was the case. It probably was a very male-dominated space. However,
I'm
That
sure
is
didn't
not the
really
case
enjoy
today.
Princess Peach.
but as it's come,
Yes.
as it's become more and
Before
more.
I forget, forgive me if I interrupt. There's some information I found out on 4chan about Shredded Moose. About he was some kind of something awful goon that was friends with Quinn.
Right.
It's some Telemundo.
Why there is always the shadow of Zoe
Hey, guys, can you
Quinn
hear me now?
everywhere? God damn it!
But I mean, it's just like half the points on these lists are really redundant. I mean, things like the choosing to remain completely oblivious or indifferent to the harassment that many women face.
Oh, you're implying that it goes on a regular basis for all women everywhere, ever. Just no, stop.
The point I want to make is that they're applying this to the male gender. As a woman,
Yeah.
you can
Yeah,
choose to remain.
you think men
completely
don't get
oblivious.
harassed? Do you think
Yeah,
men play fucking COD
but the
matches
thing
and they
is-
go, oh,
yeah.
good game, old
But
chef?
but it's not only that though. But like, you can be a woman who is oblivious to harassment against men, but you can be a woman who
Yeah.
tries to be completely oblivious about harassment to women as well. That doesn't apply to just men.
Absolutely.
And then
there
this
is-
this other one, being told that video games or the surrounding culture is not intended for me. It's like, that's horseshit. Okay, the only
No,
people,
no
the only people
gamers have
that
ever
current-
said that to
the
me.
only
It's the
people
fucking
that current-
arseholes telling
Yeah,
me that my
yeah,
friends
exactly.
aren't really my
The
friends.
only people that are currently stating that are people like Anita who are trying to push
Yeah.
the agenda. And like, you look at all the development studios, I've never seen a single development studio say this game is not for girls, because you know what, it's like, that's horseshit, because they will lose sales.
I've had these
Yeah,
friends for years, and then
I mean-
people swoop in and say, oh, no, you're just the token black girl, they're never going to respect you. And I'm like, hang on, you don't know shit.
Yeah.
Just want to bring, as somebody who's been working on that side before. I mean, if people don't know, I've been working in the industry for about 10 years, and writing, doing my own side stuff now. But beforehand, one of the big things that we used to do, and for companies like Activision, Ubisoft, and EA, they do a set of very specific targeted demographic research. And it's very close-minded. There's some real serious issues there that need to be looked at, and how they do it. You know, not a lot of media has covered it too much, but I mean, I've seen it pop up once or twice. But one of the big things is basically what they do is they, even if a game's like rated mature or whatever, they tend to try to get like 15 to 16-year-old male boys to do the demographic test. And see, you know, and which is really bad because they're inherently internally aiming that direction. Not saying that, but internally that's how they promote their stuff. And that's also another reason why video game press and PR and all that stuff is kind of weird. And it also shows that companies nowadays don't really understand how to do the all-inclusive sort of thing. You know, pull people in that they should be pulling in, because obviously experiences can be enjoyed by, you know, men and women go see Transformers movies, right? They're not just for men, you know, but Transformers movies are kind of the equivalent of, you know, Call of Duties. It's just they're actiony, they're set pieces, explosions, blah blah blah. So I mean, it's really, I mean, a lot of that back end stuff really comes down to the company doing some targeted research, and then that kind of trickles down through word of mouth and for people in the know. And I think that's where you get a lot of these kind of weird ideas, and then it kind of seeps into somebody like Anita and Macintosh, who don't really understand what's going on, and then go, "Oh my God, all these companies are misogynists," you know. So
I
there's
feel that what they are doing is basically they are reinforcing a stereotype about women and how women must be the way I said it should be. And so every other woman that doesn't fit into my stereotype, it's wrong, or or has internalized misogyny, which I find ridiculous.
Ding dong. Internalization queen here.
I have a question.
see that as a
I did see on that list that, and this one I know, like, I see on the daily when I game, is when a girl admits that she's a girl, you know, the first thing they're saying is, you know, bring out your tits. What do you guys feel about that?
But
That's
that is
bullshit.
an internet thing. That's an internet thing.
That's not, I mean, you know, I have larger than your average chick's boobs. I've got a lot of chest going on, and I, you know, whoop the crap out of guys in, you know, I will say Halo. I don't play Call of Duty. Sorry, I'm not a cool kid. But number one, like, I smack talk right back. Okay, babe, well, show me your dick. How small is it? And, like, that's the thing is, it's like, I'm sorry, I don't need a quote-unquote safe space to be around other gamers. I'm going to smack talk. I'm going to push it back just as hard as I get it. And if people... I'm trying to think of a generous way to say this. If I'm going to play video games, I'm going to play video games. I'm not going to play video games as a girl. I'm playing a video games as a person. And I don't want to be treated differently. I don't want to be treated differently because I have... I don't want to be treated different. And so I don't want a guy to say, oh my God, I can't believe a girl is talking to me like that either. Like, I want to be able to smack talk just as much as every other person that I'm on the network with. I want, when I go to a fighting game tournament and I sit down next to somebody and I smile real big and I'm like, hey honey, I'm going to kick your ass, I want to set him off. I want him to be off his game because he is about to get completely destroyed by a 5'3" chick.
Mango
signal. That's called a competitive spirit, and that's what video gamers have. Like, that's, I wanted to loop around to that point because I didn't want to say it outright. I wanted that to come out of the conversation, because one thing that I heard from one of my friends was, when I'm in a raid and I fuck up, I'm treated as a player. I get shitted on. You know, I'm not treated as a woman that's incapable. I'm treated as a player that's incompetent. And you know, that's, and then when you talk to these people that are playing these really, like, masculine games like fucking Battlefield, and, you know, when they start shit talking, they're going to attack everything. They're going to attack
race, an intrinsic part of PvP. It doesn't matter who you are. If you're dragging the fucking team down, I'm going to let you know about it.
Exactly.
Am I the one who actually talks nice normally? Because I normally don't even say, I don't smack talk. I usually just go, good game, guys.
Oh,
it depends on the game. It depends on the game.
Yeah,
like,
it depends on how people play. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think, like, one of the things to notice, though, in this whole 25 benefits video is there's a lot of use of, like, words to make sure that if anyone can think of a case that doesn't fit the rule, the way the rule has been stated, like, has, like, a safety net. So it's all the rules have just, like, usually or relatively speaking or most likely. So it's just like, if
fucking cop out.
Yeah, it's like, here, I can be relatively sure.
No, it's fuck.
No, you can't.
It's like, that's bullshit. If
have you spoken to every single woman who owns a games console and a laptop? Shut the fuck up, then.
That's what pisses me off. It's because what's happening is, in this video, you're basically saying that these are set in stone, solid things, solid invisible benefits that a male has, and that
think of the women.
And it's
fuck off.
Seriously,
let's look at number 7.
Dead.
Oh, I
Number
like number 7.
it is when I go to a gaming event or convention, I can be relatively certain I won't be harassed, groped, propositioned, or catcalled by a total stranger. Number 1, I was at Otakon. I groped every single Deadpool because I needed to compare and contrast. Number 2, if I don't get propositioned and I've spent a lot of time on my costume, my feelings are hurt. Number
You
3,
are awesome. You are awesome.
But we gotta protect the
Like,
feelings.
but realistically, though, it depends on how. I mean, there's been a lot of issues going around with the cosplay stuff. I mean,
Yeah,
I mean, here's the thing is okay, if I'm wearing something like, and I mean, I don't know if you guys watch like a lot of anime or not, but Ramna One Half, I used to cosplay as Shampoo. There's not a lot of
You what?
there's not a lot of costume there. So if you're gonna tell me like that in that costume I was comfortable, because I put myself in it and I walked out of my house, people are going to look at me. I didn't dress like that to have people stare at the ground and say, "Am I allowed to look at you now?" That's ridiculous. Have some
I'm not
ownership.
talking about that. I'm talking about
but, like,
the issues with the basically. Okay, so in Japan, this is actually a thing that gets done a lot to cosplayers, but like inappropriate photo taking, lower anglers, shit like that. Also, there's with the Comic-Con thing, the sort of sexual assault thing that happened. At least in
Hey, so, guys, can you hear me?
it has been
But
brought
with
up a lot in the circles, so it's
everything-
kind of
Yeah, but again, if you're wearing certain things, if you're wearing certain costumes, and I wear stuff with really short skirts, I'm bigger than I was in my early 20s, so I can't do shampoo anymore. I've had a baby, and stuff moves and changes and isn't as perky as it used to be, but I still know how to wear proper undergarments. I still know, because you don't wear a certain length of skirt without wearing proper undergarments because, duh. I mean, a guy, it's going to be the same thing for a guy.
well,
You don't wear certain things.
Well, that's fine, but I mean, because I've done a lot of reporting from the cosplay scene, and I can understand, obviously, when you wear cosplay, you're going to get looked at. I mean, that's kind of one of the aspects
That's
of
the
cosplay.
point.
Yeah.
That's the point,
So,
exactly.
but
I'm
but
reporting
the,
for the
the
Twitter
groping, I mean, that's sexual assault, flat out. When somebody,
but
shit
where
like that, I'm just saying the cosplay community right now, to be talking about sort of that shit is a very sensitive subject because they've had.
and it bothers
string of
me.
things.
As
No,
an
no, you've
avid
got to bear in
cosplayer,
mind.
it puts a bad light on a community that's really inclusive, really looks out for each other. I feel completely confident at any convention I go to, and maybe the West Coast just sucks. I don't go to West Coast Con, so I can't defend them.
West
But on the
Coast
East
was,
Coast, as an East Coast avid convention goer from Florida all the way up to upstate New York, I can say I feel the safest in a convention hall. If I raise my voice and say, "Help me," somebody's going to be there. As a woman,
yeah.
that is the safest place to be. So again, I don't know if it's just coming out of the West Coast and weird stuff happens
I
out
think,
there.
but that thing happened in New York. That was at the New York Comic-Con, wasn't it?
No,
there was
the
a
sign
female
started out
cosplayer,
west.
and one of these guys leapt to her defense and said that she was being sexually assaulted, only for her to get on Twitter and say, "Well, no, actually, I gave the man permission to motorboat me. Please fuck off."
Well, there's a difference between there's. I mean, obviously,
That was a different stuff.
yeah.
But I think something key to remember is that it's not just chicks that dress up. There are
Oh,
guys
no.
that go dressed
They've got
as like
awards.
300 Spartans, and you know what? They get
Oh, yeah.
they get felt up as much as
Well, no, one of my
Well, they
buddies
get
actually
catcalled.
that I made friends with at I think it was Long Beach Comic and Horror Convention. I was giving out awards for Ship 2 Block 20 for cosplay and stuff, doing a little video, and the person who won for the least amount of clothing worn was a guy. And he didn't just win it once.
Awesome.
He didn't just win it once. He won it twice because he was at the Long Beach Comic Con and he was at Stan Lee's Kamikaze, and I went to both of those back
What
to
the
back.
fuck was he dressed as, or not dressed as the case may be?
He was dressed as an avatar.
Oh,
Like,
so
but-
was he just using body paint?
He was using only body paint and a tight loincloth.
Sweet.
So
Michael,
he's
you
a
were
really
talking
cool
about,
guy.
You were talking about a sexual harassment case. What was it? Like, was it the one we just said?
No, what happened was there's a group of activists out of Philadelphia who went to California, the
damn
Southern
it.
California Comic Con, and they, from my understanding and from the research that I did about them, was that they really didn't have much con experience or cosplay experience, but they went, they specifically protested outside talking about the toxicity of the cosplay experience at that particular convention that they had never attended before.
So basically, social
So they
justice
talk
warrior
shit
behavior.
about something they didn't know, basically.
Well,
And
the event I was talking
Yeah,
about
what
was a
happened to
real
them?
rape incident.
This
that
is
happened.
outrageous for some reason.
yeah, the one that was getting all the headlines and everything was
bunch of
this
tits.
Philly group. I don't know, outside of their protest what was going on.
There
But
was a real rape incident that happened, and it raised. That's why you see all those signs outside the cons now that says, just because we're cosplaying doesn't mean you can touch us, take inappropriate photos of us, grope us and things like that. That's why all those signs started
well,
blowing up. I
then
don't know if
people
you saw
might
them
want
on
to. Yeah, you might want to Google then because this group and Comic-Con is backing them is getting credit for doing those, and they literally are just a feminist protest group.
Give me, Remy. What's the name of the
So-
group?
Fuck.
It was probably
Oh,
reactionary.
Yeah.
Can I
But,
say
like-
something that it's deep?
Hello?
They get
Can I-
into every scene. They're like cancer.
But
Well-
going back to the list, though, like, some of these points are just completely ridiculous.
Totally moot.
Well,
Some
I
of
mean,
the
looking at this,
bullshit he
okay,
goes
so
on about being as
point
privileged
15.
that only men have. What?
Yeah. Okay, this is point 15. I can walk into any gaming store and see images of my gender widely represented as powerful heroes, dastardly villains, and non-player characters and the like.
Bullshit.
Now the thing is,
That's
you have to
bullshit.
take it. Yeah, exactly. And what you have to take into account is A, what game is being released at the time you're walking into the store, and
Yeah.
B, whether you're looking at, like, if you're talking about like store displays or whether you're talking about just the games in general. But this is all dependent on whatever game is being released at that time. If Bayonetta is being released,
Yeah.
then I'm going to see Bayonetta shit everywhere. If
Wait, you can't use Bayonetta though when you're talking about
Oh
magic.
no, apparently I can't. Okay, but I could
Oh,
talk
no,
about Mass
but
Effect.
There is
I can
bullshit,
talk about
though.
StarCraft 2. I can talk about. There are loads of games with games with like chicks as powerful heroes or villains.
But you guys
piss
do
and moan about
understand-
women being these shrinking violets, and then you piss and moan about Bayonetta. So what do you want?
Yeah, it's
No, no,
it's,
no,
What
but-
the
but-
hell?
Complain about
You
Twitter
guys need to
for 5 seconds.
understand where
because-
Anita comes from and where Macintosh comes from.
Please.
They are not
well, I mean,
in third wave feminists. They're almost like they got this weird like
They're
first
Puritans.
wave hipster mixed feminism where they're very anti-sex
they're
feminism.
next gen. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They're next
and
gen.
yeah, it's basically I want to almost call it fourth wave feminism and just
Yeah.
coin that shit because it's terrible and people who've been doing just real feminists who actually have done protests for legitimate things. You just look at this shit, and I've seen comments on the news and stuff from them going, "This is
All of it is
ridiculous."
Seriously,
terrible.
like when you
Can I
have
say two
you have a
things that I
powerful
consider really important?
yeah.
Is that sexism in quotation marks, in air quotes, could be used as an example of sexism towards males. I could say that when I walk into a store and I see unrealistic depiction of men and
Exactly.
how are men depicted as naturally violent or all men need to be heroic or stuff like that.
But I mean, you'd think that Bayonetta would be the poster game that they would try and push forward. You'd think that a game developed by like a huge team of women with a lead female character that doesn't depend on anyone and is comfortable with her sexuality and how and she uses her sexuality and she's proud of it. You'd think that'd be the game. They'd be like,
No,
yeah, you know what?
because
This is the
she's
kind of shit I
anti-
like to see.
Anti-sex feminist.
Exactly.
The
It's
huge
just
thing. I mean, that's where it comes from. She's not a feminist. She's specifically anti-sex feminist. She actually posted some time ago that she doesn't even relate to feminism anymore and the women supporting it because she just doesn't understand. Because she was getting a lot of flack from other feminists at the time until they fucking dropped her like a sorry sack of shit. And that's where we're at now. They've made their own little thing. I mean, the stuff that they say is not only hypocritical, it's egregious. Look at
It's
what
divisive,
Macintosh.
it's dehumanizing, it's bullshit.
Well, look at what Macintosh was doing. He was some writer. He was like, oh, good thing this fucking warmonger died, and then like. I don't know, like a couple weeks later, he's like, "Oh, I would never wish death on anybody." Blah blah blah. It's just like, dude.
No, that was the joke. He said that he didn't wish
You can
death
only
on
see
Saddam
brown.
Hussein, but he wished death on ideological opponents. That was the fucking joke of it all.
The thing with Bayonetta is that the developer said at one point, I don't remember where exactly, that Bayonetta is basically a representation of her fantasy.
Yeah, that's what the design.
Bayonetta was written by a female developer.
I mean, I quite like the fact that, you know, Anita's game design that she proposed, you know, the princess escaping the castle. It's like that basically fulfills all the tropes that she's trying to deconstruct in her videos.
Anita says,
well, yeah, because she's captive in the first
reason
place.
why she takes so long
Yeah,
to release a video.
but it's like she's just like, oh, there's no need for violence against like people of the other sex unnecessarily, and then she's just got like her female character.
Oh my god, stop pretending like we live in an ideal fucking world. Open your eyes, for God's sake.
The problem is
baffling.
they have the idea that, I don't know if you guys have seen this, but they've been posting things about games need to be less fun, or we need games that aren't fun.
Yeah,
that was gay, man.
Let me actually explain, because they're not very intelligent, it seems, because they can't seem to actually understand the grasp that everything is fun to somebody. People who really like Gone Home, they fucking love it. That was fun to them. I mean, they don't seem to understand that there is what they like to box in as fun is they don't want other people to be having fun. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's something. I mean, fun is relative to enjoyment, and they want to enjoy experiences, but by on an equal standing, going, oh, we need less fun games. They mean to say, are basically saying, yeah, we want you guys to have less fun experiences.
Well, Macintosh said himself that fun is a neurological trick, didn't he?
Well,
does anyone else think Macintosh looks like a human Furby?
A what?
A Furby?
A human Furby.
Can we talk about the lie that is his Twitter picture? Okay, so I tell this story a lot, and I'm still not over it, and I think that he needs to write me a letter of apology and possibly donate to my Patreon. But, so, I saw his Twitter picture, and I was super excited, because I'm like, dude, this guy's kind of hot. So, like, he's this awesome cult leader, he's attractive, I can get behind this. And then, I saw him, and he has a woman butt, and he's got big thighs and a belly, and I'm like, he lied. He's kind of pear-shaped a little bit, and so he's got like lady hips. He's very effeminate.
It's
So
a MySpace photo.
I was so
Remy, how disappointing for you.
I was so sad because I was like, yes, hot cult leader to go to war against, and then I'm like, no, he's not hot. Now I'm sad.
The problem with Macintosh is he's more of a puppet than me, and he's got Anita's hand up his ass working his mouth.
But
so
who is the real puppet?
No,
Anita or
it's the other way
Macintosh?
around. Macintosh is the one who's the
Anita's
puppet.
the one that needs the fucking auto cue and can't seem to name 3 games on Colbert.
I mean, yeah.
But I
mean,
have to scoot and make food, so I love you guys.
Okay.
And I
Bye,
wish I
Remy.
could talk more. Guys, be good. Send your emails, and if you have emails for the boycott goal of the day, or have suggestions for the boycott goal of the day, shoot them my way. Do the research, and I will make sure the whole entire internet sees
I've
it.
uncovered something kind of big, but I'm not sure if I'm not gonna tip my hand overly.
Night, gang.
So-
Be
Take
good.
care.
I don't know if you guys
Bye,
saw that
Renee.
article. If you guys want to talk about something that Anita has done, if you actually check that article,
Which
I'm
article?
about to mention.
Got some
I'm
questions?
about to mention something on Twitter.
I posted an article in the little chat if you
Oh,
guys
yeah.
want to check it out, specifically about Anita. One of my writers,
You can see
really
it.
great guy, Stefan. He does we try to do a lot more like intellectual think pieces on the site. And he's been doing some very good stuff. He did some research into Anita Sarkeesian's kind of past, and it's kind of entertaining when you look at because the topic was about the idea of discussion and how she shuts down discussion, but some of the lead-ins to that And if you actually take a look at that, I forgot what his name was. Bart Baggett. Bart Baggett. He's a self-proclaimed pickup artist, a writer.
Oh,
yes,
is
right.
this the guy in Japan, or is this someone completely different?
This
That's
is
Julian.
somebody
Oh,
different.
that's Julian thingy, isn't it? Yeah.
So this is one thing that was brought up through the Wikipedia page. It's got a couple thousand hits on it. People are actually starting to read it more and more. But one of the interesting things is when all this stuff sort of came out, do you guys know who Tarek is? T-A-R-C?
The wiki moderator.
Yeah, he actually went out of his way to post on my blog about it and try to quote-unquote clarify for my readers, which is kind of amusing. That makes me feel like there's a lot more here. But the whole idea behind it, if you guys don't know, she worked with this guy, and it's being kind of shoved off of Anita's page, and they're trying to kind of keep it on the DL, but he is a self-proclaimed pickup artist who's done quite his fair share of shit. She actually used to manage all of his appointments and stuff like that, and have him as her mentor. And also, he's done a lot of snake oil salesman sort of stuff, kind of like what Anita does.
How to influence people through
I remember
handwriting.
Yeah, no, it's like how do you influence these people basically by I can tell by your handwriting, it'll give you a better love life, like literally that sort of shit. So so that sort of thing is very interesting, and the kind of dodging tactic is very much this guy's dodging tactic when it comes to I smell bullshit.
You know what?
There's a
I'm
little bit
not
of food for that for you
surprised.
guys to think about.
Well, I mean, that seems to be.
You know that's
at
not going
all.
to get past to her cult.
I didn't hear that last bit. What was that?
You know that's not going to get to her cult.
Yeah.
Well, I've actually had a couple of people
guys
go,
hear me?
wow, I didn't even know about this, because once you say pickup artist, it starts to ring, and people start to,
Well, anybody that's hanging on her coattails as a genuine feminist should probably be alarmed at the prospect that maybe Anita is not a genuine fucking feminist.
Yeah. And that's kind of where it comes in. So I've noticed, I think I also got linked. I haven't been able to check the recent links. The site's been blowing up recently, but I think a couple feminist websites actually linked to it as well. So it's kind of interesting that it's being discussed. The ideas are being discussed.
This article on Anita is certainly spot on. I mean, it's the case of, she claims she's for discussion and then doesn't allow discussion and just spews one side of the argument. But she will discuss with people who already prescribe to her view. So it's.
I'm kind of
That's an
annoyed
echo
by
chamber.
I know
That's an echo
tries to
chamber.
scapegoat us with the school with that shooting threat. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Well,
that's why you gotta that's the thing, is like you gotta know your enemy before you enter a conversation with them. I mean, what it would take is somebody who I can't do it because I've already been added to the block
these are
list,
people that I know that are blue pilled as fuck.
No, I mean, like if you want to have a discussion with Anita to even, the only discussion she's ever had was with Stephen Colbert, and it wasn't even a fucking discussion,
Yeah,
it was, and he ribbed her, and it was kind of funny, but it was just like, she
was caught with her dick in her hand.
Noel, did you see that post on 4chan where they kind of explained the reason why he interviewed the second person was to kind of to make that conflict with Anita's viewpoints, and I saw that from the get-go because that's how Colbert works. He brings on someone with like questionable views, and then he brings on someone else that has more grounded, wrote a book and everything, and then it conflicts with what this guy's talking about. And a lot of people just saw the Anita Sarkeesian review and then just left. But a point I want to bring up about Anita Sarkeesian is, I think we give her too much credit and too much power, because if you look, all of her videos have fractions of what her original video has in views, and that's the only thing we can really measure by. And she's losing them by the daily. I mean, she started with 2.2 million views. The next show, it barely broke a mil. Then this third one, it was like 400K, and then the last one she just did, I think it was released like during August, when all this was breaking out, it had 800K.
The thing about Anita is she has friends in the industry, seemingly. Like, I see all these writers and shit.
She already has a consultant job over at EA now.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, she's working on Mirror's Edge because she's working with Silverstring Media.
She's ruined it.
Connection.
She's literally ruined it.
I feel like time is going to kill her by itself, because even when she has those connections, when they start realizing that her suggestions are actually hurting them, and it will, especially when she's making Mirror's Edge easier because it'll be better for females that can't play games.
I will just avoid it deliberately.
Yeah,
well, I mean, I'm not going to buy that game. I mean, I love Mirror's Edge, and it pains me, but
I'm not buying it on principle. You can forget it.
Exactly, and people are going to recognize that, so I feel like time is really going to kill her. Same with Brianna Wu. Brianna, I mean, she's
I've never even fucking heard of her! Before she started sounding off about me harassing her and murdering a fucking dog. I've never even heard of Brianna Wu!
Yeah, I did a little comic that circulated around about that too. It was funny.
Yeah, well, the Who's need to sort of
dropped
and ignored at this
I'm
point.
on Twitter seeing SRH butts and Joshua sucking each other off, and I'm disgusted.
I mean, but it's like they're eventually gonna go away.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just how it is. The one thing that's gonna stay constant is toxic members who've ingrained themselves in media and things like that. I mean, even myself, I've been trying. Actually, it's fucked. I didn't even realize that the Video Game Awards are coming up. You guys know about these?
Who cares?
Fucking a lot of people care. I actually have access to them, but I don't think I'm going to be able to go because Nintendo sent me tickets, and then they're like, "Yeah, it's in 2 days." I'm like, "What?"
That shit seemed rigged. That shit always seemed rigged to me.
Well, you know what's actually interesting? This is, you know who's funding it? Keeley. Keeley's funding it out of his own
Doritos
pocket.
Pope, I know.
That's some shit, though. That is some shit right there. It takes a lot of responsibility to organize and pay out of your own pocket something like this. I mean, just from my personal experience with venues and stuff, that's insanity to me. I think he has like a chip on his shoulder, like I gotta make it right. I gotta make it right, because I mean the last year thing was terrible, and so I don't know.
After all this, I feel like their reputation's just going to be forever tarnished. I don't think it's going to be successful, and it's going to end up like the fucking Tumblr one.
Oh, DashCon? Yeah, I made a video making fun of DashCon as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it would have been one thing if they just kept quiet about it the whole time, but then they sponsored the block list, didn't apologize. So I feel like the only people that are going to be attending are people that are going to be looking for, that are like blindly following that audience, and they're not like looking at the bigger picture here.
Well, if I figure out how to get up there to do coverage, I'll be the only GamerGate site up there, or pro GamerGate site, to be up there. So we'll see tomorrow if I can actually pull the funding together for it. But till then, I'll keep people informed on my Twitter.
Can I say something that is very personal for me? Is that what I like most about GamerGate is the community. You guys are awesome, all of you. And the thing is that we gamers, even before GamerGate, we have been slandered all over the place. We have been called sexist, violent, we have even been called murderers. So it's very refreshing to me to see all these people grouping up together and looking for each other. That is why I always come back to GamerGate.
Are we gonna continue with the points of Anita Sarkeesian, or are we gonna move on?
I mean, I mean, the only thing that came out of it was more people called her slut today because of this, and then those people should be stopping that sort of tweeting shit because it feeds her. Stop feeding her. She's like a troll, but she's actively, profiting.
Well, I mean, at this
After,
point, if they obviously know what they're doing, it's just like, oh,
She's a professional troll. It would be dishonest to call her anything but a professional troll.
Yeah, after that shooting shit, I just stopped talking. Because that was the only time I really lost my...
Didn't we make an entire operation to avoid her Operation Mute or something like that?
Yeah, we should get Remy to start posting that. We should get Remy to post that. Just tweet that. Yeah. Just like everyone, we're doing a new thing. Ignore Anita Sarkeesian and Brianna Wood. If they tweet at you, ignore them, and then just tweet out.
Well, everyone was too retarded to not pay attention to the Who's.
I know.
I'm like, you fags.
I mean, if we get an operation, maybe it'll be cooler, so they'll listen.
They're a bunch of... Look, they're a bunch of arrogant spurgs, the whole bunch of us, sadly. They think it's gonna go all like, oh no, it's censorship. No, it's ignoring people that want attention. A bunch of people are too stupid to notice. So, I mean, realize that.
I want you guys to... Okay, do you guys know who _ICZEDR?
Yes, Margaret, yeah.
Okay, so... somebody actually compared her because being pro, versus Femme Frequency and Zoe Quinn, right?
It's basically the tweets targeting these people, yeah? So tweets that targeted Margaret versus tweets that targeted...
Oh, Margaret! I love that girl.
Yeah.
She's awesome.
The amount of crap that she's got far outweighs Anita Sarkeesian.
She's roughly
far outweighs it.
She's roughly 200%
I actually have
more harassed.
the article right now. You want me to post it?
She is more than 200% harassed. Yeah. People call her bitch and dick. Okay, bitch 311 times compared to Anita with 77 times, and then dick 476 times versus Anita 29 times. I mean, holy Jesus.
Oh yeah, I mean,
thing is, we should avoid this oppression Olympics bullshit.
But the thing is,
it's just amazing because I remember getting a bunch of shit before my old podcast and having my it doesn't feel good to have your email box filled with just terrible, terrible things. You can laugh at it and just kind of ignore it, but that's some numbers. Just that's a short time span that they measured.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it shouldn't, but at the end of the day, there shouldn't be anything in the table for Zoe Quinn and Anita Sarkeesian anyway, guys. People in the movement need to make sure that they're not being harassing assholes. Actually, well, you're not being harassing anyway, but you need to make sure you're not being a dick at the end of the day.
I have them all blocked.
Paying attention for the love of God, you dumb spurgs.
Well, nobody's been talking about Zoe Quinn for like a month.
No, which is why she decided to write her article, because the attention was
this is why she's on The Guardian now.
Yeah, well, the funniest part was, she's just like, in her article, she was just like, oh, like, I find it funny that all these GamerGate people are just starting up their little blogs thinking they have the credentials to like write about these topics, and she's just started her own little Medium page to write about these topics with no credentials, and now her writing is still being accepted onto mainstream media. It's horseshit.
Ridiculous, yeah. I posted up a comment on that Guardian article basically saying, because I clocked the part about not your shield. I clocked the part about your shield going, oh, it's all characterized by angry white men. I was like, well, excuse me, no, it's fucking not. The whole reason Not Your Shield exists is because these fucking wankers keep expecting me to identify myself when they keep saying, oh, you need to be inclusive. Well, gaming is inclusive. I'm a black woman. I've been gaming for a long time. No, you haven't. Shut the fuck up. Yes, I have. I predicted that was going to happen. And even when I predicted
seriously,
it,
at this point, I just post a picture of my hand flipping them off.
With regards to The Guardian, I emailed them... Let me just check my sent mailbox. So I emailed them on the 29th with regards to the article that was posted about Alana basically stating that it was Gamergate harassment when she actually stated that it wasn't, and that she doesn't like people being scapegoated. And then I also emailed them about the internal email that was leaked from their head of technology, stating that everyone within the Guardian shouldn't write anything about the topic. And then she continued to then accept Leigh Alexander on to write her own opinion piece. So I wrote that to their internal ombudsman, so hopefully I will receive something back soon, but that was about 5 days ago, so I'm not holding my breath.
It's an internal ombudsman.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is that it's internal, but it isn't.
Yeah, you're not regulating yourselves.
It's an internal ombudsman, but it's not an independent ombudsman. So at this point, you need to sort of talk to external places. But
wait, just one question.
Well, not only did they say they weren't going to cover it, but they basically said like that our side is totally ridiculous. And there was one of the feminist contributors that went on Twitter to go, "Oh, this baby is." Like, yeah, that's very mature.
Doesn't that make an internal ombudsman redundant?
Pretty much.
Single things about the Guardian.
So, guys, about not Pterodax, but Nico of Death getting pretty much butt fucked in his own in the GBG board by shitposting. How hilarious is it?
Can you post that? I didn't see that.
He pretty much got got his entire board shitposted to death after he got remodded.
What thread was this?
In favor of the GamerGate board.
No, it's the entire fucking board. Everyone just pretty much purged it with shitposting.
Do we want to talk about?
Nico is kind of butthurt as fuck as usual.
Do we want to talk about poll going on Fox?
No, because I think that's going to be a shitstorm.
No, I want to talk about it because I want to shit on poll.
Well, you know what, like...
Poll is essentially another Who right now.
Poll's been sort of bouncing in and out. Like, recently, he's been up and down, and he's done some stupid shit. And as much as I might love the guy, like, he consistently goes and starts something, and then anyone that says, Paul, this is kind of a bad idea, he goes, well, you know what, you're just jealous, or fuck you, or something, and he goes off on whoever's commenting against him. And it sort of makes
he
me
might
a
have
bit
been
annoyed.
lying about it to begin with.
Yeah, but the main point is that there's this whole, there's the whole, oh, we don't need leadership, we don't need this leadership element, and then you then have, like, 2 days later or whatever, you have Paul coming out saying, like, oh, Gamergate is dead, and I need to step in and save it. And it's just like, that is just, like, categorically untrue.
Here's the thing, he's a person, I've been telling people for a while, start following other people. Like, when you condense, like, I've been trying to support people who have been trying to get their voices out, bring attention to them. If we keep, we're going to get another situation. Yeah, I mean, like, shit, if you're doing some projects, fucking, you got to spread it around, because if you don't, you're going to get another situation like what we have with the celebrities made from the press right now. I mean, a lot of this comes down to that. People become, they become quote-unquote internet celebrities through their work, and everybody just focuses on hive minds. And we're going to have another, I mean, he's very arrogant. He he is kind of intelligent, but he's like Joker intelligent. You know what I mean?
He's a smart cookie, but I think my biggest worry was less that he would go and spaghetti everywhere, but it was more that Fox would go and they'd bring on some sort of external evidence from one of Paul's drunken rambles, like, that he's done in the past, and then use that to paint the rest of GG with a particularly bad light. Like, that they'd come in and say, oh, well, you say that this is the case, but here's what you said 2 weeks ago. Is this the case? If everyone in the movement is blah blah blah, then that's bad.
So to go on.
Yeah. So, I mean, at the moment, it seems like, I mean, Roguestar went on Twitter, and he's gone through, and basically those logs were posted onto. He went on Skype, sorry, and those logs are posted onto Twitter. So at the moment, it seems like the Fox interview has been postponed. As well, Hot Wheels was messaging the reporter saying that that you don't need to be interviewing someone that thinks the movement's dead. You need to be interviewing someone like Oliver B. Campbell or someone, or Sargon or something that doesn't believe the movement's dead, and that
Or Total Biscuit.
TB would be great.
I mean, that's the thing. I hate to use an internet celebrity, but he's probably the most well-spoken person with.
In retrospect, though, TB would be far better than anyone in GamerGate, because TB hasn't said I am pro GamerGate. He's just said I am pro consumer ethics.
Yeah,
that's what he said. So he would probably be the prime person to go on.
And he
the point at which he stepped in was when we were being called ISIS, and he said that's totally fucking ridiculous, which was nice.
Yeah.
I mean, here's the problem, right? We have these people. I mean, it's very hard to move away from what people have already done. They circled around, Milo Yiannopoulos. They circled around King of Pole, the Ralph Report, and like Roguestar, and these aren't a good image, for a lot of people. When people circle, I don't know why they did it. And when I've been watching this since it started, and I was telling people, it's like, hey guys, you guys do have to if you want to be taken seriously, before I went complete GG on this, you have to have some common sense, and I feel like it's not just the press and all these social justice warriors that lacks it. It's a lot of people that are inside the movement, because, you have a bunch of people who are working really hard to bring very legitimate criticism in a respectful way. I mean, I spend hours doing that shit. I go on to so many different shows talking to people, but a lot of the people don't want to hear, calm, thought-out arguments unless it's from Total Biscuit. They want to hear shit posting. To be honest.
Yeah, that's because a lot of people here are kind of retarded or sheepish.
So what do you do about that?
It sucks. I mean, it's very, I mean, good example, right? Like, I've done so many fucking articles and trying to give it life and not, to humanize it. And every time I post something, obviously you have one of these other guys posting something that immediately dehumanizes it. You know what I mean? And that's what we're lacking. It's very hard to sympathize or understand when you have that other group of people just totally dehumanizing everybody who's following this movement. All right, sorry, not movement, consumer revolt. God damn it, you guys got me saying movement, consumer revolt. I stay away from that word. I don't believe GamerGate's a movement at all. I think it's consumer revolt in its purest form. But I mean, it's very difficult for I've even invested money into doing advertising to try to get word out there and to promote the ideas of how things have actually gotten started, kind of what's been going on in the past. And I mean, I still hold. I don't know how it is for a lot of other people, but because I have experience, I have a relationship with a lot of other people working in the industry, I've been able to keep my contacts, my relationships, because I don't shit on them. They're like, I mean, I think it's very odd that a lot of people are losing their press contacts from joining GamerGate and voicing their opinions, and someone like me is not losing their contacts. I think it's the way that people are going about it. You can have an intelligent discussion with people. Just stop the shit posting.
I just find it weird that you've got people whose livelihoods depend on gamers reading their articles coming in and saying "fuck you."
Yeah,
that confuses
it is.
me.
It's terrible.
That confuses me so much.
I've sent so many emails to people I know going, "What are you doing? Like, how do you think this is a good idea?" And I've actually seen those people go radio silent on it after they thought about it. And that's the thing, it got stuck with the knee-jerk reaction. And a lot of other people are just dumb. And I mean, no, I mean, and I'm serious. Legitimately, they're dumb. You got to remember that gaming and game press is luck more than anything else. It's luck and a form of tenacity. And usually, the nastier of a person you are, the more noticed you get, and the more hits you get. I mean, look at. I mean, I hate to say this. I really like Jim Sterling's work, but look at what he used to do in the past. Everybody's already seen it. He used to do so much shit posting, and he got so popular because of it. Now that he's got that following, and now he's actually gone, oh, holy shit, there needs to be some responsibility behind this. He's trying to curve it. Obviously, he's not perfect, but you know, you see the curve of trying to fix those sort of issues. And a lot of other people have done the same thing. You know, there's a certain level of awareness eventually for a lot of the people who actually have a brain in their head compared to some of these other people. I won't name names that I've gotten in many email fights with, but they're public and they're idiots. You know, and I think we need to start looking at these sort of things. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
What Michael said is basically one of the most important problems in the gaming industry right now. Is the fact that we are ignoring the meritocracy inside the gaming industry. When you get yourself published and you get your game into the market, it shouldn't be dependent on your contacts. It should be dependent on how good it is, right?
I would agree.
I actually interviewed somebody on my podcast on Monday for Sleep Ninja Games. He actually had a successful Kickstarter. He was kind of talking about the kind of idea of how he felt about things like the IGF and gaming award shows and stuff. And we if you guys want to kind of hear some extensive talk about the indie scene, we did a lot of that for that. If you guys were interested for Let's Talk Games, but yeah, it's a problem. You know. It's a serious problem that, and the indie scene is very profitable. You know, it's when you knock it out of the park, you really knock it out of the park.
And the thing is that you don't need right now. I think you don't need the love of your consumers in order to be popular. You need the love of the people who can boost you up, who can give you coverage, and that's very unfair.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very true thing. I mean, I've played some really great indie games recently. Totally, nobody even covered it. I mean, it's just like, wow. And talking to these people and their projects, it's just like, why doesn't anybody, cover this sort of stuff? And it's because they're not part of that clique.
Because they don't care. They don't care unless the right people made that game, and that's the problem.
One of the things about that is, though, when you've got a lot of people that really love your game, if you're an indie developer, and you've got a lot of people who are looking forward to your next game, you find it hard to fuck up afterwards.
Oh yeah, you have a responsibility.
Yeah, well, it's not necessarily that. I'm saying you've got a deeper-seated love, or people have a deeper-seated love for you than if you gained all of your reputation from, like, say, Kotaku or some bullshit site.
That reminds me of Bayonetta 2, that there wasn't gonna be a second Bayonetta, but eventually somebody actually saved the game and launched it into Nintendo.
Well, I mean, Nintendo for a while has been trying to diversify themselves, and Bayonetta was an easy steal for them. Because it just made sense from a marketing standpoint,
It was thinking we weren't gonna get a second Bayonetta until Nintendo came in.
Oh yeah, no, Bayonetta 2 was never going to be made. Nintendo really got in there deep. I mean, and hey, people really like it. It's been doing well. I mean, when I played the E3 stuff, it looked really good. I didn't play the game because the fucking what's his name? Keep forgetting his name on Twitter. Anyway, I've had some issues in the past with a certain creator on that team, so just yeah, that's neither here nor there. But I mean, let's. Do you guys want to talk about something else interesting that's kind of game space that's kind of a mirror reflection?
I wanna talk about the target thing.
Oh yeah, you target pulling GTA 5, yeah?
Yeah, I think that's an example why the world needs GamerGate. I mean, do you remember
The mainstream media picked up on that, right? Mainstream media is they're really getting in it, and you actually have some legitimate culture critics coming in and saying that GTA got pulled from shelves. This is basically a sign that shows that games are still an easy target. And
well, they are.
I think it's very telling.
think,
it's like when the media can actually see it.
I think GTA is GTA is probably the easiest of targets, because if they're going to go on and say, oh, it's because you can commit violence against women, well then shit, you better pull Super Smash Brothers, because you know what, you can beat Peach out. I mean, fuck. And you know what, if you're going to pull games for being violent against women, you might as well be pulling games for being violent against men as well, because that would be equality, right? Yeah. So we should.
I don't understand that either. I really don't understand that idea.
It's just completely baffling.
Don't forget Target did it too. I'm not Target, but Kmart.
Do you remember how the opposition used to say that they don't want to take our games?
Yep. This is literally, what was it? There's that stupid music video or something. We're not Jack Thompson, we love video games or some shit.
Bullshit. Oh, yeah, no, that's bullshit. Yeah, I mean, that was a fucking... when I saw that, I was just like, you guys are either the dumbest motherfuckers who can't see past your nose, or you are the most deceiving cocksuckers in this world. Because I just looked at that and I was like, you literally are... You're like Jack Thompson 2.0. I mean, I did a whole video talking about these motherfuckers, and I was just like, I had to put it out there. It's like, this is some serious shit. I mean, it's very much a cult. It's blind following. It's just the worst sort of responses, attack tactics. Oh man, it's just, and the only difference is because Anita's a woman.
Well, I mean, going back to the Target thing, though, what's been going round has been this petition to ban the Bible because it also condones violence against women.
Holy shit!
Which I thought was quite funny. Yeah. So there's a petition going around saying, oh, in that case, we need to ban the Bible too.
Is that satirical or
it's a satirical one.
Okay.
I should fucking hope it's a satirical one. If it's not, then this is going to be even funnier than I expected. If it's a straight edge one, I'd be like, oh my god. I actually now wish it was. If only. But yeah, it's baffling because you know what? There seems to be this trend recently, trend in 21st sort of century, sort of mindset in that no one's allowed to be offended anymore. People, if you're offended, then someone's fucked up and they need to be made to pay for it, and they pay by. If you're offended, then anything that's offended you has to be removed. It's like, that's bullshit. That's a byproduct of free speech. You know, if if someone has an opinion and you get offended by it, well, tough shit.
I mean, this is basically resurgence of ultra conservatism.
And
I wouldn't even say it's like conservatism. This is more like fucking Victorian Puritanism.
Yeah, something like that.
How dare you show your ankle?
Yeah.
Oh wait, GamerGate in Sweden? Sweet.
It's just, I don't know. It's mind-boggling to me, a lot of this stuff. I just look at it from my side. You know, I'm sitting here every day doing press work, and I just, it's depressing because overall, you know, like I've been a person who's always championed the idea of just having more games. You know. Let's have stories from women's perspective and men's perspective and, you know, everybody's perspective. That way I get more entertainment that I love without sacrificing anything. But inherently, what Anita's doing is the complete opposite of what I've always voiced, which is don't cut anything back. Do everything. That's what you need to do. You need to do everything. Anita's like, no, you must stop doing this, and you got to do this. I mean, it's the worst message you can tell anybody in the arts. And a lot of these followers, and even Macintosh and Anita, don't seem to realize I mean, like the idea of censorship, right? So apparently, the First Amendment was a big joke that a lot of people were talking about with Jack Thompson, because Jack Thompson didn't understand the idea of First Amendment when criticizing it either. In America, the First Amendment, your right to free speech, assembly, and all that good stuff, that is specifically for the government. But that doesn't mean that the word censorship is uniquely tied to the government. It just means taking an opinion or unpopular image and snuffing it out. And if you want games to legitimately be art, you can't do that. And I don't think a lot of these people will actually understand that, or they just don't want to. And it's very, very, very sad.
You have to remember, guys, we are up against the group that advocate inclusivity by excluding the people who don't agree with them.
Yeah.
That's not inclusivity under any definition.
Oh, but they don't care. But that's the thing, is they don't care. I mean, Anita profits, Macintosh profits. I mean, he sits there. He's such a hypocrite. He posts a photo with a $1,600 camera, and then, out the same breath goes, oh, well, we don't make a lot of money. No, just because you have a vintage hipster camera doesn't mean that thing came cheap. I've always said this about hipsterism. It takes a lot of money to look that poor. And that is the truth. And it's fucked. And that's another reason, and the culture mentality and the kind of head up their own ass sort of thing. I mean, I live in LA, and I see some shit from time to time. But I was up in San Francisco this weekend, and I look at the shit, and I just look at the people, and I'm just like, these motherfuckers make me depressed. Because it's like the ideas and the way that these people just they are is aggravating. It's just like, what fucking planet are you from? What sort of reality do you? I mean, and then most of them, I hate to say this, but okay, do you guys know what a transplant is?
Of course.
Okay, so when we talk about them in LA, we call people who are from out of state or whatever transplants. San Francisco is filled with transplants, just people from out of state, just from all over, who usually are from mommy and daddy's money, and it shapes all the businesses, and it makes this very quote-unquote cool town. But at the end of the day, how was that cool town created? What were the ideas behind that cool town? They're pretty fucked ideas, And that's the ideas that we're seeing coming out of this kind of anti-GamerGate stuff. And it's gross,
Frisco sounds a lot like Austin.
Yeah. The only obvious solution is to nuke San Francisco from orbit at this point.
Austin and San Francisco are similar, except Austin, from my understanding, isn't a bunch of totally up their own asses. It's more people who are just like weird stuff.
No, just to lesser degrees. They're all up their own asses, but it's just to lesser degrees in most cases.
Okay.
And I think that's basically the entire problem with these people, is that they come from a very specific reality with a lot of benefits. So when another person comes and tells them that their arguments are not applied into the entire reality, they cannot handle it, so they deny it. They try to block
isn't that called privilege?
Yeah, exactly.
It is the epitome of privilege, and they don't fucking get it. That's why when I first when I said yes, I'm joining GamerGate side, is when I said this is a gross irony that is being displayed here, and I have to speak up against it because it's. I mean, here's one of the most fucked up things. I've talked about this before, but this industry as a whole has indulged in some of the most fucking bullshitty things for game promotions, E3s. They used to give out so much fucking hardware and stuff, and now that they've ingrained themselves and they've gotten all these things and had the their fucking place established and get all this fucking cool shit. Now it's time to go, oh no, down with all that shit. I mean, most of these motherfuckers are still using the laptops from Alienware, you know, that they got from promoting some game. And it's just, it's bullshit. It is such a hypocrisy, you know? I tell people all the time, it's like, I've gotten free stuff and I go, thank you very much. I'll tell people that I got this stuff. If your game is bad, I'm going to give you a bad score. I mean, it's just how it is, man. You know, no hard feelings, though. Thank you for the item. And there isn't the you know, and I've been transparent about that shit before. And it's just like, when I see other people not do it, it was like, you know, like people like the atheist people, right? They can inherently be good people and be atheists. There's no God telling them to you know, be good people. They're just being good people. That's how I look at it with swag and all that shit and all these little privileged things that come out of it. If you're gonna be a good person, you inherently just did it anyway. And I just feel like it hasn't been, you know, it hasn't been done. Nobody's been doing it. People have become bad people, you know.
Well, you know, you know, there's a saying for that, right? It's like, you judge a man not by what he does in public, but what he does by himself.
If that's true, then I'm fucked.
Well, it's like the morality thing. It's like if you want to be a moral person, you be a moral person on your own, and you don't do it like only when everybody else can see it.
Yeah.
But it's really sad to see sort of how the mighty have fallen. I mean, there's people like, well, Adam Sessler used to be pretty cool. Tim Schafer used to be, to an extent, pretty cool. And it's just like
Adam Sessler's gone off the
just,
fucking deep end.
Yeah, he's really like.
Yeah, he's in the.
I mean, when he moved to Revision 3, I was like, holy shit, he's actually taking a stand because he wants to do this. And I was like, fuck yeah. And now it's just really depressing to see he's openly advocating doxing.
Yeah, I saw.
That's really depressing.
His words next to that one GIF from him.
Oh, there's video.
Out.
There's video of him actually stating it out. So it's just like, that's horseshit, man.
Yeah, and you know what? I mean, that's the thing is like, I'm very open about, you know, who I am, my name, where I'm at, and you know, if people want to come for me, I got a gun. You know, I mean. I don't think that you. I mean, it's just a dumb idea, you know. And I mean, I feel no, you know, I feel no real legitimate threats. I've had people send me threats. I don't give a fuck. I'm like, okay.
That's because you're what's known as a mature adult. But
I mean, but it's a lot of little children doing stupid shit, and it's a lot of, you know, But here's the target demographic of people who are anti-GamerGate. Right? The majority of the people. They're the press, and then there's this group of 18 to 24-year-old-ish people who are in college.
Yeah.
Mostly in America.
College educated.
Not educated yet. They're just
they're in college education, and it's all just...
And I imagine that they graduate from gender studies and nothing else.
Well, a lot of them
it's
have
unfair
degrees
to make
in
that
communication.
And, yeah.
You know,
but
communication, gender studies, is just like...
Well, Christina Hoff Summers made quite a good point in her video. What video is it? One of her videos ended up stating basically that these people who are doing these degrees think that, you know, the better and better the university or college that they're attending, the more and more they're going to feel that what they're being taught in their women's studies or their communications thing is correct. And it's just like you have this level of like a superiority complex because
the SoCal effect.
How dare you? You can't.
The SoCal effect, yeah.
It's just like you can't critique on this topic because you don't have a degree in this particular topic, and also you're a man or whatever, and it's just like
the fucking problem is these motherfuckers most of the time don't even have a degree in the proper thing.
No.
Anita's commenting about mental health issues. I'm studying to get my degree in fucking psychology right now. I look at the shit that she says, and I'm like, you are a toxic celebrity. Like, nobody should be listening to you. You say some of the most vile shit, and
Just look at her Ferguson post. I mean, seriously.
It's just, oh man, I try to stay away from reading her stuff because it legitimately makes me angry. And I follow quite a few feminists, and I follow a lot of people with a lot of different ideas. And she, in particular, is somebody who rubs me so the wrong way because of the shit that she says. And she says it, I mean, she's like one person I legitimately want to insult, and I have to refrain myself. You know what I mean?
She blatantly spills out shit as if it's fact.
Yeah.
Yeah.
These are the kind of people that actually legitimately need addressing down, but they can't because you can't because they're in this position where if you even approach the topic, then that's it. You're doing something wrong, and the little sort of minions come out of the woodwork.
Excuse me, I got lost. Who are we talking exactly of?
We're talking about every fucking person on that weird quote-unquote, I hate the word social justice warrior words
basically
in that combination.
The Who's at this point.
Yeah,
but you mentioned someone specific that you actually avoid her content. Who was that person? Sorry.
Oh, Anita. I don't.
Anita, most definitely.
Content. Yeah, I purely try to stay away from it now because of the just. Man, it's terrible. I don't know.
I gotta tell you a personal story, guys. Do you remember the first video of Anita that was released a long time ago? That video almost made me an anti-feminist, an all around anti-feminist, because I really believe that all feminists thought like that. Like with that insane logic that Anita works with. And it was another feminist that told me these are not representative of the whole feminism. These are only really crazy individuals who are really misleading the discussion.
Yeah, but they're, the ones who are actually sane are not doing a damn thing to stop the insane ones.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's exactly what the anti-GG said with that we are doing. They say that, or at least some of these say that GG have a lot of actual concerns, but the movement has been hijacked by a lot of harassers.
But here's the problem, okay? And it's the same issue that we have. Who has the fucking time to police everybody? That's not our fucking job, you know?
Exactly.
We fight for our cause. We fight for what we want to see happen. The feminists on that side, too, they're fighting for what they want, and they don't have the fucking time to police. Some of them try, like some of us try.
I think there's quite
everybody has a fucking life
I'm getting
to
kind
deal
of
with.
annoyed that people that I... Oh, yes, sorry.
But there's this sort of opinion going around. You know what? It's just like people on the other side are just like, you know what? Well, you're a movement, so you need to be policing yourselves. You need to be stopping this harassment. It's like, okay, first of all, we're not an organized movement. We're just a collection of people.
Consumer revolt.
It's a consumer revolt. Yeah, it's not. There is no leadership element. It's a disembodied thing. There is no one person saying we're doing this, this, and this. So you can't have some sort of structure in place to police. And people try the best they can. I mean,
just so you know, though, let me just point this out really quick. Feminism is a movement. It is a classification of movement. So, I mean, they should be taking care of their shit.
Well, that's the thing. On top of that, you then have them. Then basically they come along and they continue
they
harass people
can do no wrong.
GamerGate, and they believe that they're justified in that, and they also believe that what they're doing doesn't qualify, and that's horseshit. And then anytime you try and bring it up, you just get blocked for just getting annoyed because it's happening to you.
That's exactly what happened.
I need to go make a phone call quickly, so I'm just going to mute myself and jump out for a sec.
The thing with GamerGate is that you cannot have every person in GamerGate with the 30,000 people that are in it policing everybody else. It's just impossible.
No,
you're pretty much.
This is the underlining point. It's not our responsibility.
Sure.
All GamerGate is an agreement that we don't want to use corrupt systems. We don't want to purchase corrupt-based games, and we don't want to use corrupt-based services. That is an individual consumer right, and that's all it ends up being. So when people like King of Pole or someone of that E-celeb says something stupid, that's not going to affect if I want to buy the new Mega Man or the Mighty Number 9. It doesn't change anything. I still exercise my consumer right, and that's what I feel like a lot of people need to realize.
I'm still laughing at IA trying to make us his personal army.
Yeah,
Wait,
I
what?
mean,
Dude, what? Huh?
I'm still laughing
Internet
at IA.
Yeah, did you guys shoot up?
We can touch that if you.
Internet aristocrat?
Yeah.
I didn't hear anything about this.
Yeah.
well,
we
he
tried to
essentially
get him on
quit
that.
GamerGate because he didn't like how mundane Matt was handling things. And in my personal opinion, if he felt that way, he should have set an example and not just quit. But now he's interviewing on behalf of GamerGate for Fox News, which I think is a bad idea on all angles.
Oh no.
Are we talking about internet aristocrat or
Oh,
King of
King of
Pole?
I'm sorry. I'm
You
sorry,
brought up
right.
that.
Both doing it though. That's the
I got
crazy
You
thing.
got
Both
them
doing it.
Because internet aristocrat quitted GamerGate also, but because he said that we weren't radical enough in attacking social justice warriors.
That's retarded.
And that's bullshit.
He came back.
That's not
to
our
it.
job. I mean, that's the thing. It's so fucking.
We can't.
Give them all a
You
free
can't.
ticket.
It's not easy to get. They're on our concern anyways. If we take away their, you see, if we get rid of the corrupt media, their soapboxes, we win. It's over. They're finished. Done.
They're finished anyway.
But I think But here's the problem though. I think this has gotten so big, and I've even realized a lot of things that I didn't know before. Some things have come to light that I think that eventually, I mean, we do need a consumer watchdog for games.
Yes.
We really just don't have that, and I think that eventually it will be born out of GamerGate, and you will have those people.
Maybe it'll probably be us even.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've got something coming out here in the next couple of days that I think will be pretty fucking awesome. So, I mean, I'm doing the whole gamingjournalism.com thing, and it's going to be pretty sick. So it's going to have a lot of in-house reviews and links to other shit. So we'll be doing that. That'll be a big jump.
Hey guys, what do you think of Base Gamer?
I love Base Gamer.
I think it's a real solution that we should encourage to support.
How so? It's a Metacritic for games.
Exactly.
But there's already a Metacritic for games.
I've got to agree. I like the idea in theory, but I don't like the way that she presented it. It makes it feel like she doesn't have everything thought out all the way.
No.
Well, you know what? I'm going to tell you guys the truth right now. I actually have the algorithm already programmed on. I'm working on it right now on my sub site. I just need to design the graphics and stuff, and I'm doing it for free. I mean, I've seriously, people want to give me fucking $50K to just. I mean, that's all. What it's going to come down to is data entry. That's what's going to be a pain in the ass. Because I was looking through it and I got all the algorithms and stuff set up, and I'm like, holy shit, the data entry on this is going to be fucking insanity.
Yeah.
Where do I start? Where do I cut it off? Do I start at the PS3, Xbox 360, Wii? Or do I start at this generation? Wii U, PS4, Xbox One. And I was like looking through all this stuff. I was like, oh man, this is going to be hell in a handbasket. But yeah, I mean, literally, if I was going to push for it, I could get the site up in 3 days. It might not have the graphics I want, but it'll be totally ready for use. I mean, the problem is something like that is a very simple thing to set up. The tools are available, fairly easy to everybody, and to ask for that much money, it just makes it seem like he doesn't know what to do, or like who to go to, or maybe easier ways to set something like that up.
Yeah,
well, it's with that sum of money, it kind of sounds like she's aiming for an end result, instead of a startup.
But the thing is,
an
is
end
that
result. It's not going to be an end result.
Well,
when you open that up, it's going to be forever continuous.
When I say end result, I'm actually meaning making it as big as it can possibly be right now.
That's a terrible idea.
Well,
I mean,
I'm thinking
as
that
a business
she's trying to pay for essentially like startup employees. She's trying to pay for advertising. I think that's what he's trying to say, like the really big shit.
Yeah.
Websites. I mean, there's free programs for that and everything, and it's inexpensive software. But I think she's looking at it in the long term, where she wants this to boom. I mean, that's how I interpret it.
That she's not. I mean, she doesn't have the marketing, or she would have done the marketing for herself on her YouTube stuff. I mean, just as a business person, I mean, she got a big boom from the GamerGate stuff. She's launched her platform from her interview that she got with what is it called?
David Pacman.
Yeah, not with Pacman. No,
She was on MSNBC, I think, as well.
She was on MSNBC and what else?
Huffington Post
Live. And so HuffPost Live basically boosted her up. She took that. She got the spotlight. Everybody rallied around her because she was obviously key proof that there are women in GamerGate. And then she turned that around into what she's doing right now. But realistically, you need to, if you're going to be somebody who engages in a site like that, you need to be the hands-on person with it. With the coding, with understanding solutions. You need to be able to kind of tell people, even if you were going to hire a software person, you need to be able to tell them. I mean, there are these sort of things, and that's why I supported it at first, and then I started looking at her stuff. I'm like, she doesn't have a clue what she's going to do with this.
Yeah.
And whoever she's hiring is taking her for a ride, because I know programmers who will program you a even better than Rotten Tomatoes website for $10,000. And they will also do. Well, they won't only do it for $10,000, but they'll probably do it for $2,000, and then $10,000 for the data entry. For just the hours and hours and hours of data entry, and then it would be done, and you could sustain that person with ad revenue.
Well, just a quick question: How far is her? How far is she close to her 50K goal anyway?
Well, that's the thing, is people started bringing up questions about it and immediately stopped funding it.
Yeah, she got to like 15,000.
And then people were like, we don't have any information here. I mean, I want to support that idea, but like I said, I mean, I was doing this beforehand, before the base gamer thing even came up, and it was fairly easy. It's not hard to program a algorithm.
Shit! Oh shit, guys!
I agree with you. I was in that boat. I actually waited until December, which we're in now, to see if we get more information on it. And I felt like if I got the adequate number of information, I was going to donate like up to $150 towards it. But
sure.
As you said, it's been very ambiguous. So after the Kickstarters that I donated to and got fucked on, I'm obviously a little skeptical.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, if you gave me $150, I'll have the site up by next week.
Yay.
With the algorithm.
Can we do that for you?
I'll sign a contract. I will put that on writing. If you want to fund it for $150, I'll fucking put it up there.
Yeah. Hey, Michael, how is the Kickstarter going?
Oh, you know what? So the Crudely Drawn Clocks Kickstarter.
I'm back.
Oh.
So the Crudely Drawn Clocks Kickstarter. So I've had mountains of issues with Kickstarter. They are now in the approval process. It is taking them this long just to get all the verification, all that stuff done, to even get it up. And it's which is funny because we're talking about Crudely Drawn Clocks, but yeah. So I mean, and I gotta say, Amazon Payments, worst service in the world. I had to rate them hardcore, and I had to send them like.
For a second, yeah, I just saw some news about Niche Gamer having a AAA dev interview coming on.
Niche Gamer?
Yeah,
Yes.
they're having a AAA dev.
But it's my belief that we need stuff like base
It's going
gamer
public too.
in order to go forward. I mean, without something like base gamer, we will only write emails, and we can only go with emails until some point.
Dude, I'm
Because
telling you, if you really think that I will make it, you know, if I could. I mean, it's just not on that high on my priority list right now. I'll fucking put it out there by next week. If you, I mean, but I don't think that that's what gamers are really looking for. I mean, they're looking for a new community hub, and you know that. I mean, that's a problematic thing that kind of builds. I mean, maybe I don't know. I'm trying to look at the positive for doing that and not actually spreading the views around and kind of having a group of people, you know, instead of just having like 3 major sites. Um, you know, I mean, but that's the thing. It's like it's almost like political views. You know, you need the other side. You know, not just these people who are just fucking crazy on one side. You need to have, you know, a little bit of, you know, you have to have different areas for people to go to. And right now we really don't. And I think that's why people want to have like the base gamer thing go up. But I mean, the base gamer thing just sounds like N4G or something like that with news and posting articles and then having the game ranking stuff on the side. And it's just like, well, there are places for this. And I mean, okay, let me ask this: what would you want from base gamer if you are going to say, you know, and I'll tell you if it's viable.
Yeah, I'm kind of suspicious on it. I'm just not.
Too.
No, I mean, but like, if you were gonna get a community hub thing going, what would you want? Like, give me an idea. Here, I'll write it down and I'll see how viable it is. If I don't end up traveling to Vegas for the what is it called tomorrow? I spent all my money on food. But if I don't go to that, I'll start programming this thing and just see, or not programming, but finishing the artwork, and that's all I really got to do.
Personally, I would like to see a ranking system that had actual itemized lists instead of like a yes or no or a 1 to 10 list. I'd like to see like gameplay, graphics, storyline. If you just have to
you mean like my review system?
Yeah.
I don't know if you've seen my review system here. I'll post it.
No, I guess not. But I mean, I know that there was actually like of all things, a Christian gaming site that did it, and I think that actually would work really well if you had to make a compromise of, well, I think this is a horrible moral story, but it's an awesome game to play. In that sense, I think it would be quite good if you had people rank it like, I guess it would be a Metacritic, because I'm not a big Metacritic person, but if you had people go in that were members of the community that could actually rank individual items on the list and see how they stacked up.
I could actually do that pretty easy if people want to do individual review things. But I just linked to you my review system so that you could take a look. I just did one of my sample reviews so you can get an idea. Just scroll to the bottom, you'll see exactly what it's like. But okay, so I mean, I think that is something that I did think about, and I tried to cater to once I kind of started figuring out my own reviews guide and stuff like that. But I mean, that's so like a ranking system that could be done by users on individual items.
Yes, exactly like this.
Oh yeah, there. Okay, so you want to see that ranking system that I made exposed to a lot of users, to have users be able to edit and put their votes in.
Well, we'd have to figure out some sort of way that it would be less likely to be abused by, like, say, mass voting. But yeah, something like this.
Okay, individual users.
How about promoting blogs from users on the site? I really like that.
That's
Community
another good one.
blogs or
No, I mean like I like that too. Like giving a not like how do I word this? I guess blogs would be the best way, but like, say, hey, this is this guy's opinion. Like, do a contrast of it. That's what I would like to see. Like, if this guy didn't like it that much, but he still gave a pretty good review for it. I mean, nothing like that specific, but this guy didn't like it. Here were his problems. This person enjoyed it. Here was his things, and this was my experience. Something along those lines. So it's like reading an Amazon kind of review list. You see a bunch of them, then you kind of got like kind of a score meter there. Like you can actually even make that separate, and then it's kind of like you get an overall customer value to it. Like Bayonetta. I mean, that was a great example. Everyone gave it 10 besides one person, which is it's like a lemon.
So I can, I mean, what's viable from that is user reviews, basically embedded user reviews in contrast to the review. I was thinking about having that on my own site, but I didn't know exactly how useful that would have been.
Question.
Michael, I got a question too. Go ahead.
With reviewers, like not necessarily like the user reviewers, but the actual critic reviews.
Mm-hmm.
If there was like a way to make their bios more easily read and more easily accessible to say what their preferences are to games, like say for example, if they're primarily an RPG player and they're reviewing a first-person shooter, from where they're coming from.
Yeah, have a little bio, for example, on the review.
Yeah, something that it's like my favorite type of game genre.
Yeah, exactly.
RPG.
Oh yeah, I mean, I think that stuff's pretty simple. I mean, all that would entail really is a system of tags, and
right.
basically I would have to go through. That's actually something that's not even that bad. What you would do is you would catalog the reviewers for the major websites that would be involved in the ranking. And then you would look at their history and preferences, and just be like, this person does this, and leans this way, and it'd just be a tag that you would pop on for the review, and that would just pop underneath,
I got
whatever.
a question for all of you guys: is how important is really the score? I mean, I have seen a very few game sites that doesn't have a numerical score on the games. They just point out the negatives and the positives, and I want your thoughts about that. How do you feel about not having a score in a review site?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think when it comes to score, score like isn't relatively as important in terms of a numerical score, but I think it is important when you have shit like dev bonuses being based on score. If you were to take that out of the equation, then a numerical score is at the moment it needs to be based more off the merits of the game than someone's opinion on the game. So I mean, like the whole Bayonetta score being knocked down on Polygon because they didn't like the character being sexualized or whatever. I mean, that's horseshit, where you're knocking that down points for something as trivial as the reviewer's opinion on something. So I think score just needs to be focused on the aspects of the game and the quality of the game as a game, not as a political statement, not as anything else.
Right.
Yeah, I feel it's better to see it as a quick review reference rather than a statement. That's how I feel. I feel like they give too much power to it, but that's just a consumer thing that probably won't go away overnight.
So I think I really like the idea of just having the review itself without the scores. But the problem with that is that if you don't know the reviewer, like you don't read them a lot, you're not going to have an insight of where from where they're coming. It's really hard to say, like, if they're reviewing a game, like I was saying earlier, if they're more of a first-person shooter fan and they're reviewing an RPG, from their words alone, you're not going to get a whole lot if you don't know they prefer RPGs.
I mean, I don't know about anyone else, but for me at least, I don't have one definitive source where I say, okay, whatever the score on this particular site or magazine or whatever, that's the score I'm going to view and decide whether the game's good or not. I look around and I watch YouTube videos and make my own mind up. So, and I think most people do.
So, here's the thing: scores aren't inherently bad. Metacritic isn't inherently bad, and aggregates aren't inherently bad when it's doing the allegories and stuff. But it does get abused a lot, and obviously, IGN's 10 and my 10 would be two different things. I mean, personally, as a reviewer, there are almost no games that I would give a 10 to. There are no games that are perfect.
No, nothing is perfect.
And I think that a 10 should be really. I mean, I think I still even think, even though it gets handed out very few around the web, I do feel that it's something that shouldn't be given out.
I mean,
perfect should never be given out.
I feel that a 10 or a perfect score should be given if your game does absolutely perfect what it wants to be. I know that my game is not a first-person shooter, for example, but it's an excellent RPG. So that's why I will give a perfect score. If you actually manage to do exactly what you wanted perfectly.
But I think that coming down to, did you do it perfectly, I think that again is subjective as to whoever's reviewing the game. What I find to be a perfect RPG is going to be different from what someone else regards as a perfect RPG.
But I don't think I don't think 10 is perfect. It's a
very
perfect example of a game in its genre, for example.
I mean, I don't know if anyone read magazines and stuff. Some of the old gaming magazines used to do a numeric score, but the ones I used to read used to have a little seal that they used to be. It used to be like a silver seal or a gold seal, where they'd say, okay, we thought this game was X out of 10, but we also collectively think it's worth everyone's buy, so we put this little silver seal on to say, this is the editor's choice. The editor thought, I really like this game, or everyone in our review staff really enjoyed this. So
I think that was more of a when they did that, it was more of the game as a collective whole rather than looking at independent things. It's like how the game coalesced and made an experience unto itself.
But I mean, here's the thing: I review mechanically. I try to be as objective as possible. And not dig into subjective territory, because there are things you could avoid while reviewing a product that are going to be different for other people. And I think that people say that you can't do it. Well, I fucking have been doing it, and it seems to be working fine. And that's why I say there can be no perfect games for me, because there are going to be technical issues. Not every game is perfect. It could be near perfect, but Skyrim. I love Skyrim, but that game is a 7 out of 10 when it comes down to it, because it is broken as shit a lot of the time. It has so many issues. There are so many graphics, sound, gameplay issues that cripple it.
It gets close to 10 out of 10 with mods, though.
And the question,
but that's the thing, is that's not the product that I'm reviewing.
Right,
I'm reviewing the actual standard product.
Right.
I mean, there are people. I mean, and that's another thing too. If the community has to fix your game for you, you're not doing your fucking job right, and that's an issue.
I understand having a high standard, but to have that kind of impossible standard, I feel like that hurts the developers a lot more, because it's just like, how the Olympics are with the gymnastics. I mean, you never see out of 10 when these people are doing things that are inhuman. I mean, when a game pops up and, like Okami, what would you give that? That'd be a solid 10 for me. I feel like a lot of people agreed on that, but I understand.
Okami is a weird one. Okami really didn't have any glitches or anything. It had an art style that was really on track. I don't know. That one would get close to perfect, pretty much, now that I think about it.
That's all I'm saying. I mean, like, it just sounds like you sound like the soup Nazi, you know?
But that's the thing is like we don't have that right now. I mean, a totally unbiased review that just looks at the facts and will allow people to interpret the messages the game gives them to themselves. And I don't think that a reviewer. I think that's why there are opinion pieces. That's why there are editorials. Those are where you go to discuss the finer points of art. You don't do that in a review.
No.
You could also go in and say, like, have special types of reviews, like, say, mechanical reviews, where all they do is go in and say, well, this is flawed, and this is flawed, this is broken, but overall it's a good game. Like, I mean, like, say, for example, the controls. Controls don't feel quite as intuitive as they should. Something of that nature.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's very weird to me in that ideology because I mean, I just look at it because when a big thing for me is suspension of disbelief, right? Like I'm having a fucking terrible time with 7 Days to Die. It is crashing, it's buggy. I love the concepts behind it, but the game is broken to all hell. I wouldn't suggest anybody buy it. I would throw it in at a 4. It has some really ambitious things it wants to do, and it's and also it's an alpha, so I won't be reviewing it. But it's still it's that mindset that if you're breaking me out of the game consistently, that's a problem.
Well, like just for with the remember Oblivion's third person, how horrible it was. It looked like you were floating half the time.
I was never into Oblivion. Sorry.
Okay, well, if you ever played
it, was really floaty. Yeah.
It was horrible. It was nasty. It was a decent game, at least in my opinion, as far as AAAs go. But that third person thing, I like to be in third person, and this was horrible.
Was the geometry off or something? Is that what was
going on? The character
with
animations weren't great.
They weren't in sync with the motion.
Yeah.
It was like your legs would be moving at one rate and the ground would be moving at another.
Yeah, you sort of like skate over terrain and things.
Right.
I also didn't like this story about Oblivion. I mean, it's just basically going into errands for more important characters.
That's going off into subjective territory. Some people loved it, some people hated it.
But in terms of a mechanical...
Yeah, in terms of a mechanical sense, that's something you could talk about, like the synchronization between your feet moving and the ground moving was very out of sync with each other, and that's one thing you could say. Well, that was horrible about the game, but there were other things that were really good.
But I mean, there's other stuff that needs to be taken into consideration that I'm quite glad has already started to be addressed, which is things like review embargoes and people testing out online games on custom setup demo servers specifically for reviews and things. I mean, you've had Destiny was reviewed on a special review server that was sort of set up and ready to go and things like that. And so that wasn't on the final end architecture and stuff, so that also needs to be taken into consideration.
No, they didn't actually with Destiny. I think
I swear I read somewhere that they were using not a developer server, but at least an enclosed server for.
No, not for Destiny, because they didn't give out review copies until the day of the release.
Oh, okay. Maybe I read somewhere wrong then.
Yeah, but
I know there have been games in the past that have done.
Call of Duty, Titanfall, Halo.
Hey,
well,
Michael,
I mean, Halo's probably a prime example.
Sonic Boom.
Oh God, no Sonic.
Yeah, people were telling me that they were gonna send me a copy just to review it, and I was just like, okay, if you want. I mean, I'm not above tearing, but that's the thing is like to have a good sense of what a game does wrong. You really need to seek out what a game does right. And
I don't think they did anything right in that game. I'm completely honest.
Even the most terrible game has done something right. I firmly believe that. I believe that they're is some sort of aspect that a game, as long as it's functioning, has done right.
It was the most awesome shit game possible.
Well, it could be the next, it could be the Tommy Wiseau of
It's
video
the
games.
room of video games.
You mean that it's so bad that it's good?
Yeah, something like that.
Was it like E.T.?
Oh my god.
Oh, they were selling ET cartridges recently. One of them sold for almost $1,000.
Jesus.
I played it I played an original over at the Intellivision. I was doing interviews with them for Intellivision at their video game museum, and I was playing it, and I was just like, "This game is terrible." And they were like,
this one that almost sold for $1,000, they picked it out of a landfill. It's resurfaced, and people paid like fucking. I think it was like, actually, I think they broke $1,200.
That's why because it was from that was a
exactly,
joke. That was a joke back in the day that the game was so bad that it had to go be put in a landfill. But it wasn't a joke, And then when it was found, they did a big unveiling and all that stuff, and good on them. It's a little, humor. It's a bit of humor. Have some humor with it.
Another policy I wish they would get rid of is the hey, here's a copy, go play it and tell me what you think. It's like, dude, I don't play that kind of game. Well, play it anyway. It's that kind of shit. It's like, I'm not going to tell somebody what I think or expect someone to think seriously about my opinion about Call of Duty. I'm just not a first-person shooter type person. I love third-person shooters, but if you ask me about Halo, I might be able to tell you about the campaign, but I'm not going to get into the multiplayer. That's just the way I play, and so my opinion shouldn't count for much.
I don't know.
Mike, I wanted to ask you something, knowing that you are so deep into the reviewing aspect of the industry. How do you feel about a conflict of interest when dealing with reviews?
Well, I'm working on a review guide right now, personally, so that I can kind of give an idea, and also help. I mean, I pulled on 4 other staff members to the website, so I have to get them into the same mindset as me. And really, the overall is, if there is a horrendous, conflict. I mean, like, it's really hard to explain, but like, generally, when you go to events, you end up having drinks with somebody. It's really difficult not to. And even I've tried pretty hard to kind of not do that stuff, because I don't like that idea. I mean, a lot of my writing and stuff goes to Japan, so it's not like, I have to really mingle so much with the American side. But now I'm getting into the American side. It's like, oh yeah, I can understand where, if I really got in it, like, for instance, I was at Michael Pachter's Wedbush Morgan party at E3. Right, their little exclusive thing. Drinking with the people at Sony. Is that a conflict of interest where I wouldn't review Sony games? No. I did the same thing with the Microsoft people. Just kind of how it is, and I rip on both Sony and Microsoft all the time. And I think what the problem is people can't seem to distance themselves properly.
Yeah.
And do something. Here's where it gets egregious. When you're like roommating with them, if this is your friend's game, like if you're planning to go to their birthday party, maybe you shouldn't be reviewing their game. You know what I mean? Like those sort of things. Like, did they like buy you something expensive? Did they send you over a computer? Maybe you shouldn't review it.
What if their birthday present is reviewing their game?
I would.
Oh man! Awesome, but it's a weird industry, right? And people don't know how to manage themselves. People don't act like adults. So it's an industry that quite essentially just fucks itself all the time.
So you're trying
to. But where is the line drawn? Like when do you say this is obviously an attempt to give a gift? or some kind of bribery in order for them to give me, in order for me to give them a good review? And when do you say no? It's completely harmless.
So there's a couple of things that people don't realize, right? So if you're like on one of these sites and you're just on that list, if you have that amount of people, you're just gonna get shit sent to you anyway. And it's not like they're going, oh hey, Michael, here's basically they're like, oh hey, here's a group of reviewers, just send them this shit. Make sure they talk about it. Like, that's what they want. They want you to talk about it. The review and shit could be caring less. But if you look at something like, God, what was that? The recent thing. It was like the room. The things that have been coming out. People are roommates. People are dating. People are, really good friends. Going to each other's birthday parties. Going and traveling together. Staying in the same hotel room. That sort of stuff. That's where you draw the line.
It's where you're quantifying the difference between friendly acquaintance and friend.
It's not only friendly acquaintance, because like you'll meet people and be, well, I guess you could say, yeah, friendly acquaintance or whatever. Somebody who bought me a drink to talk about their bullshit,
right.
Or they were just bored and they wanted to talk to me, and I said, hey, whatever, okay, that's fine. But on the idea of like getting shit though, like the actual because that's also a concern. And it's very hard to deal with those things. One of the things that people don't, that's why I was saying people don't realize, is that there are PR companies who don't even look at you as a person. They look at you as a extension of their resources. They're just they're figuring like, okay, what can I do to make sure that this person talks about this? Like, remember Dante's Inferno marketing team was fucking brilliant.
That caused such controversy. It was great.
But they did it to the extremes. They literally did the logical extent of advertising to get their name out there. They're like, doing the greed thing with the money, slaughtering a whole pig in front of people. I mean, they knew it. They took that. I mean, whoever did that marketing campaign should be fucking getting an award. That was great. That was how marketing, in its purest, most vile form is. What can we do so people talk about it? And the PCs with the glowy undercarriages and big ass video cards and all see-through-y and all that stuff. That's how many people can we get to talk about this? And that's what their job is. Their job is to make sure that you're talking about it, and they're just fulfilling their requirement. And if that requires them to send, a computer your way, yeah. Is it going to influence people on their reviews? Yeah, weaker people are going to be influenced. I'm sure it's already received stuff like that. I've gotten free iPads and all sort of shit. I'll be the first one to say it. And I was just like, yeah, nope, this game sucks. Thanks for the iPad. Has it burned bridges for me? No.
So
I talked about it. That's what they wanted me to do.
And what do you think you should do about those gifts? Like, you should turn them away, donate them, or keep them? Or...
Why? Why bother? I could don't. I mean, I've given contests. But if I find it something I need to help me maybe do my job, like the iPad, I actually use that through E3 because I had no viable means of, actually doing some stuff back, like 3 years ago. I ran into an issue, laptop got busted, all I had was that, and I was like, I'm using it,
Well, in your circumstance, I don't think, like, when you have those type of circumstances where you receive something, but you still give an honest review, even if it's not positive, I don't see a problem with that at all. Personally, I don't think it doesn't create a conflict of interest. I mean,
but disclosing, that's what you got to do. You just got to tell. I mean, you got to tell people like, hey, I got this thing. Now with my review policy though, and kind of with GamerGate stuff going on, I thought about it even more extensive. I was like, well, you really should be disclosing the events. The events are that's where that shit gets real crazy. I mean,
but are you independent to some extent?
Well, now I own Ship2Block20, but I've worked for numerous other sites.
Previously, when you were receiving things like iPads and shit, was that independent or was that?
I've received it on both when I was doing independent work for my own website and for other people.
In that case, personally, my personal opinion is that if you're like hired by a company that does it, that sort of does this full time and presumably has some sort of income flow that is able to supply things for their reporters to do their job, then I think you then have potentially an issue if people are then trying to sort of throw swag certain people's way.
You do realize that most of these people aren't getting paid.
Yeah,
like, that's the huge thing. That's the big thing that people don't
like,
realize.
If you're hired as a full-time staff member or something, and you're getting a salary, and you're being supplied by your company with everything you need to do your job, then there shouldn't be any question that you shouldn't accept things like.
You know what? I mean, I would agree with that, but I really don't know anybody who's actually like full-time staff salary.
Well, yeah, exactly. I don't know.
What I mean? I only know people over at IGN that are basically, and that's, people shit on IGN, but fuck it, man, they pay their employees.
No, I mean, IGN have been doing some seriously good shit recently. I've been surprised.
And I mean, but if you actually look at kind of their internal stuff too, it's like the people aren't just keeping the games and stuff like a lot of other websites and stuff. They have a library vault that they have, they have the copies there to do. I mean, that's their job. Play the game. Get it done here.
Mm-hmm.
You can take it out and finish it up at home, whatever, but just, get it done. And that's respectable. That's them being a fucking huge company with a lot of resources. But other sites? Nah, man. I mean, it's just people don't seem to understand. I published some of my reports just so that people kind of got an idea for how many people were going to the site, and I was having 20,000 unique impressions. Just to give you an idea, Sony and Ubisoft don't even supply review copies for people who miss 50,000. You have to have 50,000 uniques. That is crazy, because usually, like, if I'm having 20,000, right, I'm probably getting about 100,000 views or some shit like that. Like,
that's a lot.
Because people are coming back and forth. You know what I mean? And they're reading or they're checking to see if there's anything new on the website or whatever. But do they follow social media? No. Do they just want to read the thing and go? Yeah. And that's, and I cover a bunch of different stuff, and it's just like, this month's been a lot more than normal. But I mean, could you imagine with 50,000? People are on the site, going to different pages, because, I mean, that's what the views calculate to. It's like, oh, they read this one thing. You could have one person, like, I have a retention rate of about 5 articles per person. Because I have all the stuff listed, like, these are the other top 10 things that people are going to check out. So they'll go, bing, 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 I'll just check out all these. And, it's great for me. Does it pay? Not fucking really. I mean, I have enough to maybe start trying to move, cover site costs, because sites are, they're not cheap when you have a certain amount of bandwidth. Cover trying to do other things, cover my own, like, I need to eat some food, and, do research. Sometimes doing research costs me money. Promoting new writers on my site. Like, I'm not paying the new writers right now because they haven't produced anything that's hit the numbers that require it, but I have paid about $30-$40 into advertising one person's article per person with their articles and stuff to try to get them out there, and that's just something I'm doing for them, and it's because I believe in it. But I mean, I don't think people necessarily understand how much money is involved with websites and what it actually takes legitimately to being, to function. Like, look at Destructoid, look having money issues. that got dragged out into the public, or I wouldn't even be commenting on it. Look at I mean, obviously Kotaku's hurting now. If they weren't before, which I find surprising, I've heard that they were not doing so well. GamerGate has not helped them at all. You have like Gamasutra just fucking taking a tank. The people like Polygon who basically got a huge chunk of money from Microsoft. We had to find that out. They don't really disclose that shit. They keep that. It's just like these are where those money sources are coming from, and advertising just doesn't cover it anymore. You'll see a lot of websites, even the top tier websites, using Google Ads. Well, Google in the last 10 years they pay, I think it's like 6% of what they used to pay. Like, that's insanity, man. People can't really live off that stuff. I mean, and that's why a lot of people go to YouTube, because at least they get better ad coverage and they're getting more money, or Patreon, and it's just it's perspective. From my side, it's like you got to have a little bit more perspective on all these issues, and understand. Like a lot of people like to throw around the word like money hat, but there is no website that would reasonably go, oh shit, they paid me for this, unless it's Kotaku with their sponsored content, which is because they were already hurting for money, and they obviously don't exactly have ethics on mind when they're doing anything. So, I mean, even myself, I would have gotten actually a boom of about $2,000 last month if I took on. There were 4 native advertising articles that were offered to me, and I turned them down because I thought, even though I would love to have that money, it's an extreme conflict of my own interest as a consumer, as somebody who's trying to write stuff for other people. You know what I mean? And I even talked about it with people. I talked about the idea of native advertising. I brought it up in even the Facebook group to see what people's opinions were on it. And yeah, so anyway, that's enough of my bullshit.
I think a lot of the things you're saying in the last 10 years or so, a lot of other industries have really become much, much tighter in how gifts are done. There's a lot of new legal requirements, mostly forced by the US government or anyone else.
Thank God, right?
And they do impact around the entire world. The way every company, so if you work for a big company like mine, the big company, I guess it is, blue chip company, so you've got to declare all your gifts and all this. And in a way, this is where IGN's magnitude is very helpful. They can have a marketing department that can deal with gifts, put it all into a vault, so it's a shared communal resource, so no one feels favored, and they can gift some of it away to the consumer, and they look very clean in this situation. And therefore, the reviewers are not being influenced. And I think a lot of the medium-sized sites, like Polygon, Kotaku, never could get their head around that problem. They never achieved the magnitude, nor had the discipline to keep the impression that these things are receiving are kept at arm's length. I was looking this week and I saw that the deputy editor at Polygon is basically he has spent years going to all these Blizzard events, talking with Blizzard, doing interviews. The guy's okay, but he really shouldn't be reviewing their games and giving them 10 out of 10. It just looks shoddy. He should have said, I'll get another reviewer to review it, but he kind of didn't realize that was a conflict. That's kind of what tends to shock people. And if you're a one-man site, then what can you do? You say, well, I'm a one-man site. If you're a 20-man site, there must be another reviewer who can review. And the medium guys haven't got their head around that yet. There must be some way to keep the publisher or developer at arm's length for review purposes.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. It is like, for me, if I see that there's a conflict of interest, if I'm a friend with somebody, I'm not going to review their game. I mean, it's not my place to. You know, I mean, it wouldn't be. I mean, I could tell them what I think. You know, but doing an actual review. You know, that's. I mean, as a friend, I would do that to them. And, you know, this is what I really think of your game. You know, and I'll be a little bit nice about it, but usually I'm pretty. You know, if somebody comes to me with, "Hey, what did you think?" I'm going to tell them what I think. You know, because I have a level of respect for them. You know, just telling people that their game is fucking amazing is not doing a service to your friend. You know, you need to be. I mean, if you're a real friend, you'll tell them, "Hey, this shit didn't turn out so good." You know, you might want to change this, and this, or it was buggy. I couldn't play it. You know, I mean.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be surrounded by yes men.
I think
that's what the industry is, though. Now.
Yeah, it's just a big giant circle of yes men.
Well,
I think that
sorry.
what GamerGate is trying to tell to this reviewing site is that you must never take your consumers, the people who view your reviews and your stuff for granted.
That's huge. Yeah, that's why GamerGate is even a thing right now.
When this whole thing started, I remember that, and people actually engage with the opposition, and people call for the journals for transparency, and they basically laugh at our faces, claiming that we didn't have the right to even claim for those things. And that's what basically made GamerGate what it is today. It is that negligence of them to provide what we want. We want transparency. We want to know what happens in the background when you review a game.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, it's so dodgy. I've been telling people, like, for the last 7 years, I hear this all the time. It's like, it's making, like, industry events kind of suck for me for the most part, because I just hear people just shit on their readers. And it's just like, you know, every person who comes and reads the site and has something to put into my stuff, I'm always grateful for it. And I mean, that's why I like a lot of the Japanese stuff more, because they're so much nicer about this sort of stuff. Yeah, they have their 2chans and stuff like that, but for the most part, there's a lot of respect and a lot of people who give, you know, legitimate comments rather than the fucking bullshit we have out here and the kind of Western side. And it's like really disheartening, you know what I mean? From their angle, not from the reader standpoint. But it's just like, why shit on your readers? Well, like what?
Bad business practice.
Yeah,
no, I mean, but like I always like, okay, so for instance, right? When I go to events, I always hear people for about 7 years now. They've just been going, "Oh, our readers are the worst. They say the worst things. Oh, they're, you know, this sort of shit when they're talking with other press people." You know, and they don't say it to the face, but it's recently that this shit's been being said to the face of the readers, and it's just like, you know, I don't get it at all. You know, these people put you in that position. You know, it's from their love, their loyalty, their continued readership, all that sort of stuff that even put you on the map, right? And to you know, to shit on them is oh man,
it's just insulting.
Yeah,
really.
But
it's shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah, you think.
Yeah.
And I mean, do you remember that comment that some journals said that we weren't the consumers, we were the product, their product, that they were selling our views to their games?
They essentially said the viewer base, we're selling your attention. So
exactly.
yeah. Which is asinine as hell, mind you.
Well, maybe they've realized they can make more money from like Patreon than they can from just actual articles running ads on them now.
Well, I mean, here's the thing: is like I don't mind the Patreon thing, really. I don't. I do have a problem with people circle jerking the Patreon though. Because, Because that does a couple of things. It's super disingenuous to everybody else on Patreon because what they're doing, I don't know if you guys kind of see how Patreon works, but basically the more number of people who are donating and all that stuff, that inflation of numbers gets them viewed more. So people think, oh, hey, I'm going to fucking fund this person. And that really sucks, because, like, I actually have a Patreon. I say fuck it, why not? I don't give a shit. If it's going to help me fund doing something for the community, and considering I do it out of my own pocket already, or I'm doing it through the revenue from the ads, why not? If people want to do that, if they want to be so generous, I've even actually met people like readers from my site just to say, hey, what's up? They're like, oh, we're in the area. We're in LA. You want to hang out with us? I'm like, sure. I mean, they make, the viewers are the ones who make the site.
I think there's, I don't think anyone really thinks there's anything de facto wrong with Patreon. I think one of the mistakes they made with Base Gamer, for example, they've raised quite a lot of money for it, but the amount of funding they were looking for was relatively huge. So if they had went, well, you know what, we're going to set up a Base Gamer Patreon that you can use to fund it until things get going, probably people would have said, yeah, okay, we can give you $50 a month, but we can't give you $50,000 up front. It's much more challenging.
I mean, yeah, speaking of the thing that I was actually working on before, I was talking to my co-podcast guy, and Adam Dork, he's a very lovely man. And he was actually saying, like, why don't you go do that? Why don't you just throw it up on Patreon? He's like, you've already been working on it, and it's
you could be your own. You could be GamerGate's Jimquisition.
I mean,
and not be an asshole and win fans and Patreon money.
But I mean, that's the thing. Is like I don't think there's anything inherently wrong with Jim getting what he did. I mean, I figure people really like his stuff. He puts out I mean, that man. You can fault him on his opinions, but that man is dedicated to the amount of content he puts out. He has put out more content than any of these assholes who are questioning him that are also Patreon people.
It's just like, wait, I have to stop you there. Sorry, but I remember that actually Jim actually stated that sometimes, I don't know, that he actually forgot to make a video for the Jimquisition for playing games, for playing Deus Ex Revolution specifically. So
wait,
I don't know. Yes, that happened one time.
No, I mean, I don't understand what you're talking about.
No, I mean, there was a period, one point where Jim said, I did not do a Jimquisition video for this week because I actually spent all my time playing Deus Ex Human Revolution. So Jim is not that paragon.
Yeah, but that's not a thing to fault him on.
Jim has done
he pumps out a shitload of content.
I mean, his weekly Jimquisitions, that the fact that he's been doing it so nonstop, plus review articles, plus all the other that he was doing the movie Defense Force. I mean, in podcasts, Jesus, he does like what 3 or 4 podcasts. I mean, the man does a lot of shit. And I mean, usually I like his comedy stuff a little bit more than because I butt heads with him all the time. I've even talked to him on Facebook about the stuff. I butt heads with him and his opinion all the time. I like to have conversations with him because he's generally intelligent and he'll actually give you the time of the day if you give him the respect. He'll respect you back. A lot of the stuff. I mean, that's the thing. Is like you can go one off. You could look at stuff that happened. You can listen to people like Ralph report on it, but at the end of the day, I mean, he used to be that stone for gamers, and the big thing that why people turned on him is because he blew up on GamerGate after he tried to stay neutral, and he has some super hardcore fans, and they basically broke him, and it was sad for me to see because he's not been broken all these years. And to see that was a little bit of a shame because he could have been a great asset to GamerGate if people just fucking lay it off. And he was starting to go that way. Jim Sterling.
Al Sterling.
He was leaning that way, and then people were it's really telling, you know what I mean? And it's obviously you have Total Biscuit and you have Jim Sterling, and like Total Biscuit sends stuff Jim Sterling's way, and I'm sure vice versa. And it's just to see people falter. They don't care, you know, and this actually happened in one of the Facebook groups where it was just like it doesn't fucking matter anymore when it's become personal, you know, so personal that they crack, you know, and that's where the issue came in, you know what I mean? So, you know, I mean, yeah, he said shit that I just was like, Jim, what the fuck are you saying? And also, I don't like the idea of Jim being totally independent because he is a guy who his work does better when somebody is actually putting a filter on him. He needs it. You know, a lot of people do. People need. That's why I said GamerGate would have never happened if there was actually competent PR, and obviously Silverstring Media is not competent PR.
Speaking of which, have you seen them contacting the Internet Wayback Machine, trying to get their old stuff removed?
Oh God, I find it so gross. I mean, it's Streisand effect, right?
Well, yeah, everyone's now just archiving as much as they can, so they're fucking themselves over, really.
But it's not only archiving; it's like signal boosting that, you know.
Yeah.
Once they do something like that, it becomes radioactive and infects everything around it. They'll have that because, you know, people who are archiving it will put it in crawlers, will have that stuff out in the open, just, you know, it's going to get out on the search engine. So if they hide it, it's just going to come back in full force with, oh my God, these people deleted this, we archived it, and this is what they did. You know?
I heard something about Degrid petitioning to something to the government about trying to shut down the chance.
I mean, that'll never happen.
It won't.
Yeah,
It won't
I know,
happen.
but I heard about it on 8chan. Just wanted a source on it or anything.
Yeah, they can petition all they like. It's not going to happen.
So, what do you guys think about Australia removing GTA, or did I miss that conversation?
We talked a bit about it earlier, and I think this general summary was that's horseshit. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's just it's just the climate we're in. You know what I mean? It's just gross.
I'm sorry, I don't want to bring it up. Yeah, it's fine.
I had mentioned to various people, you know, why wouldn't, as a group, gamers email other AAA developers and say, okay, you don't want to sell that game, then you can't sell ours either. That would be
really good.
But there's this kind of thing, oh, but that would be a boycott. Well, you know, that's what's happening. And that's the reality of it. So are you going to do it with one hand behind your back or do it with both hands?
Yeah, that's true.
You know, if you had 3 or 4 other big developers, like, you probably wouldn't get people like EA or Ubisoft, but, you know, big developers around say, well, Target, we're not supplying you our games to sell. Also, media websites which support removing Rockstar from the shelves, we will not send you review content. That would be extraordinarily powerful and would probably instantly cause some of these now obviously very marginal and failing middle review sites to fall on their arse. I mean, could you imagine if, say, Rockstar released their next game, went, yeah, we're just not providing any copies to anyone who boycotted us. We'll just send it to the people who are decent, and they will all get exclusives, and these people are out. Well, no one would go to their site to read their review, and as a consequence, they would earn no revenue.
Koei did that, and not Koei.
Konami.
Konami. Was it Konami? Yeah, Konami did that back because Konami is fucking Konami. And it failed miserably, and it blew up in their face. And they still don't do their business practices particularly well. So, I mean, I don't think that would be a great idea.
Well, it's also, you know, What I wanted to say about it was it didn't really surprise me because Australia, they probably have more corrupt politics than we do in America, and that's fucking saying something.
But,
yeah,
I mean,
they got some major issues.
Australia's always had issues with video game ratings anyway.
Yeah.
So, I mean, even the
It's
fact
not
that
only
Australia is
video game,
infamously
it's media.
yeah,
It's media ratings they have an issue with because there's some fundamental religious people. There's also very xenophobic people, which is very weird to me because they have this huge open trade thing with Japan. So, it seems very weird to me.
Do we want to talk about Gawker being sued?
Oh yeah, their insurance fraudy thing, isn't it?
Hulk Hogan running off with all their shekels.
Could someone put me up to date in that particular aspect? Is that I haven't heard.
If I can't really remember off the top of my head. It was something to do with they published incriminating images of someone on one of their blogs, if not probably all of their blogs.
That's the actual legal document.
That was... Oh, have you posted it through? Yeah. So the original issue was that they posted, like, content...
It's Nautilus, insurance company Nautilus versus Gawker. And
yeah, so
I'm not even sure.
On or about July 3rd, 2013, Gawker defendants tendered the Balia action to Nautilus. Nautilus issued a disclaimer. Nautilus disclaimed coverage on the grounds that, among other reasons, coverage under their policy was not triggered, and even if it was, various exclusions applied. Lots of legal jargon, but I think towards the end of it, it's essentially Gawker owe them a fuckload of money.
Yeah.
And it's quite a substantial amount of money as well, I think. It's like 10 million or something, is it?
It's going to definitely...
Oh, goodbye, Gawker.
Rest in peace, Gawker.
Yeah, if they lose this case, they are going into bankruptcy. There's no doubt.
It'll tank them, yeah.
You're no match for this
the
Gawker.
The amount in controversy exceeds the sum of $75,000, not including interest.
Can we do something about it, or
no?
Oh, but yes, there are. Well, what they're saying is the upper limit is $1 million limited liability.
$1 million will tank Gawker.
I don't think it tank. I don't think it would tank them. I think they probably have quite a substantial amount of money in their coffers, but it would certainly damage.
Gawker. I'm going to tell you right now, it would tank Gawker. $1 million hit like that, especially after they've had a lot of legal issues. But if they really get, I mean, with the lawyer fees and $1 million tank, they're not gonna. Their business is gonna take a dive.
Per occurrence, so I'm pretty sure what that's saying is it's $1 million per, what charges, and I think it's actually the points right above it, invasion of privacy. Like for every law, I guess, just to dumb it down, for every law they break, they can owe up to $1 million per law. And if you look at like Section 18, it's pretty much saying like there's like they got like 7 counts. So.
Oh shit! Yeah, they do. They got eight counts here apparently. Invasion of privacy, publication of private facts again, invasion of privacy again, violation of Florida common law right to publicity, intentional infliction of emotional distress, negligent infliction of emotional distress, and violation of Section 934 of Florida statutes.
So but do you hear that though? You hear all those things? Those are the fucking hypocritical bullshit that they've been pulling on everybody else in GamerGate.
Yep.
And saying that they're doing. It's like it is literally, quite essentially, projection in its purest form.
Just give that a few hours, because I mean, Randy Harper's gone off to the police with a dossier of GamerGate harassment.
Yeah, I asked them. I asked an officer. Hey, I asked a police officer friend of mine about that, and he said she probably won't even be let into the fucking building.
But she's gone to her lawyer.
Oh, they'll let her in. Trust me. What will happen is that they'll give her a free kind of consultation.
They'll just take her money.
They'll say, hey, give us $1,000 up front, we'll do the research. And essentially she does kind of have a case in regards to, she's being harassed. But the problem is that you can't. It's so difficult to prove it, and you have to have so much evidence to prove, who the individual is. It's pretty much worthless. I mean, I essentially tweeted out to her, I'm like, "Are you going to sell a second kid to afford this lawyer? Because you're not going anywhere with this shit." I mean, she hasn't held an actual job for more than 2 fucking years, and everything on our LinkedIn account is pretty much, "I hate my job, I hate my life."
That's the funniest thing. It's so unprofessional. Her LinkedIn page is shockingly unprofessional.
Yeah, and I was
mine's
asking
terrible.
Yeah, but she's on her LinkedIn page. She purposely says like, "I hated everyone." I think it's IBM, and she's just like, "I actually hated this job. It was a waste of my time, and I spent all my time playing games on my computer."
No. On IBM, she did say she hated the job, and anyone that puts her in a job regarding Microsoft should be held in contempt.
Oh yeah.
And then she had a second job, and I think it was with Yahoo, where she just said, "I really didn't do much. I just played World of Warcraft all day."
Yeah, that would probably be the one.
Yeah, and I was talking to my friend's boyfriend about this because he has a master's degree in software engineer, and I was showing her the resume, and I'm like, "How is she getting jobs as a project manager? I mean, is this like legitimate?" And he pretty much explained to me. He said, when it comes to software engineering with these small, he pretty much guaranteed me these are small projects. They go by experience, and they take risks with a lot of these people because it's such an empty field with people that have these degrees, so they have to go by experience. But he was telling me, these jobs, I mean, these are like probably like intermental, they're not even permanent, most likely. They're just like, 6 months, kind of get the ground floor working, and then we'll have someone. That's probably why they're so
It's basically
short.
contractor work at that point.
Exactly, yeah.
So.
And I'll tell you, man, I've been talking to my FBI friends about the whole death threat thing, and actually one of them knew about the Anita Sarkeesian one, and they pretty much told me, it's not going to go that far, unfortunately, because she fucked up so royally by essentially advertising it.
But I mean, again, like with regard to all these tweets that are supposedly evidence of harassment, I think you'll find that if you a lot of them don't actually apply to the criteria of harassment in a legal sense.
They don't.
So I mean,
just whiny fucking little
exactly. I mean, someone's basically saying you're a bit of a dick, but that's not harassment. That's just someone calling you out on being a dick. So.
No, I asked someone that she's I think her 6th year in college for law school. She can't give me legal consultation at least, but I kind of explained the situation to her, and she said just assuming that all the tweets are harassment, the research and the funds needed to essentially remove the anonymous from it, like she claimed that these people would be able to do, would cost her such a fortune that she wouldn't even make any money back. It would just be a statement of, and as everyone else has said, you can't prove that a hashtag movement is a fucking a hate movement. It doesn't make sense. You can't, by legal definition, they can't be a hate movement. I mean, for you to be a hate movement, you have to have some establishment, And GamerGate's just an online thing, and it's just like putting a period after every sentence. That's essentially what it is.
So Anita Sarkeesian could be an established hate movement?
Yes, by their standards.
She has a lot of misandristic ideas. I mean, do you remember the toxic masculinity thing?
Oh, that's so old. I talk my brains out in
That's
an old
constant
video.
shit, to be fair. So.
Yeah.
But I mean, from the looks of it, she doesn't really have any legal standing, and I think she's very lucky that she very, very narrowly avoided legal issues with the whole GG blocklist thing, because I mean that could have been interesting. Had anyone found legal grounding for everyone on that list to sue for defamation, she would have been fucked.
They still can. They have up until I think 3 to 5 years to do so, and they may.
Yeah, but I don't think the list itself wasn't criteria to to stand as a defamation suit because she didn't specifically say that everyone on the list was a harasser. However, when it went up on IGDA, sorry, I don't know whether that would count. But then the burden of that lawsuit would presumably then have moved to IGDA as opposed to Randy herself.
I thought she did say that in a tweet.
Oh, if it's in a tweet and it's evidence, then yeah, potentially. Yeah, if she says I have this huge list of people who harass women and are misogynists, then yeah, that's libel because it's written down. It's a written statement accusing you of something that's not true.
And the thing is that the list is baseless because if I recall correctly, the only way that you can actually get into a list was if you actually follow a lot of prominent GGers.
It wasn't even a lot. There were like 6 people on the list.
I'm on that list now, and I don't usually follow anybody. I just produced articles and stuff, and then she unblocked me. And she actually unblocked Whiskey Grenade too.
Yeah. Just ask one quick question. How do you find out if you're on the list?
Someone has it. Basically, the way GG Autoblocker works is the code is on GitHub, and then it's there's a website called Block Together, and there's a Twitter account called Randy_ebooks, and that's the block list. It's like 25 pages long because there's 10,000 names on it. So it does take a while to look through. But I'm pretty sure there's a text file version someone's got to put out somewhere.
Okay.
So,
Control F is your friend.
Yeah, I literally just Control F, whack your name in that. If it's not on the first page, toggle to the next page, do another check. So.
And it's Randy eBooks or something.
Randy_ebooks. Hold on a minute. Oh, I can post you the link. I'll put the link in the chat. Here is the link to the block list. Please enjoy. Don't subscribe, or you'll never be able to talk to us ever again. So.
You traitors.
I think I was actually. It's funny too, because I think I was like whitelisted and then blacklisted again. Because I was just like, you guys are being fucking ridiculous. Can you please have some common sense?
I think actually corporations or groups of developers actually got into the list, which was actually a very big issue with the independent developer event.
Yeah, well, I mean, just like to sort of put some context into it, I presumably rather stupidly emailed their appeals body to try and appeal my ban. So it's basically, I discussed, let me go to my sent box because I have the email. So there were a couple of people that didn't really say anything, and then there was one person who actually bothered to answer my questions, which I do appreciate, even though sort of it's a bit baseless. But I basically just said, what are the criteria to be on the block list, and they just said the whitelist isn't based on defenses, it's a review of a requester's timeline. So they literally look through your timeline, and their own personal judgmental body decides whether or not you need to be blocked or not. And there's no criteria on who is on this magical council.
Are you joking me?
No.
Are you?
Okay, so let me see. I wrote 2 things. One was a request to be removed, and another one was I looked through their appeals board policies draft, and they had a section called gaslighting. So basically, anyone that was gaslighting got blocked. And their implementation of gaslighting was if anyone said GamerGate has never harassed women. And I just said, okay, well, for that, you're basically using the hashtag as evidence. And I basically just said, well, here's an example, like, anyone can anyone can just create an account, use the hashtag, and harass someone. And what you're doing is you're then applying that individual's behavior to the entire movement. And then, of course, people then like, well, that's bullshit because I've never done that. And then you're basically saying, oh, well, you're gaslighting, so I'm going to ban you. And they were just like, yeah, no, that seems to be the case. So I was just like, the fuck? But I mean,
I'm quite happy to be on the block list, and I see no reason to change
there's
that.
no arguing with
4
them,
or
but I mean,
5 small morons for some very small.
Well, I mean, I got told my timeline is full of toxicity, and then I posted that. I've just posted it into the chat. That's a small screen cap of my timeline, and it's just like I was unaware that this counted as an incredibly toxic timeline, and I'm just like,
you've got 3 mentions of GamerGate there. That means you
that's
are
enough, isn't it? That's enough
on the internet.
Let alone.
And it says Nightfall or a raid on Destiny. Well, that's a very toxic thing to do.
Yeah, I know. It's shocking.
You could be raiding a woman's vagina. Be very careful with that.
Well, there you go. Obviously, that's it. I should have seen it before.
You could be plundering medicinal misogyny pills.
Yeah, but I mean,
it's what men do, you know.
We need all the misogyny pills.
Okay, the message I got was, by consensus, your appeal has. Okay, so I only had 2 people say timeline is a vote to reject applied to my case, and I had, by consensus, your appeal has been denied. Please note that there is a 90-day period before you may file another appeal, and that reappeal will be reviewed based on the contents of your timeline during those 90 days. So they basically just say, okay, now we're going to give you 90 days, and if you don't dance to our tune in the next 90 days, then you're still blocked.
I'll tell them to go eat a dick at Christmas.
Well, it's just I said, like, they have no clear criteria anywhere. They've got no criteria for someone to say, okay, I'm on the block list. Let me go and find out why. Oh, look, here are the criteria. Evidently, I've ticked off X, Y, and Z. No, there's no such thing. It's literally just someone's opinion on this magical council hand-appointed by Randy Harper. So
literally meth.
It's literally bullshit, is what it is. So, and I mean, the thing is, like, the worst part is you have these big companies. You have fucking KFC, for fuck's sake, but you have people that have been blocked completely innocently, having to appeal to a board of random people that have decided that they're bad. It's just, that is horseshit. You know what? Appeals should be left down to the fucking legal system, not to your fucking higher mighty power trip.
That's this is against the law, though, the auto blocker system, like, because wouldn't that be counted as libel, since like you're deeming them as
blacklisting? Yeah, they should be held liable. For blacklisting.
Well, technically a blocklist is fine. A blacklist is not. So if you can prove that you weren't given the chance of employment, or if you were fired purely for being on this list, then yeah, that's fine. You've got grounds to sue. And if you were to apply, it's been going around quite a lot, because there have been quite a few people inside places like BioWare and Ubisoft and stuff who have tweeted that, oh, if we check people's internet history, and if I see GamerGate, I'm not going to hire them. That's blacklisting, and that's illegal. And people have pointed that out, and they're sort of waiting for people like Ubisoft's proper account to come out and say, well, you know what, this isn't on. That's proper blacklisting, and if you're blacklisted by more than 2 different companies, that's Act 1 of the Sherman Act. So then you've got grounds for a suit. So.
And who would be litigated against, though? The creator of the.
I don't know. It depends. As an employee of the company, presumably you represent the company at that point, and so either the company would be hit. I would assume the company would be hit, because you're basically saying, I work for this company, and as a representative of this company, I'm saying you can't work here because of your history. And you're saying that as the mouthpiece of a company.
You could do like a malicious intent or something like that toward the list.
Yeah, most definitely.
It won't be blacklist, but you could do something like, defamation of character, because that is.
Well, that's what it is. I'm being labeled online as someone who harasses, who not only harasses, but apparently is one of the worst harassers on the internet. I am that devious that I am one of the worst harassers on the internet, and I'm like, the fuck?
Not bad, though. I mean,
achievement.
That's a good effort, really. If you are legitimately one of the top 10,000.
I'm gonna put that on top of my.
Billion people use the internet.
Yeah, wow. I'm gonna put that on my CV, I think.
P.0001. So if anyone's looking for a tier A harasser for any purpose, you could make a lot of money. Any feature is redeemable when spun with the correct marketing.
Brilliant. So when the KKK need IT work, they know who to call. At this point, anyone on that list. It's ridiculous. It's just libel, and it's just bonkers. But you know what? It's the 21st century, and people are just like, the fuck. So
yeah, people have
spread.
lost their
Consider
goddamn
the
minds.
It'll
Blockbuster
spread.
thing a matter of great humor, really.
But I mean, it's just like, I think going back to the whole thing of like, I don't want to be offended, and if you offend me, then you've fucked up, and everyone needs to have a vendetta against you. I mean, we've had that in the UK. I mean, recently, the last week or so, I believe it was. So the University of East Anglia were going
I
to
heard
do
about this.
yeah. So they were going to do a talk. They invited a bunch of politicians down to do a talk. And they invited a member of UKIP. So for anyone that doesn't know UKIP are quite a polarizing party for their views on immigration and things like that. So they invited a UKIP speaker to come in, and one of the students basically said, I don't think, I won't feel safe if UKIP members are talking on campus. And they petitioned, and the university pulled the talk. Now, I think it was literally within a day, there was another petition basically stating, like, you're blocking freedom of speech purely because one person said they'd feel uncomfortable, and they got a petition, and they had a few people said, I'm going to feel uncomfortable. It's like, well, that's tough shit. If you're going to feel uncomfortable, don't attend. But you, especially in a place of education which should have no bias, you can't sort of close people's mindsets. It's wrong. So thankfully they've reinstated the talk, and they will hold the talk on campus, which is really nice to see.
So this is a question I want to ask you about that, because I don't know too much about what's going on in the UK. But from what I hear, this has kind of been happening a lot lately, right? Like the younger generation, the kind of college kids have this kind of weird motif thing going on.
I mean, I compare it to the past. It's a revival of political correctness under another guise.
It's political correctness. I think a good term for it would be San Francisco syndrome. It seems to be where it's fucking sprung up from. But yeah, it's people who have been brought up, and literally everyone is a special snowflake. And you know what? If you insult that special snowflake, then that's it. That's the end of the fucking world.
But the thing is if everyone is a special snowflake, nobody is a special snowflake, because everyone is special.
No,
I hate to be
alarmist. No. Well, I was going to say that everybody's just unproductive then, if everybody's a special snowflake.
Well, yeah, it's just you can't have open discourse, you can't have open dialogue if people are just going to shut down immediately the moment they see something they don't like.
I hate to be alarmist, and sometimes I am quite alarmist. I look around at society as a whole, and it's still reacting to the change in economic circumstances it's experiencing, but it's very clear that we ended up in a situation where everyone got rewards for everything. As a consequence, they expect everything to be perfect. In reality, it turned out it wasn't perfect. Well, and they're reacting, and they don't know what to do about it. And they're looking for support, for safety from something. And they're inventing enemies to fight as a consequence. Whether it's I think rude comments on the internet is less relevant. It's the new Russia, almost, you know.
To keep it back on the UK track, I don't know if anyone saw it. There's a TV show called Free Speech, funnily enough, on BBC. So, okay, first off, BBC, it's going to have a bit of a bias anyway, which it shouldn't, because it's a national broadcasting institute and it should sort of be as neutral as possible. But they had a program called Free Speech, and the question they discussed was, basically they implied that Britain was a country that had a rape culture, and that all men were potential rapists in waiting, and that men needed to be taught not to rape and all this other shit. And so they had a couple of women on the panel, and then they had a couple of guys on the panel, and only one person disagreed with this whole Britain is a rape culture state and all this stuff. And the moment he opened his mouth, the audience of about 23-year-old college students went absolutely batshit, and he got shot the fuck down. And it's just like, well, you can't call your show free speech and bring along a biased audience along with 3 biased panelists.
Well,
that's horseshit.
That's funny you say that because I recently watched an interview with God, what was her name? One of those. It was some famous actor. I think it was God, what was her name? The one that played V in Vendetta.
Natalie Portman.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was her. I'm not entirely sure. Don't
She
quote me
just
on it.
went topless to make a point about Photoshop.
Well, nonetheless, this is what I was going to say. You know, in Britain and Europe, typically the males are actually a lot. I mean, I'm not saying this against you either, but you know, they're not as upfront as American men are. Like, they're not as aggressive. Like, the women normally take the first step. I mean, is that? Would you say that
in the UK?
Yeah.
I would disagree to an extent. I think you get like, you know, your dude bro guys, and you get like the
those are
slaggy
jabs,
girls.
right?
That you get anywhere. But I would disagree that there's. I would agree that people are presumably less aggressive when making moves, but I wouldn't say that ladies maybe make the first step. I mean, I guess it depends on the relationship, and fuck knows, a load of factors. But yeah, I'll agree that in England people are a lot less aggressive with their.
I'm just talking on the perspective of how she's been dating men, and she finds that, you know, men on the UK side are just as you said. I mean, it's circumstantial, but
Yeah.
you know, over here, I mean, having a girl make the first move is pretty bold of her. I mean, it's not normal. I wouldn't say normal, but it's not like standard. That's the best way to put it. You know, so,
The thing is,
you know,
the UK
that's why I
doesn't
find
have
that
this
interesting.
dating culture.
Huh?
The UK doesn't have the, well, maybe in London, but generally the UK doesn't have this formalised dating culture.
I would agree.
People gain relationships more or less through friendships.
Yeah.
It's a bit more amorphous, I would say.
You don't, in the UK, you don't go up to a girl and you say, oh, hi, I think you're cute, can I get your number? And then call them up and say, can we go on a date? It tends to be a case of, like, you know, you just meet them somewhere and end up becoming friends, and it sort of goes from there. That just seems to be the general way shit works in the UK.
Yeah, in the U.S., that's the first description, pretty much. That's my personal experience. I mean, you don't say you're cute or whatever, but your first instinct is, you know, hey, you want to go out and get something to drink or something, you know.
Hey, BBY, want some fuck?
Yeah, I was about to say, I live in California, and I've literally seen people go, nice tits, want to fuck, and it worked. So it's weird out here.
California.
California.
But, no, you know, it's funny because the Japanese, you know, I wanted to say this earlier, like every time I order something from them, it's really nice because they write you a little handwritten note and everything. I find that really adorable. But, you know, if anything, you know, the feminists think they're like the worst rape culture in the goddamn world, but they have such a timid male population currently that they're having fucking problems with having relationships, you know?
Oh man,
So
dude!
I
I don't think that they need that to have issues with their relationships. It's pretty terrible.
Well, it's expectations management.
But I mean, the problem is that feminists tend not to see all the sexism of all the problem that men face inside society. They actually deny it.
They don't see it. That's the problem. Because I mean, it's definitely not as prominent, and I wouldn't say it's as dangerous. But
I cannot imagine the mindset of a male radical feminist, because it must be such a self-hating individual.
That's why I've been saying I'm sick of self-hating males in the media. It's gross.
Well, you know,
it's ridiculous.
It's worse. Even
just throw him into a very poor city population for a week and watch how many women just beat the shit out of him on the bus, and then tell me how it works out.
Well, it's just disappointing that people who are saying, oh, women need to be strong and stuff seem seem to find that the only way that that's possible is to beat down the other sex. No, it's every sex. Like males and females should be proud in their own.
No, it is exactly that. That is a perfect way to describe it. So that brings my point about the whole Bayonetta thing. All right, strong.
How dare she?
Yeah, strong female in like Anita's arguments and all that stuff. Like I'll tie this up because I actually got to be going in a second. But so think about Anita and the way that she actually presented her thesis and kind of that sort of stuff. How she was saying like, you know,
women
about
have
the
no
quality.
positive traits, and men aren't portrayed negatively in any way.
Yeah, things like that, and then tie that into her other work where it was just like how women, strong female characters are just embodiments of men, but with female form. It's gross. It's self-sexist for one, because if you think that a woman can't have the same strength traits like a man in a fantasy universe, then you have a fucking problem, which I would call sexism to a degree. But I mean, that's just how it is. They want to beat down one side so that their side. So it's like a weird. I don't know. You should always prop people up, not tear them down. At the end of the day,
I think this whole thing is very complicated. Where I mean, I'm not really left or right wing. I just tend to be more freedom loving than state loving. But the one, I think this whole feminist dialogue just wants to put everyone into categories and boxes, and to me there's only one reason they want to do that. They don't know what they are themselves, and they need to try to specify. It's all, what does society want me to be? Well, society now doesn't give guidance about what people should be. It doesn't tell, well, it tells men not to be in roles where they used to be. It tells women not to be in roles where they used to be. That's quite confusing, whether it's right or wrong. And as a consequence, they are now trying. There's a reason why these people act in the same way socially conservative, politically correct people did in the 70s, and 80s, and earlier. They're looking to craft this new narrative where they can live within without thinking. It's too scary for them to be responsible for their own actions. They must look for intervention whenever anything goes wrong. They're terrified.
Perfect. That is a perfect way of putting it.
Individual agency, despite arguing that they want it.
All right, with that, guys, I'm going to take off. I'm just going to tell people, if you want to question me or any of that stuff, at Michael Space Jam on Twitter. You guys all have a great night. I am out of here.
Okay.
Alright, take care.
So I am having a discussion on a board. I don't know how you guys feel about this. Well, I even had a poll in one group where the majority was in favor of not having any bias, religious or political bias in a review. But people seem to want this. Some people, some idiots.
I think that's pretty hard. I mean, if you are a reviewer and you are a Catholic, I mean, your beliefs essentially will make how you see things. You cannot expect people to stop believing in something just because they are reviewers.
Yeah, but I mean, if they have a religious viewpoint and you can see it in their writing, they need to put in context here that, you know, I'm a devout Christian. This is for Christian children, in my opinion. You know, something along those lines. If you're going out and you're like, you know, I don't know, like whatever that other person said with FPS versus RPG, if you go in there with an FPS mindset and you're playing an RPG, they're going to give a bad review because it's not what they're accustomed to, just like, you know, what their lifestyle is not accustomed to. Like if Borderlands was reviewed by a Christian zealot, you know, you got a homosexual relationship in there, he's automatically going to give it a 6 out of 10 right there.
Yeah, that's the point. You must, when you are reviewing anything, really, you must distance yourself from your beliefs, but not eliminate them.
I feel that Sorry, you can still review a game and still try to be as objective as possible. You can justify if a game is good or bad by just saying why it's bad or why it's good, but not say like, oh, it offends me because I'm Christian.
In my opinion, if you are transparent and have a disclosure of your viewpoints and where your analysis of the game or whatever comes from, I think you can do any kind of review if you really want.
Yeah, I mean, I still think the perfect example of somebody spewing in their own personal view was the GTA 5 review from Carolyn Pettit, who spewed out some feminist bullshit in the review, and I thought that was wrong. When now a year later, when someone reviewed it again, they didn't mention this feministic bullshit.
Well, I think, if you're going to review a GTA game, you need to realize it's a fucking GTA game at some point.
Yeah.
It's going to have all this shit in it. It has for years.
The thing with GTA is that it's kind of a satire of modern society. So if you don't see that, if you take everything seriously, you are not fit to review that game.
Spot on. Yeah, I mean, GTA 5 was what? It was a satire on, like, American culture and capitalism in the 20th
Western.
Yeah, well, Western, yeah.
And nobody in that game is portrayed in a good way.
In a good light.
Nobody.
No, exactly. You've got like, yeah, it's ridiculous. And I mean,
the Afro-Americans are gangsters, and these white males are either godfathers of some point or something, or psychopaths.
Yeah, there's not a single character in that that's just a normal person, even down to the like NPC characters that are walking around on the street. You listen on the phone calls, and they're all just as fucked up. It's everything about that game is just a satire, and people don't seem to realize that.
Yeah, I saw a video, just a joke. He played as Franklin. He went over to the cop and listened to his phone call and said he fucking hates niggers or whatever he said. And then he puts the phone down and sees Franklin and starts shooting at him. Without him having any stars. That's a perfect example of what the game is. It's just fucked up shit where you can pretty much do whatever you want. If you want to drive in the hills and mow down deers, that's your prerogative. Or if you want to take a tank and shoot everyone on a military base, you can do that too.
Yeah, I mean, the key thing to take away that a lot of people don't seem to be taking into their head is it's a game, and I can realize what's real and what's not. So, yeah.
What, you mean the Statue of Liberty doesn't have a fucking brain or a heart or an organ in it?
Nothing like some skin walking around.
And do you guys remember the how the son was portrayed, the gaming son?
Yeah.
He was a total douchebag. And you don't see gamers complaining of how they were portrayed by that specific character.
Yeah,
I mean, these people are oversensitive about things that aren't meant to take seriously.
Yeah, and that's what it comes down to. People don't realize this is just a game. It's not real. When they literally, when we have the Target example, I made a quick video and I read the quotes, and they said this promoted violence against women or something, and I don't know what to say to that, because you can kill everyone. It's it's equal for everyone. If you just want to go around shooting guys, that's you can do that. If you just want to go around bashing in skulls for strippers, you can do that. It doesn't promote anything.
And I do think it's incredibly ignorant to just say, oh, it promotes violence against women, and then you're ignoring the fact that you have 3 main characters who are male who go around doing nothing but killing dudes. There's a mandatory torture sequence in which you have to torture a guy. I mean, for fuck's sake. It's just like, the fuck? And yet it promotes violence against women, and that's why it needs to be pulled. It's just like, holy fuck, these people. Torturing a guy's fine, but the moment you even touch a lady character in that, goddamn, that's it. You're done for.
As I said, feminists, or at least radical feminists, don't see all the pain and misfortune of men.
Yeah, that's true.
They only care about gender-specific issues.
Yep.
Exactly. Just wanted to ask, is there anything interesting you guys have played lately? I'm kind of curious.
I bought, what is it? I bought Insurgency yesterday.
I haven't heard about that game.
So it's like a more realistic. It's like it's built on the Source engine, but it's like Armor, but slightly less realistic than Armor. But it's okay. So it's more like Red Orchestra. If you played that,
I haven't played that either.
Okay, so it sort of balances the line between Counter-Strike and Red Orchestra quite well. So it's still like it's still like round based, and you have. There is no straight up team deathmatch. All the missions are, all the multiplayer games are some form of objective. So it's like VIP or a game type similar to Battlefield's Rush mode, where you push up and try and capture the points and things like that. But it's sort of like one hit to kill sort of thing. No crosshairs. And things like that, and you've got like a weight count and things like that, and if you run, then that fucks your breathing up and your aim goes everywhere and things like that. So yeah, I quite enjoyed that, and it was cheap on the Humble store, so I do, if anyone is planning on buying it, I'd get it now because it's quite cheap.
I actually just finished Shadows of Mordor, or Shadow of Mordor.
Ooh.
And I actually almost cried in the end, not because of the feels, but because I kept reminding myself of what some of the journals said, that we need games that are not fun. And I say, man, if anti-GG wins, this is over. Experiences like this is over because the game was really fun.
Yeah, but they're not gonna win because just look at the hashtags.
Well, it doesn't matter. I mean, you just need to look at the developers that have come out and been reviewed. They're just like, is anything changing at your game development company? They're just like, no. We make games because we make the kind of games that we know will sell money. At the moment, these kind of games sell money, so there you go. We're just going to keep making games for our audience. At the moment, you guys are our audience, so fuck it.
But consider how much pull these feminists have not in the industry, but in the commerce at large. Like, think of the Target situation, about the Target incident, and how GTA was pulled out of the market of that specific country. What guarantees us that won't happen again? Nothing.
I mean, the only thing that happens is that Target loses money.
Yes, but gamers don't. But gamers don't get their games too.
Yeah, but they can buy it in another store or get it online. It's not that
I mean, when it gets down to it, you shouldn't be worried about it until it's actually like there's a ban in like the UK or United States. Australia just has fucked up media policies from the get-go, so it really did not surprise me that happened at all. So just keep that context in mind. If it happens in the United States or the UK, hell is going to be raised.
Oh yeah. Hell, if it crops up anywhere. I mean, the fact that this has come out in Australia and so many people have already gone, the fuck. So, you can't do it. It's censorship.
Wash, is there anything you've played that's interesting?
Oh, did you say me?
No, Wash. He's muted. I don't know if he's still there.
Oh.
Dustin, what about you?
Yes, I'm here.
Go ahead.
Oh, there he is.
Guys, can I ask you something? What was the deal about that AAA artist, female artist that got that rage quit because of anti-GG harassment?
Oh, I haven't heard about that.
Oh, really? Oh.
I think what he's talking about, I remember.
Yeah, gold.
Yeah, gold bats.
Wait,
Yeah,
vanished, didn't he?
Yeah, he got reported by Debbie Ever. He got mass reported by Debbie Ever.
So that's it? Nothing really happened until today? Till this day?
He's still banned and he got suspended from his job, so he can't talk.
Oh shit.
Shit, dude.
Wait, he got fired?
God damn it.
That's fucking shocking. That's outrageous.
Wait, did he get fired?
Wait, who got suspended?
Got suspended.
Oh shit.
That's pretty much as close to fired, isn't it?
Who got suspended? I didn't catch that.
Yeah, seriously though, fuck Debbie Ever.
So he was suspended for his views on Gamergate, or?
He got mass suspended because he said he wanted to break Brent Cher's legs and Arthur Chu's. And honestly, who can fucking blame him?
I wouldn't take. They're just doing that for a PR stunt. Suspension really doesn't mean. I mean, it depends also how long. Did they say how long?
I don't know. Hell.
Because I mean, Ivy's still pretty fucking ecstatic about it. I mean, she sounds like they're gonna find out.
I have no clue. But really though, this makes me want to destroy Debbie. She's... honestly, I fucking hate her.
Well, to be honest, I mean, as soon as he gets out of the suspension, I'm pretty sure that's when hell's gonna all break loose. Because it sounds like they got like a lot of AAA backup now.
Yeah, I also came across some other shit.
I'm sorry?
It's something deep. It's something big, but I can't describe it entirely, but it's kind of big.
Why, you know about it?
I know a bit.
No.
I'm not tipping my hand too much.
Yeah, I hear you.
Hands, please. Hands, please. Hands, please.
I mean, I'm not gonna throw you under the bus like that, but yeah, I mean, from what I saw from what Ivy's telling me, or like, I mean, from her tweets that she's been tweeting out, it sounds like it's gonna be a game changer. So.
What's this? The AAA dev?
Yeah, the one that got suspended.
Oh. So which is this the same one that's going to be doing something on Niche Gamer?
I'm not sure.
Because I know Niche Gamer's doing an interview with a AAA dev who's going to come out and say their personal opinion.
No clue. I have no clue.
Still waiting on that, but yeah, it might be someone different. So who knows?
No, this is the same person that said like what happened was anti-Gamergate sent this woman an email or emails, I'm not sure which, and then they were harassing her so much she just said, "I quit, I'm done," and it pissed him off because she was a personal friend of his, and they're a AAA development team, I guess. And she was the graphic artist, and he essentially just went on this tirade saying, if I ever meet anyone with the ideology of Anita Sarkeesian or Brianna Wu, I'll break their fucking legs, which led to his suspension. But as soon as he's off, Ivy's been alluding to that they have a lot of AAA backup now because of this woman that got harassed out.
Yeah.
Oh,
what's her face? Claire Schumann or something?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So that's actually a victory for us, in a way.
It depends how it's going to be laid out, but I see it as a. I personally am expecting a game changer.
It was blatant harassment. I mean, basically, if you look, the funniest part is, So a man in black was quite a prominent user regarding that. So she basically said, right, that's it, you know what, fuck Twitter, this is bullshit, and she'd basically been demonized and pushed out. So a man in black says, oh good, we've just got rid of another account that's new and only had a few tweets, and then Brianna Wu comes along and says, what? Oh, I've talked with her for like years, I've known her for years. And they're just like, oh fuck, it wasn't a sock puppet, holy shit, we've fucked up big time. So
fucking black.
Yeah. And it's just like, oh, a man in black just gets my goat, because like in that Zoe Quinn piece that she wrote recently, she said like, oh, GamerGate endorsed Jack Thompson, how horseshit's that? So I went and looked at the article, and the article's written by a man in black, and then he posts a load of tweets, and the only tweet that explicitly states GamerGate support Jack Thompson is his own fucking tweet that he screen capped and put in his own article. It's just like, the fuck? Seriously?
But look at that link I just put in there. Oh my god, that's hilarious. 25 visible benefits for a white female.
Oh.
Yeah, I also saw another video where a guy just made a...
Oh my god, this is genius.
They talked about the same thing, only he listed 15.
Has this been tweeted out yet? Because fuck me, this is gold.
Yeah, it's by Liz. It's been retweeted 55 times.
I will have more success if I decide to stream on Twitch for no reason other than that I am female who happens to play video games.
Hey, there we go.
Is this Liz F620?
Yeah.
Where?
Yeah, Liz F620. She's the really, really, really pretty girl.
Oh, yeah.
She's witty as fuck, though. I love it. She's the one that...
Her constant pictures where she's just like, oh, I've been called another fake account again.
Yeah,
Just post another picture.
She's the one that King of Pole was flirting with at one point. I don't really blame him. I mean, she's fucking gorgeous.
Oh, man. Ah, man. King of Friends.
Isn't she married, though? I thought she was married.
I have no idea.
Oh, God. Men will be willing to devalue themselves and their entire gender in order to place me on a pedestal solely because I'm female. That just screams the fucking 25 guys, doesn't it? Holy shit. The fucking beta bunch. Oh, God.
That's just gold.
This is solid gold.
Say what now? Wait, what now?
Wait, it was
the article that was posted in the group chat.
This one.
What?
I've just posted it again.
See it.
I've just posted it again. It's on the chat in the side.
Well, I'm not really on the site.
Huh?
I'm not. I don't think I'm on the site.
Am
I? No.
Can you hear us, Brooke?
Yep. Yeah. I'm just. I was just looking at that article. I haven't read it yet, but it doesn't look. Who wrote this?
This was Liz F620.
Yeah. Oh no, I know who she is.
Yeah, the really, really pretty girl that looks like she fucking bathes in fairies' tears.
I'm not sure I know exactly what that looks like, but I think I know who you're talking about. Or I do know who you're talking about. I don't know what bathing in fairy tears would make someone look like, but I think I know who you're talking about. I'm assuming there's only one.
Skin with no perplexion issues, that's pretty much it. I mean, god damn. No, but her pictures are hilarious. I love them.
Yeah, I've seen some of the response pictures to being called a sock puppet account.
It
I've actually
seems
never
that
had
Dustin
anyone...
has a crush on someone.
Sorry?
It seems that Dustin has a crush on Liz.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I won't even deny that, but I'm not going to go over there and flirt with her and shit. I mean...
debase yourself for attention?
Well, there you go.
That's...
You know, that's thirsty.
That's 0.5, bro. That's 0.5. Come on.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hadn't gotten to 5 yet. Yeah, I've seen her.
Defense, continue. Don't worry.
I was gonna say I'm surprised at the frequency with which she seems to get called a sock puppet account, because I've personally, I mean, I don't have like 15 billion people following me on Twitter, but I've never had anyone imply, even imply, much less explicitly say that I was like a neck-bearded, misogynistic piss or whatever.
Are you absolutely sure you're neither a neckbeard nor a sock puppet?
If am I sure what?
Myself, I'm not sure. I might be all of those things.
It's because they go against the narrative.
I'm a sock puppet, so.
But what's really unusual about this whole dialogue and how it's got wrapped up into kind of our opponents are also very opinionated, but they really do need to say everyone doesn't exist to justify themselves.
Their argument does sort of require it.
It's absurd.
I think she gets a lot of hate just because she is very vocal about her position in GamerGate and the fact that she's a female, a girl.
Well, it was something I was saying on another stream. It's kind of worse for, I mean, well, I'm Scottish. We went through this political campaign this year that was supposed to be a big deal, and it was a complete farce. The media was very insincere, there was all this fun and games, big issues, and when people care too much about something, and it's very clear these are opponents of certain viewpoints, it's worse when you have an ideologue, and the person who you think should support you is against you, than someone who you already assumed wasn't on your side. That's the worst thing you can be, is what I've discovered about ideologues over the past year.
I remember something, somebody a long time ago before GamerGate started said that the worst individuals for feminism were the trans boys, women that basically became men. And just because they existed, they were an enemy to feminism.
Well, that's exactly it. It was the same thing in the independence vote. It was actually a battle between almost 50-50 of people going, I want the other side not to have an opinion because it's so bad that there's someone who I assume is so similar to me, and yet their viewpoints are so far in opposition. I can't stand it. And it's very much the same here. Well, basically, I'm not going to call them radical feminists, they're sex-negative feminists.
Yeah.
There's no one worse for them than people who are actually egalitarian. Whether they're male or female is irrelevant. It's much worse, though, if they're female. That's a disaster. That's a convert that they fail to convince. Therefore, they target them. And that's a poor state of play, really.
And I'm not sure how they'd go about justifying too. Like I had even like members of my extended family are like really entrenched in this whole feminism thing, and even on like when they were over at my house for Thanksgiving break, like I got told I was against equality like at least 3 times, which is just so mind-boggling if you think about it. To like accuse somebody of being against their own equality, but
I mean,
and no one questions it.
What GamerGate?
Yeah, that's the problem. People don't question. That's
exactly.
Nothing shouldn't be above question.
Well, that's because when people say they do their research, they do their research from reading newspapers and media.
And the problem with modern feminism is that it has become more of a bigotry movement towards men. They want to... What?
I was
it's
gonna
not
say
about
it's
equality, it's about...
in some people than other. Like some people, it wouldn't, you can't tell if they hate men or not, but there are those like they're really extreme, like the ones who end up on YouTube, and it's just I don't know how they can't be called man haters, or even if they are, then it goes about being justified somehow because men deserve it. And it's just this ridiculous like cyclical narrative that like there's no way to get through it to them. It's frustrating.
How does Macintosh hasn't been called a man hater?
Yeah, he's like, God, he like he feels. I think he just feels so bad about being white, and he feels so bad about being a guy, and there's just nothing he can do about it.
I saw this conversation.
Joey Tate is definitely a fucking man-hater.
He claims to be a Latino male. The guy, I mean, I'm a ginger-haired Scotsman. You can almost see through my skin. It barely exists. You know. He
I'm
is
a Latino
more white than
myself,
I am. And he's saying he's a friggin' Latino male. Is he fuck? That's like me saying I'm otherkin. You know.
I am actually
don't have a
Latino,
fucking
and I
bushy
have
tail.
to say Macintosh doesn't look anything like a Latino. Most of us got black hair.
Got the clues in the name. He's got Mac in it. At some point, he was Scottish.
Yes.
He's as white as
Wait,
I
what the fuck?
am in his Y chromosome.
Wait, did Macintosh legit claim that he's Latino?
I've heard this. I've never seen a tweet of
think
it, but
he's white as fuck.
I just
Jesus
laugh so
Christ.
much. And it just sounds like something he'd say, and that's what's so bad about it.
Well, I see where we should be going with this. Obviously, this is Scotland's fault that we have to deal with this asshole.
It totally is. We are very passionate people, and we have big problems when it comes to our politics, whether they're right wing or left wing or authoritarian or statist. No doubt about it.
I sometimes wonder how he ended up.
Justin Bieber, so I don't know which one's worse.
What did you say, Brooke?
I just wonder like how he ended up that way, like how he ended up just being so self-loathing. Like I don't know, like what has to happen to a person to where they come to speak out against like literally everything that they are, and just tell people it's not okay.
I think Macintosh has taken his ideology a little too seriously. And
yeah, I would agree.
That ideology has clouded everything in reality. Like everything that Macintosh says is a joke. It doesn't apply to reality.
Yeah, it's like Poe's Law. Some of the stuff he says, like I'll see like screenshots of things he says, and like I'll have to go on Twitter and go on his profile and like look to make sure it's not photoshopped or something because it's just that ridiculous.
It's perplexing. It's perplexing how crazy an individual can be, and how unaware of their own situation they can be.
And then some of the things he tends to speak on things that he's so obviously like uneducated about, especially when it comes to like things within GamerGate or like Chan culture, like any of it. And he's just so he's so out there with what he's saying. Like not even there's nothing. Usually there's like a kernel of truth in every accusation, but there's nothing in what he says that's like coherent at all. And people.
And the thing is that he believes that he is right in everything.
That's the funniest part. Like he's not even joking.
Yep, he's the guardian of the truth in his eyes.
No, he's trying to speak all philosophically when he says these statements, and then he just it intelligently. So then he just looks like a moron. Like he's trying to say something simple, like if you call a man a pussy, then you're harassing a woman indirectly. Because you're saying a woman is inferior to a man, but then he worded it like, if you make fun of a woman, you're making fun of if you make fun of a man, you're making fun of a woman. I mean, do you realize why that doesn't make sense?
There's no way to win.
Yeah.
Against his argument because he's so stuck in this like little bubble that he lives in.
No, it's that his arguments work on a logic that only he understands.
You can tell that
that and apparently his university professors that taught him to think that way.
Of course,
Christ, there are professors that think that way.
Yeah, there are. There's some in my school.
So he's defended his choice of blocking ratings and comments on his YouTube video as if your definition of censorship can't make clear distinctions between editorial decisions and forcible suppression of speech, it's useless.
That's because
editorial decision, my ass. You made a decision not to put it on there because you know you'll be slammed. You fucking idiot! Holy shit!
There was the one that he did about like remixed narratives that had like 15.
Oh, I saw that. I can't believe I actually watched that shit. Yeah.
I watched it because I mean you need ammo and he makes it, it's plentiful.
Is this the one, the Donald Duck cartoon with Glenn Beck or something?
I haven't seen that one. I don't think.
No, he did a talk at like some convention where he talked about his whole remix narrative shit, and it was just like, what? I'm so confused.
Imagine that being like what you do, like that's what defines you.
He's a
remix narratives
warrior,
a pop culture hacker.
Yeah, that was it. That was his official title, wasn't it? Pop culture hacker. It's just like, the fuck.
Kermit, don't take this wrong way, but he's a Muppet.
That demeans actual Muppets, okay? That demeans those of us. Although, as I said before, he has someone with a hand up his ass working his mouth, because there's no way that someone can actually allow that thought process to come out of his mouth.
But something I wanted to touch on is why the fuck in that video is Kevin Van Ord, Greg Miller, Brian Altano, Mitch Shire, and Adam Sessler. Why the hell are they in there?
Because that's what they believe now.
They're beta faggots.
The mighty have fallen.
The only one that I recognize from that bunch is Kevin Van Ord, and he has been a social justice warrior from the very beginning, so I wasn't surprised.
There's also Tim Schafer.
Yeah, Tim Schafer used to be cool. Like,
now he can't even
and
pay his own devs.
it's actually sad because I actually respected the opinion of these individuals until GamerGate. It was GamerGate who made me realize, oh shit, these guys are not so professional as they seem.
They really emphasize
Yeah, they're all a
the
bunch of
vibe
faggots.
people.
My question is though, like, why do they continue to try and make like the issue worse? Is like they kind. Well,
What? I didn't catch that. Chris.
Sorry, can you guys hear me? Sorry, my microphone went out for a sec. Sorry about that. I'm just wondering, like, why Femrec and like the other people like keep on trying to make the situation worse by like just saying like GG does this, GG does that. Like, if they want to solve the problem, like, why do they keep trying to bring it to us all the freaking time? It's annoying.
They're not trying to solve the problem.
Yeah, it's a smear.
They want a scapegoat.
They want us down. They want us out of the picture, and they want to smear us, spreading lies about us in order to kill GamerGate.
Having a collective enemy like strengthens their cause, I think, too.
Yeah, because it's not just a bunch of people complaining; it's a bunch of people complaining in a semi-organized fashion. So,
because they see we enjoy something, oh, we have to fuck that up.
Oh no, we have to pass all these fucking educational games that we had fucking in the 90s on frickin' Windows 98 computers.
well, you know, you know what? I think, you know what? There's room in games for you to make whatever you like. You know what? You don't like GTA, that's fine. Don't block it. Make your own game. We have the room to do that. If it doesn't sell, it doesn't fucking sell.
I don't think that they're capable.
No, well, there's
Really?
they're just like, oh, but you guys are hindering women from coming into tech. And it's like, well, just make your own game. If you don't like the game that's existing and you think you're being held out of tech, jump into tech. Make your own game.
Like I'm doing a STEM major, and like I there's a lot of like my classes are the majority are women. In my like tech classes, the majority of my teachers,
I mean, I'm
in my,
taking
like STEM classes are female as well.
Are you in, Brooke? What program are you in?
Neuroscience.
Oh. Okay.
Well, I mean, I'm taking comp sci, and there's a substantial amount of girls not only in my class, but there's a substantial amount of female lecturers, all of who are doctors at this point.
None of them. I don't think any of them feel oppressed. To be honest with you, I don't think they're. I think they're above it.
And seriously, if you feel that you are unwelcome inside such a big community such as gaming because of a single game, I think you shouldn't be in that community to begin with.
I haven't met a girl that plays video games that didn't love Grand Theft Auto. Like I
don't
loved
know
it.
many gamers that didn't love Grand Theft Auto anyway.
All my friends that are girls loved it.
And I think that's the most terrible thing about modern feminism. They want to shape women into what they believe is correct. So,
That's a really good point, and it's also really hypocritical on their part because they're saying you shouldn't be molding women to these stereotypes, and they're doing it themselves.
I mean, as long as it's their stereotype.
Yeah, exactly. It's ridiculous.
Yep.
And there's
I really
feel like
fear
radical feminists get way more angry when you disagree than because most of the people like in GamerGate, if they're approached by someone who's anti-GamerGate and the person's like, I don't think you're right, we're like, okay, can you tell me why you don't think I'm right? If you go to a feminist and you say, I don't think you're right, it's just like ad hominems.
Yeah, there's no reason. You never get a straight answer. It's just like
you must be a sexist. You hate women.
Yeah, it's like no, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm trying to say is X, Y, and Z, and they're like, well, no, that's bullshit. You obviously hate women. Fuck you.
I think though, it's something I've been considering more and more, particularly with the latest bullshit. But we can talk about there being lots of space to compete in gaming. That's true. I think there is a way in which all this can coexist, but you can't. But it does become more of a zero-sum game when certain people try to create a market by colluding to destroy other people creating content, and by getting stores to pull games out. Well, that is that, and therefore, does that justify in a way reacting in the same way to say, well, listen, you want your own industry, go find it, but you can't have this one because this one's competitive. And, you know, it's a little bit subtle, and there is a bit of a rationale to it, but I haven't absorbed the full consequences of that line of thought and what exactly crosses a boundary of, well, this person is actually collusive. And they degrade the overall size of the pie rather than adding to the pie.
I mean, I think that they feel like they aren't sort of even in the competition yet, and I think that they're just mistaken on why they aren't like in the competition. I think they think it's because that they're female or they're social justice warriors or whatever, when in reality, the people who are complaining haven't made games that are even like of the caliber to be included in the competition that they're trying to enter.
Not only that, but I mean...
It's basically because they made that game specifically to push an ideology. And when you shape your product in such a way, and you don't think of the consumer, you don't think of the person playing that game, it just gets wrong.
It's not on merit.
Yeah, it's boring. You feel that like you're being fed up of an idea that you don't believe in.
And even if they like they didn't need to be like all like the so-called misogynistic games, but just one that could stand on merit, not even including storyline. Like they make games like I Get This Call Every Day and then wonder why they're not in the running for like some sort of award. Like that game that simulated a call center that they're all like pushing now.
Oh yeah, the one that supporters won't get Steam codes or something like that. I really don't care. Or Brianna Wu's game Revolution 60, which is horrible.
Which by the way had over-sexualized.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's really hypocritical.
It was like it was probably the as far as aesthetics go, the standards are probably way more intense than Barbie or any of the other stupid shit that they're fighting against.
Well, that movement also is against consumerism because of the fact that their ideas aren't really, they're not fun, therefore they're not a bought product. Like Brianna Wu is making a game specifically for iPhones and Macs, Well, the only reason I can think she's doing that, especially since they aren't really, made for gaming. I mean, you can game on them, but they're not, that's a small kind of, a small chunk of the overall, the overall gaming industry, is because all of our friends are exclusively MacBooks and iPhones, which doesn't make sense to me because it's like they're the most expensive variant that you can get. But it's San Francisco ideology.
It's San Francisco echo chamber.
There's that episode that South Park did.
Normally they're nice. I haven't had really any problems with them. My grandparents live up there. I go up there all the time. I never saw this type of environment, but I guess it's because I'm not going down to LA and shit.
But we should be honest. These people who are in this gaming media, and very few people in what are huge media organizations, and a few politicians, so whoever it is this week, are an extraordinarily small number of people. In fact, probably much less than there are even subscribed to the Reddit GamerGate subreddit. It's maybe 1,000 people. They're very vocal. They have nothing better to do with their time. They have a lot of connections, but that's all they've got. They've got no resources. They've got no money. They can't publish a game that makes any money anyway. So all they can do is pine for cash.
Well, I mean, that's because they're just...
I wouldn't say that. Like, most of these people have very rich fucking parents. So I'm not sure about Anita Sarkeesian. I haven't actually... Like, I did kind of delve into it, but I didn't really find anything on her parents, besides they were immigrants from Ontario.
But there's got to be a point where their cash flow is going to start to run thin. Whereas for me, like, I can sit here all day because it isn't my livelihood. So...
yeah.
I can continue, but for them it's their livelihood, and not only their livelihood is actually attacking them at this point, and it's just like you can keep putting out these pieces, but people aren't going to read them. So as much as you might.
I don't know if it's as much as necessarily their money as it is them being kind of they want to be nannies. They want to be able to kind of go up to everyone and make sure everything that they hear and say is okay, and like talking about before, saying people wanted to ban GTA 5, then go make your own. They want to ban it because they think that that's what needs to happen to keep people safe, which is just ridiculous.
But I mean, at some point through all of this, presumably at some point their integrity and their quality as a writer is going to come into question, and hopefully other sites or other like editorials and stuff will come along and say, well, shit, we can't hire you because all you do is write hit pieces against your audience, and the quality's shocking because all you're trying to do is actively target people. So
they get away with a lot.
Yeah, most definitely. But that's because they're in their own little hug box at the moment. They get away with a lot because the only people that would criticize them are their peers, and at the moment their peers are all in a secret mailing list encouraging it. So it's just like baffling.
I wonder like what it would take for them to offend like the majority. I'm surprised it hasn't happened already. And with Shirtgate, it happened a little, but I'd be really curious to know what would do that.
Probably if they said that everyone who played games was racist as opposed to misogynist, because then they'd even get women. So, or like, all you guys who play games, you're worse than people who eat aborted fetuses or something. And everyone's just like, oh, fuck.
Can I ask you something? Guys? Is that a lot of the opposition arguments come from GamerGate started as a hate group towards Zoe Quinn? So my question is, what do you think it would have been different if Zoe Quinn was unrelated to GamerGate, if it had been detonated from something else?
I think Zoe Quinn would still have come into play because it's an element of unscrupulous behavior in games journalism anyway. So even if she hadn't been the triggering event, I think it would have been discovered at some point and it would have been brought in. So
it would just be one less talking point, I think.
Yeah.
If not her, then someone else.
Yeah.
Yeah, there would be another victim. There would be like another person to stand up and go, "I'm being victimized."
Like
Yeah,
Diana
all that
Wu and
corporate ass
and whatnot. That's the only card they play, right? The victim card. That's all they do. They don't present real arguments.
That's because they've never worked out how to create value. So the only way they create value is by going to their parents and saying, "Please give me money." Things
Or
are
going
so
to their Patreon and going.
It's the
"Please
only
give
way
me
they've
money."
ever been rewarded in their life.
But I mean,
Just for
seriously,
showing up and crying. It's quite sad. I mean, I consider myself. I mean, you talk about privilege. And they do. I don't consider myself underprivileged in any way. I come from near Glasgow, Scotland. It's not a wealthy place. When I was very young, like 5 or 6 years old, my parents were they scraped by. It wasn't a good time to be in the UK. But by the time I was 15 or 16, we were doing really well. In addition, in places like Scotland, you do a free university education. So I got that. And as a consequence, how can I be underprivileged? How can anyone in a country like Scotland be underprivileged? Now I can say, okay, in America you have to pay for education and all that stuff. That's quite expensive. But these people aren't coming from poor backgrounds. They're people coming from parents with millions of dollars, richer than most people, by far.
I think that just gives them the time to think about
how horrible their lives are. I mean, what kind of life is that?
Oh, just FYI, the Niche Gamer interview has just gone up. With
Yes, I was waiting for that.
My game isn't over. It is only the beginning.
Christian Allen has worked on Ghost Recon Island Thunder, Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter, GRAW 2, Halo Reach, Middle-earth Shadow of Mordor, Takedown Red Saber, and he's done work for Ubisoft, Bungie, Warner Brothers, and his own studio, and he's been in the military.
And he's pro or anti? I have to know before I
Alan,
read.
first off, no. Hashtag GamerGaters are not all anti-feminist misogynists, just like all Bundy Ranch supporters are not all Redneck Hicks, and all Occupy supporters are not all hipster iPhone reading millennials. He says, I see folks who advocate for fairness in gaming journalism, and then I see giant dicks acting like douchebags against certain folks in the industry. As a game dev, it's kind of confusing. I think the problem is that every time some douchebag goes off the rail and attacks a feminist or a journalist, it gets more press than any sane discussion about the relationship between game publishers and developers and the press who review them.
Yes!
That's
Excellent!
That's exactly what everyone's been feeling. That's the thing. That's spot on. Yes, gaming journalism is fucked up. There are folks in game journalism who really want to make games but don't have the talent, so they get into journalism to create a presence. Once they have enough of a following, publishers hire them to be developers, writers, or community managers. I didn't come up that way. I came up by making game content. I believe that's how you should do it. That being said, there are real game journalists out there who are actual journalists. They just tend to be rare.
Damn.
Yeah.
So is this story time? Are you going to read us the whole thing?
It's
voice?
pretty fucking long.
Yeah, it's like
I'm gonna
4
read
pages
myself,
long.
fucker.
It's like 4 pages long.
The developer is a fairly normal person who's been developing games. You know, he sees that GamerGate has very mixed group.
Yeah.
And he sees that journalists are fairly much not very good, which is the truth.
There you go. Here's a great bit.
We're morally ambiguous.
A friend in the industry had his bonus based on an 80 Metacritic. He got 79. He got denied his bonus. This is bullshit because Metacritic is not a real system. It's a bullshit system based on nothing except what Metacritic wants. Fuck Metacritic. And then he's gone up with the blacklist, and he says he wasn't a part of IDGA for a few years, so he can't comment, except to say that I think the IGDA has become increasingly irrelevant among game devs. It's a group for students and academia.
Gaming academia is kind of a disease right now.
I've worked with tons of talented women in the game industry, both those that work directly and indirectly for me, and those that I've worked for. I don't personally think that women have a higher bar of entry into the mainstream game industry than me. In fact, on most interview loops I've been on about women, the general attitude is that it's a plus. Because studios are actively trying to increase diversity and broaden appeal and see the opportunity to hire a qualified woman to the team a big bonus. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with any of this.
I don't think you will.
Can I ask something to Brooke?
Yeah.
For your voice, I take it that you are a girl, right?
Yes.
How do you feel about the gaming community and about GamerGate?
I mean, I've not only not in GamerGate, but even in my whole life, all the experiences that I've had, I've never felt oppressed. I'd never had any inclination that the patriarchy was a real thing. So I mean, it wouldn't have occurred to me, except for barring experiences maybe on 4chan. I've never really even considered gender to be a factor in how I do or what I'm able to do. So, I mean, I don't think that GamerGate is anti-women. I mean, I personally, separate from GamerGate, am anti-radical feminism, but I don't see GamerGate as anything that's misogynistic, or I mean, if I really thought that it was totally against women being able to do things, I probably wouldn't want to be a part of it.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
Honestly, GamerGate taught me that the gaming community is more diverse than even I assumed.
Yeah, same here.
The gaming community, that GamerGate has shown me that the gaming community is awesome in every way, in almost every way.
It almost makes me wonder what Anita's dad thinks about all this.
Oh my God! Yes, you're right about the toxic masculinity.
He's just sitting in his room and he's watching his daughter scrutinize the whole male population. He's just
yeah. He's probably happy that since she's making all these Patreon monies, he doesn't have to keep paying her rent.
Probably projection about him too. A lot of it is probably just projecting her feelings about him onto the male population.
No, it reminds me of that V for Vendetta scene where the Parliament guy, I forgot the president of the UK or whatever, he's just sitting there with a glass of milk and he's watching the show and he just cracks the milk. I just imagine her dad doing that, just be wait until she gets home, she's getting the milk. It's God damn. I mean, I find it very surprising that I couldn't find anything about her parents. Not that I'm stalking her or anything, but I just wanted to know her background. Did she have any tragedies in her life? And it's just there's nothing.
I mean, these people blame an entire gender for the action of a specific individuals.
Oh yeah. It's just it's like when you hear people saying, "Oh, men need to be taught not to rape." It's okay, so you're saying your dad needs to be taught not to rape, and it's just
it's they don't make.
It's hang on a minute. We didn't teach our children not to rape people. Well, who the fuck were the parents?
How the fuck did you tell your kid in a serious way?
It's just insane, yeah.
Not to abuse other people as children. And wait a minute. You should be putting all the fucking parents in jail for being so fucking stupid.
I never had a sat down father or mother and they just be okay, son, we have to explain rape to you and why it's wrong, okay? You never force yourself on anybody.
I have never.
Sometimes, when a man loves a woman.
And it's never stopped me having relationships with women. It's never made me rape anyone. Come on. Yeah. It's a ludicrous phenomenon.
Right? What that basically implies is that I have no moral
Sometimes I do press control a lot on top of bodies.
But it's just seriously, you're saying an entire gender has no sort of moral compass, and that they need to be coached into being moral human beings. It's that's just so completely bonkers.
I like this post that...
Atheists don't have a moral compass, don't you know?
Oh yeah, shit. Well, there you go. Does that count as a free pass to rape then?
I think you got double the pass if you're a male atheist.
Oh,
That means you can go in both holes.
But it's just like, seriously, I think humanity has gone like 2,000 years without people explicitly being told, okay, it's time today in school to learn, don't rape. So
I'm waiting for a feminist rally to go to a zoo when like a donkey rapes another donkey, and they're just like, "Oh my God, he's a rapist!" Because it's still the fucking animal kingdom, you know.
Do you know?
Like, you're gonna see like feminist rallies like in the African suburbia, you know, just like not African suburbia. I mean, the plains or whatever. You're gonna see lions raping other animals, and they're gonna be like horrified, and they're gonna be protesting in front of the lion. And the lion's just gonna fucking maul them.
They wouldn't go there 'cause it's not as comfortable.
Oh man.
They can't just
I wonder
armchair
if they should know about
philosophy.
dolphins.
Did you know that there are actually animals that rape in general basis?
Yeah, I was gonna mention that. I didn't see feminists freaking out over the seal raping the penguin.
No,
didn't say no.
Dolphins
Remember,
just
you
straight
have
up
to
rape
say
for
no.
fun.
You have to
Bringing
say
the
no
animal
first.
kingdom involved in this is just stupid as fuck because ducks are literally evolved to rape
To
each
rape,
other.
yep.
Yeah, they literally have a penis that shoots out like a squirt gun that has barbs on it. You know,
So
it's,
cats. It's like the penis is clockwise and the females have a vagina that twists anti-clockwise because they have evolved, like because of rape. It's just like the fuck.
and they don't care if you're dead, alive, sick, you know, sleeping. They'll rape anything. They're known to like rape like fucking roadkill for Christ's sake.
Yeah, that's pretty grim.
Have you ever heard of the experiment called the behavioral sink?
Is that the one with the monkeys and the ladder and the banana and the water?
No, this is the one about the mice and the utopia.
Oh yes.
For those that aren't familiar, this is a behavioral experiment performed in the 70s by some guy in Scandinavia. He bought a barn house and he filled it with a few mice, and he gave them unlimited food and resources. And within 100, I can't remember how many generations it was, but essentially at a certain point, the mice's social structure collapsed, and it wiped out the entire society, even though they had everything they could want. And I don't think humanity's there, but in many ways, Western culture's a bit like that. You know, they talk about these analogues where very aggressive males became hyper-aggressive, women became more aggressive because the less aggressive males went to the side and just preened themselves. You know, they're the kind of gamers who are just like, yeah, I'll just play a game, I don't care. And the women are becoming more aggressive because there's a deficit of males, all these kind of problems. And then after 2 generations of the behavioral switch, the whole thing fell on its face. Every single mouse was dead. It's just this amazing analog for, you know, you look at how surplus our society is, it's fantastic. You know, everyone has everything they want, but at the end, they end up just gluttonous and complaining about inequality, when 2 generations ago, people still had flushing toilets outside their house that were terribly unhealthy. And they had coal fireplaces that filled their lungs with soot. Today we've got none of that. What do we do with it? We just complain that we aren't getting everything we want.
Yeah.
Right. Well, with that, I am going to jump off because it's late.
All right.
But thank you for having me on, and I will speak to you all at some point soon, I'm sure.
Yeah, we'll have one soon, I think.
Cool. Okay. Take care and have a good night or day or whatever.
Yeah. Good night.
Good night, Senor Frog.
Bye.
Where did you leave off, Brian? He said something about the mice.
Yeah, it's this thing, when you have such a surplus of resources and everyone has everything they want, they suddenly have no reason to work together, essentially.
Yeah.
And in a way, our society is kind of there already.
We kind of saw that with Rome. So.
Yeah. Well, this has always been the case, that societies become very dominant, whether it's Rome or China or whoever, and then it implodes spontaneously. At its height of grandeur almost. And in many ways, I kind of think it's not that simple. We live in a very global society, and every culture and country has its own issues, which are different. But I think it's not a terrible analog for what you see with things like GamerGate. You have two groups of people who have absolutely no incentive to compromise. Why would me as a gamer ever go to someone like Anita Sarkeesian and talk about, well, you know what, it's in both of our interests to work our way through this? Why would I? Why would she compromise with me? There's no reason. There's no requirement for a middle ground. There's no external opponent, no lack of resources, no comet coming to hit the planet, no one's dying of a zombie apocalypse. All these, there's no reason to do so.
Yeah.
And I feel like most of the feminist arguments come from the notion that men only want power in life. Like they want to force themselves into a supremacy position, which is actually which is not true at all. That is a myth.
It's a very like Friedrich Nietzsche, nihilist perspective on that, like the will to power, like all of that shit. And I think that they don't understand that all of those philosophies that they kind of base their arguments off of, they weren't gender specific. It was sort of just whenever anyone has made that claim, it's just been that it's a claim about humanity. But
No, continue, sorry, my apologies.
Oh no, that's all I was gonna say.
Yeah,
is that they have such a narrow mind that they actually turn everything into a gender issue. Or a gender specific argument. So that's why you see feminists talking about Nietzsche when they really shouldn't.
I think you're right, and I'm going to be very controversial. The reason they see it that way is because they don't have any external experience. And in many ways, it's the same for me as an individual gamer. I don't have all that much experience of their viewpoint. I really can't relate to something I have no experience of, and similarly, they can't relate to my experience. We are so wonderfully compact and unitary in what we do now. It's not like in... I think like my grandmother, she's still alive, she's in her 70s. When in her day, they had 13 kids, and the grandparents did with the parents to help with the kids. So things were very cohesive, and people had very different views, and people fought, but there was memory of what other people did and why, and ways to coexist which no longer perpetuate. And so because they don't have any experience of these alternate tropes or ideas, whenever they experience it, there's this colossal culture clash. And because their expectations are so unrealistic, no one gets what they want. Everyone gets what they don't want. Because what they want was never going to happen anyway. They were just telling themselves a persistent lie that they could get everything. And as a result, there is no transaction. There is no marketplace. The discussion stops, and it's a shit-slinging match.
I think in a way the lack of experience as well is if they've never experienced real what the textbook definition of oppression or assault or harassment or any of those things, I can imagine how they would in their minds misconstrue actions that aren't actually threatening. With no vantage point or nothing to compare it to, you can pretty much go about defining things for yourself, which seems like what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, so basically a problem with relative position where they haven't been able to see exactly what's going on. But I also like this thing that Oliver had tagged to this person, Marilyn 132, had posted about, that in games no one cares about what the man is. A white person can be a drunk, they can be a soldier, they can be anything that they want. But at any time, if you were to take that same character as a male and make it female, if let's say the person was a drunk pushover that got picked on. If it's a male, meh. But it's a female, oh, that's misogyny. That's that's oppressing that character, and it's basically going now we're trying to put all the female characters into a box rather than take them out.
And I think this is where individuals' experience matters. Myself as a gamer, I have friends. I have great friends. They're wonderful people. But I don't spend all that much time hugging them or inviting them over for dinner or candlelit suppers to talk about the politics of the day. I'm quite individualistic, and I like my free time to sit and game. As a consequence, I have never reinforced in my mind the importance of peer groups, of having men around me, and therefore how male I should be. It just doesn't apply. Whereas a sex-negative feminist, they explicitly go out of their way to only make friends with women, and they pull them much closer, so they have all these close binding relationships, and therefore they heavily identify everything female as being them. Whereas I don't particularly see things which are called male as being me. I'm happy to slip into myself as an individual playing a female avatar on World of Warcraft. It doesn't make me feel unusual because I don't see myself as an ideologue of masculinity. I just see myself as being me playing a game,
But in that case, why is the gender of your character important?
Well, that's it. I don't see it as being, but for them it is because they've reinforced this notion of gender in their heads.
Yeah, I don't see it as important.
They just can't get away from it.
I can't wait to see GamerGate's reaction to this. The niche gamers bomb.
They won't do shit. There's only 1,000 of them anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of off topic of GamerGate, but I saw an article from a doctor. I don't know how you feel about this, Brooke. I don't want to speak on your behalf. That women should get vacation when they're on their period.
What?
Jesus Christ, seriously?
Yeah.
Okay, guys, I don't mean to interrupt, but I've been looking for my Fantasy Life 3DS little cartridge thing since we started this damn thing, and I just found it and my fucking laptop shut, so I'm very happy now.
Congratulations.
That is just insanity. I mean, I think like it's one of those situations where they've seen now like the like how ridiculous things can be. Like they can ask for things that are just so absurd, and just on the basis of gender, they'll be their wishes will be granted. I think that they're going to continue to push it and see how far they can go, because that's just lunacy.
But that's actually doesn't only happen to women. That actually happens to a lot of minorities. I remember, if I recall correctly, I could be wrong. Feel free to correct me if I am. But Obama once tried to make academic entrance to college to people of color easier.
Yeah, Obama just does some of the stupidest shit.
I don't think
that already happened.
Thanks, Obama.
Well, not actually. Yes,
it's like a sarcastic phrase.
Economic status.
Especially here, things go wrong. Like a door is broken, someone will be like, "Thanks, Obama," because that's just like where it is now.
Are you saying he was trying to implement the you have to have a certain percentage of race?
Yes.
That's already.
That was not Obama. That was something instituted back in like the fucking 50s or 60s. Obama, I think, wanted to get rid of it actually. In fact, it's kind of funny. I don't want to get too deep in politics, but Obama is not a bad guy. It's just the position he's in is very. Let me put it this way: he was so
limited,
frustrated with Congress and just the whole legislation process that he ended up becoming what he said he wasn't going to do. Whether that he's a dishonest man or whether it's because he's influenced by the same people as our previous presidents have. that's where I can't make that difference. But he's really helped the corporate side more than he's helped anyone regarding like racial backgrounds. So he just ended up being a normal politician. That's how I see it. But a lot of people play, like when he made that comment about Ferguson, that was stupid. There was no reason he even had to say anything, and he just blew it all out of proportion. Because if he makes a move, Fox News gets at him, MSNBC tries to defend him, and then make him look even more idiotic. And God, I can't trust media anymore.
What did he even say? I was out of.
I don't even know what he said.
He essentially said that there's still racism. I can't remember the quotes, but it really just raised a lot of fucking eyebrows because he was essentially saying it was the racial discrimination that caused it, and I really don't think it was solely that. And I mean, huh?
I would say it was police brutality more than anything.
Exactly.
Yeah, pretty much. They made it. I really think the media fucked everything, Ferguson up by making it so racially charged.
Well, to me, until a video's supplied to me, I mean, I haven't even kept up to date with it because it's such a goddamn mess. But from what I last heard...
Oh, shit. Bobby Oliveri is talking to me again.
Who?
Crazy motherfucker.
Last thing I heard, he charged him. That's pretty much what happened. He tried to charge the cop, and then when he tried to run away, he got shot a few times or something.
Something like that.
Yeah, I mean, when it gets down to it, it's how our police are trained, and I think that's the real problem.
It's basically yes, and they were complaining about the police being overly militarized. You guys aren't helping. Fuck.
Yeah.
I saw an article that said, I mean, I was like a controversial title or something like the justice system's not broken, but it was just an article about how, I mean, the justice system isn't broken because like this is what it was designed to do. Which is, I mean, when you think about it, it starts to make sense.
Yeah, I understand.
I mean,
can I ask you guys a question? For those that live within the United States, what does Ferguson mean to you when you hear about just that one word?
It's kind of a clusterfuck.
No, it doesn't mean anything to me, honestly.
I mean, if I had to say, it'd be like it doesn't mean that much, but I mean the over-militarization of the police is something that like pisses me off. So.
Well, there's something
really,
that's
I
weird.
think the media and the over-militarization of the police were an issue because the media fed the flames.
Can I just rephrase the question? Like, what I meant to say is like, what like, do you feel emotional? Do you get like angry? Are you confused? Or like, do you get any emotion from it? Or anything like that?
I can't even understand it. I don't know enough about it to even have an opinion. And
annoyance.
That as someone from the UK, where we have quite an extraordinarily different policing system from the US, it's communal. It's not about the law being the law. Sure, the law is the law, but also it's about community policing. We have only had one person killed by a police shooting a firearm in the UK last year. Only about 100 police officers, only 100 shots were fired.
Yeah.
Across a country of 50 million people, that's a sixth of the US.
Yeah.
And you look at it and you're like, I have no analog, I have no experience, and that's with no disrespect to the Ferguson people or the police force of the US. It's just that there are obviously some issues there that need to be resolved internally through the US, but also I don't think they're a suitable social platform for talking about change anywhere else. To me, what I always find interesting is I'm going to Houston on Monday. I'll be flying out on Sunday. I'll be there for 3 days. I'm a Scottish guy, so I look very much like someone from Texas. I'm white, very classic kind of
no, you
Scottish
don't. You're not going to be tan enough.
Yeah, I'm not fat enough. I'm kind of thin, and but I look like someone from the Orange Race White. And I know there's all this racist tension in Texas. You get it. I normally go to a certain place to stay. I won't say it in case someone tries to swap me or something, because it's ridiculous. But they have a breakfast lounge, and it's very nice. And whenever I go there, it's quite a busy hotel. They don't recognise me, even though I go there every few months. But whenever they see that you're quite often, and I know it's there, there is a lot of people serving who it's kind of 50-50 black and white, which is fine. I don't really care. I've lived in the Middle East. I live in Mexico right now. I've lived in Kuala Lumpur. I've lived in Singapore. I've lived in the UK. I don't notice it that much. But what I always get is when they first talk to me, and if they are black, I do get that, oh, this is a white guy from Texas. It's quite dismissive of what you want type thing. And when I speak, and it's very clear I'm not from the US and I'm Scottish, I suddenly get a very polite response. It's the expectation didn't match the reality.
Well,
I know it's there in the US, but I just don't get it because we don't have that experience. In the UK, the poorest people are generally white and male. Because what we had was a lot of very intelligent people coming to the UK and setting up businesses for 40 or 50 years, and they actually became a very small number of Indian, Pakistani, European, American business owners. And people don't grudge them. But it's just an uncommon experience, particularly for me, someone from Scotland, which has not had as much immigration as, say, London, which is a hugely different story.
Well, I'll tell you right now, Houston, it actually has a very, I was very surprised you said it was like 50-50 black and white, because it has a very, like, it's, I would say it's probably one of the bigger Asian scenery. Like, there's a lot of Asians in Houston, Texas. Which,
yeah, I don't have any experience of that, and I'm sure there are a ton of Asian people in Texas. I'm also aware there are a huge number of Latin people from South America living and working. Huge oil, I mean, it's an oil industry city, and it is a melting pot for sure.
Yeah, I hear you. Like, it's, Texas, you're from my understanding, you're kind of 50-50 with it. You'll get, like, gun-touting, American stereotypes, then you'll get people that are actually very well-rounded, more on the common sense spectrum rather than the liberal versus right, But, the one thing that the one thing about the over-militarization of the police force, it's actually funny because it's actually the DOD's fault, Department of Defense, because what they do is, of course, America's like freaking 90% of our goddamn funds go to, making sure that we can blow an entire planet up.
America, fuck yeah!
Yeah, I mean, they got such a surplus of weaponry that they end up selling it on auction, and then states get it for like half the price that they would get from a private organization. They're getting a sweet deal on it. It's no wonder they're doing it. So there's the context there. But let's just avoid that subject because it's poisonous.
I work in the oil industry and I'm an engineer. And I work with people from all sorts of different backgrounds, coming from different industries, from defence and things, in the UK and other countries. One of the things that always amuses us about America is the militarization. And I'm not saying it's right or wrong, because I don't know. And it's very complex, and there is a huge military-industrial complex in the US, which is very creative.
They privatize prisons, which is my...
Yeah.
That.
But what the whole philosophy the American government takes to us is absolutely crazy. During the Gulf War in 1991, the UK flies these kind of intermediate jets called Tornadoes, and they're not overly sophisticated, but they're fast, they can drop bombs, they can be a fighter, they're kind of all-purpose, all-rounder things. And what the American Air Force does, and this is very much the way the DoD thing becomes a problem, is they make these like F-18 fighter jets, and they make 1,000 of them off a conveyor belt. And every 10,000 miles, they throw away the engine and put a brand new one in without any servicing. That's how they work. And they say that's the safest, cheapest thing to do. In the UK, we don't. Every 5,000 miles, we work over the engine, we replace any broken bits, and then after 50 or 100,000 miles, we might replace the engine. Totally different. So all this military equipment isn't just produced in bins and given away to the police force. It wouldn't be acceptable. It's seen as a responsibility of the military that they can't give this away and they've got to maintain it. And I think the US government has a problem with its internal contracting, which is damaging the police's reputation because they love having toys.
I mean,
and
and
it's bad.
I think it's a lot to do with like police culture as well. I mean, I've always lived on the East Coast where things are like a little bit different. But like the like interactions that I have had with the police, like if I like I'll say it to someone like from a different country, and it's not like it's not like they're there to be nice to you, like unless they find out that you're like the son of like a politician, which I had a friend whose dad was a politician. Like it's like be mean first. That sort of like frame of mind where like they're not trying to have like polite discourse with you, even like not in the context of like a riot or a protest, just on the street. You happen to walk by a police officer, they're not trying to start any kind of like polite discourse, because the situation isn't that they're there to help you, it's that you're there to listen to them, and it's this sort of authoritarian thing. Even if like they see me on the street, like I'm not threatening, but they'll treat me like I was anyway.
Let me give you an example, because that's exactly what it is. Because when I started working at my job, I didn't like have parking or anything, so I'd have people drop me off, carpool and whatnot. So I was waiting on this certain street, on this specific street, and I'm just waiting there. I'm a white guy, okay? I got brown hair, I got like a flip cell phone, and I'm holding a briefcase, okay?
You get that look.
Huh?
You get that look from them?
Well, I didn't get a look. This is what happened. The cop pulled up beside me, and he goes, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like, that's literally what he said to me. And I'm like, "Excuse me?" And he goes, "Why are you standing here? Are you doing a drug deal?" And I'm like, I got a briefcase. I mean, it has paperwork in it. You want to see it? He goes, "Just get off the street." So I start walking. I'm like, "Fine, whatever. I mean, it's no problem for me." So I start walking down. And I go, and then he comes out of the car, and I'm just like, "Well, is there a reason why I need to move?" And he goes, "Because people die on this street every day, so you just need to move." And I just said, "Whatever."
Yeah, I've gotten stopped and frisked before, which like I'm like a relatively small like white girl.
But, I mean,
I got stopped and frisked in New York.
Really, New
Like,
York?
and I mean, there's a possibility that I may have been in a neighborhood which like people that look like me aren't always there, because I had some friends that live there.
Yeah.
But it wasn't like, I mean, and like most people would think the police would intervene in that situation because of like safety or something, but it had nothing to do with that. They like checked my bags, like my pockets, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
And you don't have to be doing anything. Like they honestly sometimes they do it because they're bored. I think I know in my town they always give more tickets out towards the end of the month because they have quotas.
That's it.
Yeah,
But,
it's a funny story I've got about that. My aunt is a lovely lady. She's worked. She's got 4 degrees. She works as a teacher at the moment. She worked in social work. She worked as a nurse, and she's worked as a policewoman. And in the early 90s, she was working as a policewoman. And in the traditional way, she found herself doing a lot of the desk work. And the guys wanted to do other things, so she was like, "Yeah, I'll just do this. It's productive," and she enjoyed it. And one day her boss says, you need to go out there and fill that book with stuff. You need to do that." She says, "You want me to do this? Okay, yeah, I want you to do it." She went, "Okay." And she went into the main street of a small town called Brigady, which has got about 1,000 people in it. And the centre street has double yellow lines, which in the UK means you can't park there. And it's always got cars parked all the way up. It's just known that happens. And she put 500 tickets on every one of the cars. And they had a riot in the police station. And that's how absurd setting targets for the police are. But politicians want to do it to show people that the police are effective. And it's ludicrous. The police shouldn't be out there to find crime. They should be there. Well, yeah, they should find crime. They should be there to prevent it by being present. And they should be there to act when crime occurs in a responsible way.
And then there's like the crimes that like people like where I like went to high school, like literally getting tickets for loitering. Like that's where there's like there's a difference. Like loitering, like a bunch of high school kids loitering.
No, there was a really weird one in L.A. Or somewhere in California. This woman was jogging, and she crossed like a small alley street, and it was considered jaywalking. And the police said, hey, stop. And she had her earphones in, like most joggers fucking do. And the police literally chased after her and tackled her to cite her a fucking... No, they arrested her, actually. They put her in cuffs for it.
Extremely terroristic jogging.
Yeah.
It's kind of ridiculous. In the UK, we don't have a jaywalking law. It does not exist. As a motorist, you give way to pedestrians. That's all there is about it. You know.
I don't know if I don't want to sound rude, but here in the third world countries, we actually have it a lot worse. That was actually a case in which a police officer killed someone that was tagging a wall. He just plain out killed him, and the entire police force tried to cover it.
No, I by all means, I'm definitely not saying the United States or the UK has the worst, but you know, North Korea is probably the worst.
North Korea is probably the worst at a whole lot of shit.
Yes, not a place you want to be. North Korea.
Hey guys, remember that this is a GG stream.
Yeah, we haven't done much GG. Definitely back at the topic now.
Please.
Please.
Yeah, that was my bad, guys, sorry.
It's entertaining, but yeah, we have diverted significantly and we probably have no viewers.
So how do you feel about that game developer of that horrible paint game that actually tried to deny GG supporters benefits when they bought their game?
Wait.
Oh, this wanker.
Oh, that guy just wants fucking attention for his game and people to get it. And if he did it, then sure, go ahead and run a block list that is insanely fucking ridiculous. That's probably blocking
KFC.
way more people. Well, yeah, I mean, yeah, blocking anyone for following someone. I mean, following someone on Twitter doesn't even mean you support them. The entire criteria of that whole list is ridiculous. But yeah, go ahead, dude, make your satirical game, and I mean, that's probably the only way you're going to get sales is if you do something ludicrous enough to get everyone's attention, to have people want to get the game just to spite you.
Yeah, just on the...
I was afraid you were talking about that Nintendo Paint game for a second. I was like, what?
No.
Call center game.
Yeah.
I get this call every day.
Yeah, that's the one.
Interestingly, what he did do was technically... I checked, even without the thing that he had said everyone would get a key publicly in his Facebook. He did technically break the law in Canada when I checked up. If you sell a good under a package to a person or group of people at the same price, you cannot give an inferior good to another who's paid the same price.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't think he realized it was a very stupid statement to make. But also, he is just one guy making one fucking stupid, moronic crap game that for some reason certain idiots were happy to pay for.
It looks like a Newgrounds front page game from like 2002.
Right.
Yeah.
I think they keep going on like attributing like some sort of like ideals to games that isn't, it's like it's not necessarily there. Like he made this game, it's shit, but like for some reason then after he makes it, they go about talking about how it's like representative of the plight of the working class man, and I think that's when it gets like, I mean, I feel like that's bullshit. I mean, I don't see represented in it. I didn't play it, but I read about it and I looked at the screenshots. I don't see, you know, some sort of social commentary in it.
Well, let me explain to you what he's really saying. He's saying that he has no creativity, so he's doing a job based on the only job that he's ever had and why it sucked. That's what's happening.
This is like people with their modern art stuff where they go and do something ridiculous, like all of a sudden, God, what was like the ridiculous one I saw is being made in this like person's random lofty looking apartment where they're like doing something else. They're like sitting on the floor and then they tear open a can of SpaghettiOs and put the SpaghettiOs on that, and then you're like, what the fuck is this? And then they start peeing on it and they're like, this is art. I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh, is that the how-to videos?
No. This is like just something I saw a long time ago. Oh no, those how-to videos
Yeah,
are
I
just
think I saw
hysterical.
that.
This is like the people that, I mean, they claim, you know,
Yeah,
it's
that's
the whole modern art
Emily
or
Remen,
contemporary
I think,
art.
very kind of famous London-based commentator on art that can't really do art. So she puts in these stupid fucking installations in the Tate Modern, like a messed up bed. And it's like when you used to do English in school and you'd be like, the author writes, the curtain was blue. And they say, oh, what's that mean? Oh, it means depression and anxiety.
Yeah.
And you're like, that means the curtain was fucking blue, doesn't it?
I've
It's
seen
like,
that.
this is not art, it's a fucking messy bed. I do this every day. And I've never made it in
I make
weeks.
this bed every day.
Yeah. So am I also an artist? Obviously so. I should get $50,000 for putting a messy bed into the Tate Modern too, because I'm very good at it. You know, it's ridiculous.
No, there
Hey
was a
guys,
guy
just
that
one
sold a
question.
blank canvas for like 250 grand. Like, you just sold a blank piece of paper.
Yeah, guys, as I said before, I'm being, Bobby Oliveira keeps talking to me on Twitter. You know,
Who's
the one
Bobby
guy
Oliveira?
that said,
Oh.
that tried to buy the tag, or fuck.
Wait, what?
Just
Yeah,
one
that crazy
thing,
guy.
guys.
Huh?
Just one quick question on. I don't know if any of you are
Oh,
on.
my sound. Did my sound mess up?
I don't know.
Go ahead, Chris.
Just with the GG auto blocker, I don't know if any of you are on that list or whatever. But is it possible if your Twitter accounts can be doxxed or whatever if you're on that list?
Not that I know of. I
Really?
mean, you need more.
Do you have
I
public
mean, unless your
information?
Twitter has all your personal information on it or like links to it, I don't see it being viable.
Okay.
All that the list is doing is where the person that pushes block, they go find it automatically goes to your account and presses block on it. It's pretty trivial. It doesn't retrieve any data from your account because it's not API in any real way. And even if it did, you know what's on your Twitter account. I mean, there's nothing to stop someone looking at my Twitter account, looking at a picture of me, matching it with Facebook, working out where I live, who I work for. You know, what can you do? It's the internet.
I mean, you would need to do something like so. I mean, the people that have gotten, you know, doxxed as well, their full names, I believe, like all the people were already on Twitter, if I'm correct.
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't even get like doxxed as in like they saw a picture and somehow matched it. They only got doxxed in as far as like they looked up their full names, which are already accessible, and matched it to records.
Yeah. So, I mean, personally, I'm not even worried about getting doxxed. I don't.
I'm not really worried about it.
Yeah, I mean,
I am not worried about it because I haven't posted any of my real information about it. But I'm sure as hell some of the most radical anti-feminists will do it if they have the chance.
Well, anyone can. And, you know, I'm not even all that sure that doxing is that big of a deal. Now, I'm not saying anyone should dox anyone, but really, with no offense, some random person just putting my address out there, going, yeah, I'd be like, oh, you're a fucking weirdo. Yeah, okay.
Not like anyone on the. It's not like anyone on Twitter has the balls to come up here.
Yeah, they're not. I mean, they'll put your phone number up, and like you might get some phone. I mean, but it's the same thing as like the whole whichever rapper was like, you know, just unplug your computer, just like, you know, ignore the phone calls.
Well, I think the bigger issue people are going to have is if they're getting their employee or employer called constantly regarding it. For me, I'm protected. I mean, that wouldn't be an issue for me because.
FBI.
Because I work for the government. If they start calling the government, they'll actually start blocking the phone numbers. And
did they DDoS the like DOJ
DDoS the
or something?
government? That'd be terrorism, dude. They'd be fucked.
Or they doxed. Wasn't it some like anti-GamerGate people that accidentally doxed someone who worked for the government?
Yeah,
one of
I
them
remember
over
with cronies.
And they got in jail.
DDoSing was a thing that people did. Like back, I used to play Tribes back in the early noughties, and it was always quite amusing. At that time, everyone had 56k modems, so DOSing people was extraordinarily easy. Now, when you've got a decent interconnection, I think you need to really try to DDoS someone.
Yeah, no, you would need to. I mean,
Huge amounts of power, and also the
they're all
system's become
behind,
quite
like-
sophisticated at stopping it.
like Cloudflare and everything.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. This is off topic. Well, it could be on topic, but because of the iPhone cloud hack or whatever that happened about a month ago, all the celebrities in Hollywood are getting rid of their smartphones and they're transferring back to flip phones.
Well, okay, no, I'm going to admit that was stupid. That was poor security design on Apple's part. Seriously, you don't have something to stop someone from spamming your system and attempting to put in passwords that fast? Like that's a failure 101 on security design.
Okay, wait a minute, okay? This is an Apple product. How many MacBooks have a firewall? They don't need it. They don't get viruses. They don't get doxxed. Of course they don't need that security.
That's even a virus. Run a JavaScript against just spam input, or just pick whatever language you want to use. And just spam, try to use passwords. I mean, it's like, well, even if you talk about how you try to store a password, don't store the password encrypted in the same database that has the username, because then if you take the entire database, you can probably crack the encryption because it either uses rainbow tables. When people use similar passwords, you can see that because even the encrypted value will be the same one, and then you just start guessing. You can. The biggest security problem is people. People are the worst.
It's interesting you're talking about iOS because, I mean, I only know of one iOS developer. But then again, they're also incompetent programmers, having written only one fairly stupid game called Revolution 60. Who could write a script for the iOS that actually cares about it?
Yeah, I think that's why there's like I don't know. I know that they don't have many viruses for Macs because, I mean, if I were to be designing a virus, I wouldn't target it at Macs for obvious reasons. Businesses that are worth much usually have PCs at somewhere. I mean,
they normally use Windows operating systems because they get a deal on it. Essentially, they're contracts. But I was just mocking the idea because once someone wants to crack into your MacBook, it's a lot easier than cracking into a Windows a Windows PC or whatever.
I mean, I know a lot of those Linux
that's
distros.
A whole other monster.
I wanna play the devil's advocate here, and I want to ask you guys: was it really smart of them to have naked pictures of them in their own phones?
Wait,
it was
no.
Stupid.
I'm going to attest to this. They had every right to do that. They're in long distance relationships and shit. And it was completely wrong for it to get hacked. If it got leaked, understandable.
These weren't even on their phones. You have to understand that this is the part where and especially you don't. I mean, it's a lot of reason I know people like to use Apples. You don't have to think about it. You go, you set up, you click a couple of buttons, and then now all of your stuff is everywhere. You don't have to try to copy paste. You don't got to take a thumb drive with you.
Yeah.
And they offer a very good service for that. And
exactly.
It not being secure like that, I find, is a big misstep on their part and is ridiculously stupid.
That's actually a disservice to their customers, because you don't actually get to decide where your information gets posted.
Well, you really can say that for any cloud software, really, because you don't know where your cloud stuff is. It could be in frickin' China for all you know.
That's why, as somebody who knows, I mean, I don't know a shit ton about network security, obviously, but I mean, I have a basic understanding of SQL database, all that sort of stuff. So I personally wouldn't do that, but I can see how not without any understanding of security, why it would seem like that was not that bad. I can see how you could make that mistake. I personally wouldn't, but I can see how that mistake goes about being made.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and if it wasn't hacked and if it was leaked, I'd be a little more critical on them. But they literally hacked into the system to steal their personal stuff essentially. And for that reason, I didn't look at any of them. I didn't partake in any of them. And I can really understand Jennifer Lawrence's anger on it. And but on the opposite end, you got Hulk Hogan, being paraded around like a trophy, because he's fucking some bimbo. I mean, what,
Yeah, but then there's the double standard sort of in the reaction to that. Like, it's, I mean,
hilarious. Yeah.
It's confusing to say the least. It doesn't, I don't know. I don't understand how it's there's like I didn't see nearly as much outrage for the Hulk Hogan thing as I did for I mean, obviously there was more pictures with like the leak that happened of a cloud, but it seemed disproportionate still.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just how our society's become. It's victimhood. And Hulk Hogan had his own television show. He was a wrestler. He was an actor. Whatever. He probably wants to.
Pretty much a cyborg with the amount of metal that they've had to use to reconstruct him afterwards.
Yeah. I mean, like, to be honest, if my nudes or sex video got out, I wouldn't even care. I'd be like, whatever, enjoy.
Personally, I think that actually anyone wants to see me naked having sex. I reckon it'd be a pretty ugly sight.
Oh, Bill, Brian, how's it going now?
Sure, we can put it out there, but I don't think people would want to see it. But I was always interested by Thunder in Paradise. Why wasn't it just floating above the water? A bit of a strange one, that.
There's kind of something interesting that when you talk about the idea of people taking nude photographs and storing it on different devices. The important thing comes up is when you start raising and you have kids in school, making sure you teach them, because I know there's been some horror stories about people that have like kids that have gotten in trouble for child porn because
taking pictures themselves.
Yeah, and their friends sending it to other friends, and it being that you can get in trouble for child porn if someone were to send you their naked photograph. You can pretty much implant, because it's on their phone and now it's their problem, even though they didn't ask for it. I know that was
possession. Damn it, Pac-Man.
Well, honestly, if you to give you kind of an extreme example of that, a guy got arrested and charged for child pornography for having a home video on his cell phone of him bathing his child.
What?
Yeah.
What?
And my parents have a video downstairs of them giving me my first bath. It's a tradition.
I think everyone has that, yeah.
So, that's how crazy it's become, because it's like they're removing the common sense out of these laws. They just want to go by the book. But, if it's like a 16-year-old sharing a naked photo with another 16-year-old, who gives a shit? Yeah, it's an invasion of privacy. It's not appropriate. But you know what? That's life. They have to learn from their mistakes, or they have to learn, that's how they develop. But I'm not saying, like, whore out their child. But, at that stage in life, if you have a crush, you're in love. That's the person you're going to be with for the rest of your life. They're going to make those type of mistakes.
It seems like natural selection is sort of like being, not that this is a case of it, but it just seems like in the past when people were able to make their own mistakes, there was sort of like a society almost leveled out, it seems like. But without the ability to make your own mistakes, we sort of end up with this like weird, clusterfuck of people in positions they shouldn't be in, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yes, I just saw this shit on 8chan. Arthur Chu. WTF is the impulse behind changing Black Lives Matter to All Lives Matter. Do you crash strangers' funerals shouting, "I have felt lost. I too have felt lost." And Pac-Man comes up.
I don't even want to talk about that idiot.
Then Pac-Man comes up to him. Pac-Man comes up to him saying, "This is seriously good material. Thank you for posting this. Saw it, quoted a couple of articles. Just concise and good." God damn it, Pac-Man.
I like Pac-Man. I think he's a pretty decent guy.
GG.
But you need to remember that
he's not. He has said he's not, but he's been treated so poorly by the people who are anti-GG for not taking some hard stance. And
That's
he's
because
had all the fucking crazy. He's went, well, obviously there's something going on here.
Yeah.
So he's finally seen the bullshit that is anti-GG, basically.
I've actually been to subscribe to David Pac-Man for, I think, almost 2 years now. So I was ready for that. I was like, oh yeah, this is gonna be great.
But I just love how with the interview he had with Arthur Chu just tried to make Pac-Man his enemy or whatever. It was like the most funniest thing ever, and like
He
it
was
was funny
basically
how...
going in the interview going, Mazoe!
You know,
that's because that kid is.
I have never seen someone roll out of their bed onto a news interview like that. The guy was a shambles. If I did that, my mother would kick my fucking ass. What the, she said, what the fuck is your problem? How disrespectful. You're going out in front of the public with your hair a mess, with a half-unbuttoned shirt all over and crinkles. What a disgrace. No wonder everyone thought he was a moron. Regardless of what he said, he looked shoddy. And unprofessional, you know? The guy with the, you know, you can fault the guy for wearing the naked ladies in his shirt half naked. I mean, I thought it was amusing, and I didn't like him getting slammed. It was an unprofessional thing to wear to a major news event. Arthur Chu looked worse than him.
No,
He looked appalling.
Did you see the before and after pictures of David Pac-Man? It's like before Gamergate, he's all like neat tucked and shit. There's like the after picture, he's like all rugged and shit. He's just like,
it's like what the fuck's happened to me?
People want from me.
What have I experienced? Yeah, I just can't absorb it and manage it.
I was just like, holy shit. I felt so bad for him. Like, I even tweeted out to him, like, dude, thank you for, like, sticking up for the common sense of this. I'm sorry you're being harassed so much, because it was just like, God, that was so ridiculous. And it wasn't even like he attacked him, and Arthur Chu's just like, well, he didn't agree with me, so you're a douchebag, and I hope you're on the anti-Gamergate list, which he ended up on.
Well, the thing is that I know
with Arthur Chu, though, he said he made that thing tweet not like your shield or whatever because he doesn't agree with like what women and minorities have to say, that he thinks that like those type of people are being like used or just sock puppet accounts. Like when he was going against those people, it's like, give me a fucking break, dude. Like,
No, the funniest thing was seeing him versus that other Asian chick. I forgot her name. The one that
Sui
did
Park?
the cancel Colbert.
Louis Park, yeah, she called him
that,
bro, and a sellout. It was amazing.
Yeah, she slammed the fuck out of him. I was just like, because he didn't even go in there to fight. Like as soon as she said, as soon as he realized he's dealing with an Asian woman, he just like kind of curled up and he's like, beat me as much as you want.
Made it as fuck.
Oh, it was.
That's
Oh,
the
it was
difference
great.
between us and them. We have backbone. They do not.
Well, I didn't even know really who Arthur Chu was until like after that, and it's funny. Like look him up, and they're basically like he is the guy.
I confused him with Ian the first time I saw him. I was
yeah, that thing exactly happened to me.
Well, he's basically the guy
I thought there was
Obviously,
the
that's
same
your
person.
internalized racism, isn't it?
Yes,
They could practically be fucking brothers, so.
They are
So-
incredibly
I
similar
almost
in
talked
black
to
and white.
exclusively to Asian women, and I showed them two pictures, and they couldn't tell the fucking difference. I was just like, one just looks like he just got out of high school, while the other one looked like he just like went hipster college. You know, he just kind of evolved. I was just like, wow.
Well, I didn't realize he was like so hated from being on
Jeopardy.
On Jeopardy because he basically played Jeopardy like a metagame and pissed everyone off because they're like, yeah, you kind of took the whole goal of this thing, which was to, you know, exert the knowledge you know, and you showed you know the show, but you kind of did it in an underhanded way, and I don't necessarily fault him, but it's like, yeah, you just definitely made a lot of enemies with that, and then people were like, oh, well, that's why he did it. He must be an insurance agent. He works for an insurance company. No, he does the voiceovers for the commercials for an insurance company.
Really?
Wow.
That's all? Oh my god.
Well, I guess I am quoting Wikipedia here.
Oh my
What?
god. Don't quote Wikipedia. That's an act of treason to GG.
Oh, I got into a discussion with this one guy about that one chick who was posting to the mothers about, you know, getting rape threats on the Facebook comments and everything.
Oh, I saw that.
Yeah, so
oh shit,
I was
President Gamer has a stream curator. Steam
Yeah, so-
curator.
So what I did was I was talking to this guy because he's posting the article saying, "Oh, this woman's saying GamerGate's causing all these rapist things." I'm like, okay, she's not saying that it was GamerGate. She's saying it was probably related to GamerGate in a way because of the discussion, but it was not from a GamerGater. And he was just like he's doing the circle argument. So I just tweeted her or whatever, the actual person that was doing the mother thing. So she comes back and she goes, "I hope you also understand that I'm not a GamerGate victim, and not in my own eyes at least." So it was really nice, like that we got that clarification that she's she's aware that it wasn't a GamerGater, but it was depressing to me that I had to pull this woman from her personal time just to have her explain to this guy why this article was written in the way it was.
But don't feel that way. It was her choice to engage in the conversation.
No, I feel bad not because I had to pull her up because she needs to say her say, and it's great that it came from the horse's mouth. I feel bad for the society that we have to deal with this kind of bullshit.
Oh, but that's the thing. We have to deal with this kind of treatment every day.
At this point, I'm about to just say fuck it all, let them talk as much as they want, and we just attack this the legal way and just ignore everything. I mean,
no,
that's my frustration.
Guys, wait! I need to tell you this, guys. Apparently, Gawker just got sued by Hulk Hogan.
Yeah,
that's old.
Yeah, that's old.
Okay.
He's going to drive that stealth boat right up to the headquarters and
The thing about this girl is I'm looking at it now. It says she has 29,000 Twitter followers, and to me it's like it's not about whether it's like a girl game reviewer or like a male like game reviewer. Every single person who develops like a following on the internet gets shat on, and like they just use whatever's like most easily accessible. So if it's your race, then they make racist comments. If it's your sex, they make sexist comments, because that's just like the way the internet is. So it's mind-boggling to me that people will be like have 29,000 Twitter followers and then like be shocked when they receive like nasty messages. I don't know. Maybe that's just me, but
I think that's like part of a
talking about specifically.
No,
the girl
just
I was just talking about. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just like not her specifically. I'm just looking at the article, seeing that she has 29,000 Twitter followers. So just using that as like a base number. I mean, out of like 29,000 people, there are going to be some people who are just trying to be assholes.
Yeah, I do appreciate that she was honest and that she pulled it out of, because it was a funny story, because you have these 12 and 14-year-olds posting rape threats on Facebook. So her contacting the mothers, I thought that was hilarious.
Oh no, it's funny. I just like the other people's reactions to it, where they're like, I can't believe this happened. This nice girl getting these mean threats, and it's like, well, that's what happens when you become famous on the internet.
Yeah,
I wonder what she thinks about the movement in general.
I'm sorry?
I wonder what that girl thinks of the GamerGate movement.
She probably doesn't have an opinion on it, or she's just trying to avoid it so that she doesn't get, forced to have it. Kind of like Felicia Day. I felt really bad for her, but at the same time, what she said was kind of stupid.
No, what she said was actually, I found it, and I know it's an overreaction, but I found it kind of insulting. Like, you crossing the street just because you don't wanna cross paths with someone else. I mean, come on, what the hell is that?
Yeah,
well, I think I don't know. Sometimes, people say ridiculous things, and I know that I speak plenty of times that ends up where I am putting my own foot in my mouth, and it's definitely all right to be, everyone's gonna get upset over what they want to be upset, but I don't see why we necessarily sometimes hold grudges for as long as we do about some of this stuff. It's you say it, and this kind of the side effect of the internet is forever. It's like once someone does something wrong, then people go back through their entire life's history, and then they corroborate the one wrong thing they said with the other bunch of times they've said it in their past, and I don't know. Yeah, it probably shouldn't have been said, but sometimes I feel people hold too much.
Did they find out that they were actually 12?
That they were what?
I'm just going back. I'm looking at this article. The That original girl, not the other one.
I'm not sure if they ever confirmed the age. I didn't look that deep into it. I was just yeah, typical. It's just typical gamer talk when it comes to like console games, really, like Xbox.
They were like young kids though.
That reminds me of the League of Legends player who got arrested because he made a comment on Facebook.
Yeah, but wait, are you talking about the one that got arrested in the United States?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah, he did something stupid. I mean, granted, he shouldn't have been sent to prison for it, but he should have been fined when he's like tweeting. I mean, when he posted, that he was gonna go shoot up a kindergarten, like not even like 3 months after Sandy Hook. I mean, he was asking it for it. That's how I feel about it.
But I mean, going to jail. I mean, come on,
yeah, that was an exaggeration, obviously. I mean, if they found any evidence, like if he had any guns, even if they were legally owned, yeah, I'd be a little more skeptical about it. But this kid had nothing. I mean, he was just a regular high school guy just talking smack, and they're throwing him in prison for it. I mean, that's ridiculous. It just ruined that kid's life for no reason.
There was that girl that tweeted a bomb threat at American Airlines.
Yeah.
Remember?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Did she ever get arrested?
I don't know. I think that they arrested her at one point.
Yeah.
See, I don't know. I can see both sides of it. Yeah, these people have said something stupid, but I also see that we don't want to encourage people to do that. You need to understand that when you say stuff, you have to own up to it. If you messed up, say you messed up, but don't, and you got to learn that you can't just go around yes, you have the freedom to say what you want, but you have to face the consequences for it. I don't think you should necessarily go to jail, but a fine and some probation and possibly a class on saying, hey, learn how to use the internet right.
I'm happy I didn't have like unrestricted internet access when I was little.
Bruce, regarding your question about why we hold grudges for so long, I think in the GamerGate situation is because the opposition are constantly insulting us, and Gawker Media, and everybody who thinks we are a hate group.
Well, I tend to take most insults as a compliment. When someone calls me a camping, misogynistic asshole shitlord, I'm like, yeah, I'm doing it right. I better do more of this stuff. That's just being a gamer. But also the other thing is generally if we never complete something, we're generally quite used to grinding it. So the idea of sitting on Twitter, just twittering 100 times a day, GamerGate, 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 just to piss people off, provides me with substantial amusement. I don't see it as a waste of my time. I think it's fucking hilarious. And so I keep doing it. Because I am that horrible shitlord camper. So...
I can understand, though, because
Old Siesta.
I probably will never forgive Rihanna Wu or Anita Sarkeesian for all the things they've done. And it's not just because they did one thing, but they constantly are agitators, and they constantly push and prod. I'm never going to support them, and I'm probably not going to support the people that support them. I mean, you can say it's a grudge, but at this point it's more like, I want to make a statement that I don't agree with you, so you're not getting any of my support. You're not getting any of my services.
I am like, as they continuously try to speak for like women and minorities, I'm like almost offended at just the concept of them. At this point, it's not even like an individual thing. I'm just like it's offensive that they are able to continue their behavior, and I don't know if that's the same as a grudge.
Oh yeah, no. People like Sarkeesian and basically taking a shit on academics and then just taking a massive dump on a whole bunch of other people. Yeah, people like that who sit there and are constantly trying to shove their ideals down someone's throat, like religion or penis. It's just not shit anyone wants. And pretty much what they do is like a religion. And God, what is that quote? Religions are like assholes. Everyone has one, but don't show it to kids.
Yeah.
Someone compared having a religion with having a penis, and he said, having or not having a penis is pretty okay, but it's wrong to show it to other people.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I think that's true as well.
Well, it's the old statement about assholes. Everyone has one, but it's not. Sorry, it's the old thing. Its opinions are like assholes. Everyone has it, but no one really wants to see your asshole. You know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it's just funny. So I completely missed the discussion with with the Fox News thing. What was the thing about that? What was our consensus on this?
King of Pole was trying to be a retard and said he was going on Fox and he might have been lying, but who the fuck knows? That spurred.
He verified it.
Oh, he did?
I'm just kidding.
Did he get Nick Denton again?
Wait, did he? He's not actually going on. I thought he sent he showed proof of that. I don't know.
No, he said we chased them off or some shit. He was probably bullshitting to get attention.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the end of that. I was, I thought that was idiotic either way. You would not want to go to Fox to be to represent GamerGate. That is ridiculous.
I mean, what is on King of Paul's mind? He turns around on
He's
the
a
issue
narcissist.
Oh my God!
Whoa, guys, check this out. Randy Harper just did the. Well, maybe it's old, but I just saw it. It's Dear at EFF. What the fuck's EFF?
Electronic Frontier Foundation. They're pretty much the people that are been the major advocates for a long time for net neutrality and having a free and open web. Not having this idea of the preferred service or anything else like that. And on that
I must apologize.
we need common carriers.
I need to dash, but it was good talking. I'm sure we'll be back again in a week or so.
Yeah. All right. See you, Brian. Nice hearing from you
guys. Have a good night. Bye.
Take care.
Well, you should probably turn you accidentally knocked your cam on.
Yes.
Well, actually, I'm assuming from the view that you're on your phone.
Yeah.
I know the pains of that. But yeah, hit the button, turn the front cam.
You never know who is watching.
Hey, I'm looking at the tweet from King of Pole.
Watch me see.
Here's a direct quote from him. So GamerGate scare off Fox News. First then decide to tweet me.
God damn it! I turned the camera on by accident.
To decide to tweet me bribes of my ex-girlfriend if I refuse my interview.
Oh yeah.
Wait, what?
Blew that way out of proportion.
Okay, listen. I don't know what Rogue was thinking, but he essentially said he was essentially saying, KOP, please don't do this. If you don't do this, then I'll convince your ex to talk to you again. And then, he went on a tangent about that. He was just ranting and ranting, and all you saw was like this forced, like for me, it looked like a forced perspective of, oh, I'm your friend, don't worry about it. That's just plain manipulation.
Yeah, he has the message as well. I can tell you what he said. Rockstar, tell you what, dude. You want Cindy back? We'll help you. Just don't go on Fox, man. For real. Asking you as my friend. Please don't walk into that trap. That's all he said.
Yeah, I can understand that. Like, I mean, I can understand King of Pole wanting to go on it, and I can understand everyone else saying, "Dude, don't," because you're not just
even
talking with.
Baldwin told him not to go.
Tate. You're not talking with even Stephen Colbert. You're talking about going on a major news corporation that have made their entire business out of blowing shit out of proportions and exposing whatever one side is going to get them the most views. And I think saying that this is basically they would probably say King of Pole, and his description would have been woman harasser, misogynist.
I mean, just his name. I mean, King of Pole, like that it's in itself is like I have nothing against Pole, but like how that doesn't look great if you don't understand the context. Like just an explanation of what Pole is, without like. I mean, just all the kind of controversial shit that he tends to say.
Wasn't that Fox News who's like, who is this 4chan person? Wasn't that the people who could specialists who didn't even know what 4chan was as a site?
The hacker known as 4chan.
Yeah, was that? Yeah, because I can pretty much see them having that title and also POLE. So they would have asked him what pole he likes the most and why he is so infatuated with poles.
They were the ones that did Hackers on Steroids, the exploding van anonymous story.
It's ironic that we have Alexandria on our side. Because didn't she wasn't she the one that was on that interview?
Oh my god. I am seeing King of Paul right now, King of Paul Twitter right now, and he's talking shit about Monday Matt with Internet Aristocrat.
Oh no! Are they? No, they're berating the fake IA account. Well, then again, yeah, because Monday Matt asked like a whole bunch of things at the end of Sargon stream, like everybody start harassing the new, unconfirmed IA account that everyone assumes is a troll, but they're like, yeah, everyone start tweeting it.
Can I just ask a question?
So it is IA or what?
Probably not. I have no idea.
I don't think so.
Can I just ask one question? What the hell's with some people within GamerGate's fixation on what the heck is her name? Randy Harper or whatever.
Randy! She's a meth head. She was the one who made the block list.
Yeah, I know, but like the thing is now, it's like now she is getting threatened and stuff, and now it's like with all this shit, it's gonna make our movement look even worse. It's like, why are we even like giving her more shit to like use against us? Like, I don't understand that part. It's like so fucking stupid.
You guys see this?
Look, I'm gonna be honest with King of Pole. I'm kind of frustrated with him because if he really believes that GamerGate is infested with scum like Mundane Matt and people that want organization, but he interpreted it as a league of a Justice League of GamerGate, that's fine, but he needs to set an example. He doesn't need to leave, he needs to set the example.
Yeah, we're better off without Pole's dumbass.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying we need him, I'm just saying as a person, that's the logic that I would present to myself.
Really,
like,
I'm fucking
I don't
glad
agree
to be
with
rid of
this.
him.
I mean, it's just like, I don't agree with this person. That's fine. That's what GamerGate is. It's individuals that have certain specific problems, but the main problem that everyone wants fixed is to have our games to be able to, be projected in a positive way without being, fucking rammed up the ass with money. And it's our individual consumer right that gives us the power. There's nothing else. There's no leader. There's no fucking, tirades where we're gonna like go bomb fucking Africa or whatever, embassies.
I mean, the thing for like I didn't have an opinion at all on King of Pole until I saw that like tweet longer or whatever, like apology that he did, and that was just like, as somebody who's like done shit like this before, that's just like the apology of someone who has had to apologize so many times that like it's like a script, you know what I mean? Like you have to apologize all the time for like when I was younger, I had to apologize all the time. And so like would sound like when I was apologizing for this like different shit every day. But like that was when I was like, like 13, and he's like an adult now, presumably. So it was
I think he's like early 20s, or mid.
And do you remember his first meltdown? His very first meltdown about the fake Facebook leaks?
The Nick Denton thing? Yeah.
Remember I called him out on it on your stream and everyone freaked the fuck out and they thought I was going to get murdered by this guy? I'm like, guys, calm down. The first thing that happened, okay, he came in and I wasn't aware of what actually happened and no one could really confirm or deny anything. So I asked him, I said, hey, what's with this email leak bullshit? Explain this to me. Why are you innocent? Because which I see as something irrational and it doesn't make sense because it doesn't follow your status quo. The first thing he tells me is I'm a fucktard, I need to fuck off, all that good shit. And I'm just like, dude, calm down, just answer the damn question so everyone can hear.
Yeah, he sent me a PM afterwards. He said he wasn't really ready for that.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I mean, I feel bad about it. Don't mind. I mean, don't misinterpret. But yeah, I mean, I was honestly curious. But he handled it well.
Now, speaking of unconfirmed things that would make everyone really happy if it was true, and I don't know how many people here were listening to Sargon stream, but like this dude came in and he's like, I've got the Freedom of Information Act stuff, and then he made up a bunch of excuses, and like I was sitting there going, man, if this is actually true, that would be awesome. And then about 10 minutes worth of digging, and it's like, well, fuck, this guy was just trying to shill himself out to get some attention.
Yeah. I'm still excited for the shit Ivy's been posting.
Oh God, I read that the thing that the like I don't know, tweet longer, whatever that she posted, and it was like, I mean, I don't know if this is just the way that it was written, but like I was reading it and it was like, this is the information to the best of my knowledge. I don't know exactly what happened, but this is like 99% probably true. And I was reading it and I was just, made me nervous personally.
No, I'm skeptical. That's why I say I hope and not it's coming. You know.
It was just like the way that it was written.
Yeah,
like,
I'm skeptical
come on.
too. God
There's
damn
one
it,
that was
Ivy.
like this guy will tweet confirmation of this but we don't know from the account yet, like implying that like an account with 0 followers, it's just been made like because he got suspended, could tweet verification of it. This whole thing was just like confusing for me.
Well, he was the one that we were talking about earlier that got suspended, so it's going to take a little while now.
No, I know. It's just the actual thing that she wrote was just so confusing.
I understand.
Yeah, that's why when it comes to like writing things that you have to, it's like when something happens and everyone wants to know. I'm a fan of going just state exactly, like have something that goes, here's the facts, so people can go, this is the absolute facts, these are verified. Here's what I think is going on, because there's a whole bunch of places to fill in. But yeah, when reading that tweet longer, it was too hard to tell the difference between the two.
Well,
it was.
Fortunately for me,
Bullchan just reminded me.
I had her previous tweets as context. Essentially, what was happening was that she had all the information. She just couldn't talk about it legally without the company's permission. So he was going to do it on her behalf of her hype. But now it's been postponed, and it was probably because they were talking about whether suspending him, which they did, and that's why we're still waiting on it. That's how I'm interpreting the situation. So she was trying to reassure, like she from what I read, she was confident in the information that she had, and she was trying her best, because I don't even think she's actually her English is her native language or what have you, but she was trying her best to say, look, this is what's going to happen. It's pretty much confirmed. And then she's just putting that, like shred of doubt in there so that it doesn't come off legally wrong, or, if something stupid happens. And that's exactly what happened. Something stupid happened, he got suspended.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can see how, like, in an effort to make sure it wasn't taken as fact, like, it came off, like, very sketchy. I can see that. The way that it just came off like strange to me, the way that it was done.
I completely understand where you're coming from. You're absolutely right. The only reason I didn't see it that way is because I was witnessing the event and she was tweeting it out, and I was talking to the Goldbat guy, who was the guy that got suspended. In fact, I recommended that he came back on a new Twitter account called Crowbat, because then he evolved from all the love he got.
Seriously, though, he should have just gone to Usher.
But at the end of the day, there is a lot of mystery regarding that particular situation.
No, I'm excited for it, because if it happens like I'm hoping it's going to happen, it's going to completely change this. Completely. This is going to be a whole new world that we're going to be undertaking, because from what I understood from the PMs I was getting, we're pretty much getting a lot of AAA support. And that's
seriously though, fuck Devi.
Who's that?
Devi Ever, the bitch that reported Goldbat. Remember?
Oh, I don't even. She's a nobody. Who gives a shit?
Do you remember how?
Well, there was a lot of drama with her. She started out pro, but then flip-flopped.
Oh yeah. No, she pretended to be pro GG, and
yeah, I
when
know.
She
was trying to use us.
Yes, when she got enough supporters, she basically threw us under the bus.
Wait, is this the woman that was the politician?
No, she's the young trans woman.
That was the woman who was the trans woman who apparently had
She
a
was in an
Patreon.
abusive relationship with Tactical Girl.
She
Remember
had a
that drama?
fundraiser for a life-saving operation, but in reality was her.
No, that was the other person, dude.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No, I don't know any of these people. I don't care.
Debbie was Debbie's kind of a con.
Well, I'm going to tell you this much: they're just prolonging the inevitable at this point.
Yeah, Anti-GamerGate is pretty much trying to use Debbie as a prop, but they think they can use her, but she's probably gonna backstab them too. I'm betting on it.
I saw a great picture where you saw the pyramid where we started and how the anti-GamerGate were denying things, and now we're at the top where they can they're just before they can stop us anymore.
Yeah, I mean we've already won technically. At this point, we're just trying to make. At this point, I feel like we're trying to, it's not this anti-GamerGate's probably harassment isn't going to end until one of those, like Randy Harper or whatnot, suffers legal repercussion, or until when we're doing the EA or the God, I can't believe I forgot this. Where they do all the game conference or G-Star, that's a good one. In G-Star, if they announce like we're pro GamerGate, that all hell is going to break loose.
The only thing we haven't gotten rid of, but we've done a good job by refuting and showing her true, is Anita Sarkeesian. Like Brianna Wu, she's a nobody again. And
no, listen. Anita Sarkeesian's already done. Like, okay, her first video had 2 million views. Her second video had 1.1 million. Her third video had 600,000, okay? Her fourth video spiked to 800K during the Zoe Quinn scandal. It was released on August 25th. That scandal started on August 21st. So you're looking at Anita Sarkeesian in her prime, reaching 800,000 views versus the 2.2 million she originally received. Then if you look at the Colbert Report and the interview, you'll see most people downvoted the fuck out of that. And, according to Brianna Wu, we're only like 13 people with a lot of bots. Well,
13 people.
It's not how it worked. So Anita Sarkeesian has already been discredited. She's done. Any reasonable person, anyone left at this point is not convertible. That's essentially where we're at right now. We're versing a cult that is not going to change their mind because that's their belief system. So we shouldn't waste any more time on them. We converted everyone that has common sense.
Yeah, but
Dustin, consider I say in quotation marks, the power that she has in the gaming industry.
Yeah, I was about to say that.
She's a consultant in EA right now, and she has received prizes from being the best critic ever, or something like that.
See,
so she's not dead. She's not.
Yeah, I was about to mention that because if you see in that video where we were critiquing earlier, if she was dead, then those journalists who are pretty prolific. I mentioned Adam Sassler and Greg Miller from IGN, Brian Altano, Mitch Dyer, Kevin Van Ord. All of them are pretty well known in journalism, and they openly support her.
Who was
it?
That's
you have to pull out of the context of this because the journalists are also losing their credibility to the point where the devs want them to burn. Like, majority of the devs hate the journalists right now. Like, that's just the solid fact right now. The reason why she has any influence currently is because of her 2.2 million views. Okay, as soon as she releases Mirror's Edge 2 and that shit tanks, her credibility is going to go down with it. This is a time thing. Plus, she's trying to get into politics. So she's going to be out of the gaming industry, I would say, by the 2016 election cycle.
That's going to be even worse because that brings up the problem of these people that have no actual idea trying to push things that they claim to be science and fact onto other people. I mean, I really don't care about converting, people from being SJWs or whatever to being on GamerGate or the other side. I just don't want to see these people pushing ridiculous ideologies onto an industry that ends up also pertaining to kids. Because there was the video of the guy who's like, I had to have a talk with my son about what it meant to be a misogynist because everyone was calling him that online. It's ridiculous. The power these people are being able to get themselves in, and then how that's, because I don't really care about, all of us now, we know how to filter it out. I'm more concerned about the people who don't, and the people that are going to come up in this and who are going to make decisions down the road that are going to be influenced by the fact that they couldn't get enjoyment out of games because someone felt that they had to try to protect them from everything.
Exactly, that's the point. We gamers see through her lies. We know that she's full of it. But however, the general population doesn't know about it. So if she eventually gains political power, she will be a lot more dangerous.
You have to consider this, okay? This is a generation of new politics, and I can guarantee you she's not going to be the only person that has, fucking dwelt into games, okay? Politicians play games. I mean, the one that died in Benghazi was one of the most renowned, that space game, I forgot what it was called. But he was a billionaire because of that game. Her policies would not even scratch the surface. The only reason that she's getting any type of credence at this point is because she made one video and everyone thought it was a success, and now everything is slowing down for her, and that's why she's going to these extremes. Maybe I'm an optimist, but I see her credibility slinking down. It's going. And as I said, as soon as Mirror's 2 Edge is out, everyone's going to be disappointed with it. It's not going to be a great game, unfortunately.
I think, she thinks that gaming is a boys' club. Like, holy fuck! Like, she thinks that there's people against her in gaming, in politics. Are you serious? Somebody like her in somebody pushing her agenda in politics? Like, nobody that currently has any power wants that.
No,
there are some pretty strong lobbyist groups that have pushed some ridiculous shit when it comes to that.
I mean, I can't see, like...
Look at the internet thing right now. God, what is it called? God, I can't believe I'm missing all these terms. Internet neutrality.
Net neutrality? Yeah,
net neutrality. Look at the kickback we're seeing from that. I mean, those same people are going to be fighting for the same rights for freedom of expression on video games. That's the same army. The only reason Australia is getting away with it is because their politics, they're more about censoring the media, and I feel like a large chunk of it is because their media is fucking expensive. They're always importing, never exporting. Like, all of their games are like double the price what an American would pay. Like,
that's because they have to have special copies made. They have really strict laws when it comes to the amount of violence and grotesque things you're allowed to show. I mean, pretty much everything in that game bleeds sparkles and unicorns.
Well, games here all cost like $120, so it's not just.
To be honest with you guys, I cannot imagine Anita in an open debate with a politician.
She would never go in an open debate. And you know what? Feminists have made that clear in colleges and universities. They refuse to go in open debate because they feel like they're threatened and that they're being attacked when they get in an open debate. And they proudly, state that fact. And it's ridiculous. I mean, that's the only environment that is appropriate for that discussion.
I saw a video of someone running Anita's dissertation through some sort of program that I guess had been pretty reliable as to assessing the grade level of just the sentences, not their meaning, but just the sentences. I'm pretty sure
that's a program on Microsoft. Yeah.
It said and I guess it had been pretty reliable as far as not everyone gets a 7.3 grade level, but she did. And I mean, I looked into her dissertation a lot, and I mean, I wouldn't go on a debate if I was her either, because she doesn't seem very intelligent, but I mean, just from what I've seen of her, like most people in debates have like really sharp wits, and I just can't imagine her having like that sort of like biting wit or like ability to think quickly enough.
What you're talking about is it's a grammar tool on Microsoft Word, and it rates you based on the, well, I guess, I'm not sure about the international countries, but it rates you at a grade level. The average American writes at a 10th to 11th grade level. Average college student writes 12th to, I guess, I don't know how they rate beyond that. But 7th grade, that's pretty insulting, dude. That means you can't even know, you don't even know how to use semicolons.
Well, when it comes to her dissertation, and I've gone through that. One thing that's funny is that everything she talks about now with wanting women to take the empowering roles that men take in games is 100% contradictory to her dissertation, which was the fact that the only women in TV sit there, and the only strong women in television shows, all they do is express masculine traits. And then on top of the fact that her dissertation also quotes someone's Facebook of a guy that's pretty much not necessarily respected. But yeah, she has a quote in her dissertation.
Yeah, I think
directly
I
from Facebook. She has all of about where did it go?
Also,
But,
HM reminded me something that Miss Angriness hasn't been around since October. You remember her?
Yeah.
You remember?
Sorry, man, your audio cut off.
Miss
Angriness. That says a lot. That says a lot to me.
Angriness.
Let's see, how many sources did she have?
I just can't even, like, I was on like a debate team in my high school for like a really long time, and like I did like pretty well at that. Like that's like something that I was good at, and like I just feel like I debated people that are like Anita, and like you need to be able to back up your like it's not even opinions at that point. You need to back up your argument with just like facts at like a rate which you just can't do. Like if your facts need to be qualified. Like you can't.
It's just basic debating, honestly. Yeah.
Out of the 30, oh sorry.
Oh no, I was just making disgruntled noises.
Oh yeah, because out of the 38 sources that she has in there, the ones that would be worth considering, possibly even academic, and then that would need to be looked into more, is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 of them, one of which you can't actually even go look at anymore because the site that she's trying to quote is possibly an academic source. The owner of the domain doesn't own that anymore, and it's now a malware site. Yeah, my computer flipped the shit out when I tried to go there, and then I went in and took a little look afterwards, and to say for what I'm like, holy hell, like so yeah, the domain owner doesn't even own that. I mean, you got movies is some of them, but the rest of them are books. There's very few, if any, actual
peer-reviewed
academic articles, and unfortunately, because I had wanted to go back and actually look through those, but I need to be able to have access to those journals. And
I do. I'm in school right now. If you type a list, I can. If they're on like my school has a massive database, so I can get them probably.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna do the same thing because I'm going back. I need to take a course here to help me for work. So once I do that, I'll have access to our index of journals again. So yeah, I was gonna do that come the new year.
It's just unbelievable how like what was that scientist who submitted a paper saying that was it like gravity or something was like racist or sexist, and like it got through to like a peer-reviewed like academic like publication, and then afterwards he was like, just kidding, that was like I made all of that up just to see if it would go through. Do you know what I'm talking about? Yeah,
actually, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah, basically, because there as much as the academic, I like to put a lot of faith in academia, but there's some serious problems with the peer-reviewed journals, and then the pressure that people get put under. I mean, they essentially you rate professors on their publication rate, and not only that, you have to rate them on they can be judged on the nature of the stuff they find, and you will receive better qualifications and you'll be presented better if you're able to prove certain things true rather than having to say, I came up with a hypothesis and I was wrong. And plenty of different people who write for journals will go and take things and look for something they know is really, really, really easy to prove. Like just in nutrition or something, they might go and say, I want to show that, the amount of vitamin D you get from the sun, you can get from a multivitamin as well, and they'll create an entire study and all this stuff. And so now you have people publishing so much bullshit stuff just to keep their publication rate up that it's overwhelming the journals, possibly, and then possibly also on part of the actual journal reviewers for not reading them and then publishing the stuff. And then once that gets published, it gets used to support stuff. Or there was the woman who got in. It was a really big deal. God, what was her name? She murdered her child or something. And the expert witness they called, the first thing during the cross-examination, the guy's like, because she was like a grief counseling specialist, and the guy's like, okay, what peer-reviewed articles have you have? Well, on the state side, he's like, that's not peer-reviewed. What peer-reviewed articles makes you an expert witness? And she's like, well, I've done it for this book. Was that a peer-reviewed? Well, and basically it came down to the fact that, well, this person is considered a specialist and has written things on grief counseling for textbooks and state websites. She had not a single peer-reviewed article ever. And I think she had a doctorate, which really surprises me because generally your thesis you'll put that in a journal. Because, hell, why not turn what you already have as a massive paper and get it put somewhere else?
I know there's people in the program at my school who are peer-reviewed, by junior year. So it's not even especially with time. But this one was even, I put it in the chat, it was called, I don't know how to pronounce it, but it was, the article is called Transgressing the Boundaries Towards a Transformative I don't know how to say that, of Quantum Gravity. And it was published in the Social Text Science Wars issue, proposing that quantum gravity was a social and linguistic construct. And yeah, I guess they published it, and then afterwards, the guy was like, where is it? He said that he just wanted to see, right? He just wanted to see if it would go through. He identified it himself as a pastiche of left-wing cant, fawning references, grandiose quotations, and outright nonsense structured around the silliest quotations by postmodernist academics he could find about mathematics and physics.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that's what Anita Sarkeesian is like to me. It could be a joke. You know what I mean? You could find out years from now it was a joke. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised.
I think she believes that this is the way to do things, is that it's, a while back I was trying to understand, we call people social justice warriors, and it really confused me. I'm like, well, what the hell does that exactly mean? I'm really big on having, good, nice, clean definitions. I'm like, people call them, or we call other people that. What the hell does that mean? And I think the best answer I got is that social justice warriors want equality of outcome rather than what most people want, which is equality of opportunity. That was someone had pointed that out, and I think that was the simplest way to describe it. In that these people think that the best way to do things is to have them be the power givers, and I just call them the nanny police. And some of them range from authoritarian to, the extreme of being completely totalitarian, where they just want to control everything because they think that's how you are going to make the world a better place. And Sarkeesian just happens to be charismatic enough to be used as, the face of the whole damn thing.
Personally, I think that the problem with social justice warriors is that they base their entire effort on their own emotions, right? Yeah. So let's say that they navigate through the internet for a couple of hours and they see something that they think is unfair or unjust or whatever, and they actually do make an entire way of, I will say, hatred, because that's how they operate oftenly, regardless of the outcome of said wave. I give you an example. Since I'm part of GamerGate, I have been insulted by SMGs because I am disabled, and that's a fact. I am disabled. So I think they are very hypocrites when they defend women on the cost of the rights of other people.
They're They don't even care about other women. They're authoritarians without a cause.
They want
a
to
convenient tool.
They want to be right. They want to be the superheroes of the internet, and that's not how the world works. Unfortunately, it's not that easy to be the hero of anything.
You are adequate to be a hero.
I'd like to be the anti-hero.
I like to be the Deadpool of the internet. I'm just gonna troll everyone and be invincible.
I'm more like Skull Man.
I just like to, that's my goal for next year. By October, I want to have a custom-made Iron Man suit because I'm Tony Stark. Love it.
Cosplayer?
I'm not probably gonna cosplay. I don't know. I might consider it, but it'd be pretty sweet, if GamerGate's still around by then. Then I'm just gonna do like little videos of me in my Iron Man suit, going, "Look, you fuckers."
I mean, I really don't know what's the point of social justice warriors.
There was a point, but now
they see all black and white. They see just bad guys.
Well, it's easy. It's funny because I was reading a paper about this. Essentially, what they use is pseudo intelligence, or I think that's what they called it, and it's essentially being mocked up in academia, and they're actually kicking them out because it doesn't really teach you anything. All it does is it's a tool used to exploit, the different possible ways you can interpret something and discuss it. But then if you do it that way, then there's no such thing as a wrong answer. So at least in the American universities, a lot of them don't take it as that tool anymore as a serious guideline, and the only people that really deal with it anymore are really the anything regarding journalism, which is why you're seeing some gender studies.
The arguing of semantics and stuff?
Essentially, that and what was it? It was something like, it's not just semantics though. Like, I thought it was stupid when I was in college too. You read a poem and then you try to interpret the poem in every way as if that enlightens you, and really it doesn't do anything.
I'm in that class now.
Why would that enlighten you? I can see that as a good practice for trying to do analysis on something and trying to just help kind of, I guess, expand your way of looking at something by trying to look at certain things to the extreme. I mean, hell, it's pretty much the same way you teach mathematics. You're going to be good at, if as long as a math teacher can make you do the most insane, absurd problem that you'll never see in the real world, you'll be able to do all of the real world cases you're ever presented. So if people think that trying to overanalyze something is going to help open your mind, I would think that you're looking into it You're looking into it a little too hard. I can see it as just a nice tool for practice and education, but yeah, seriously, sometimes a tree is just a tree.
Oh, pseudo-intellectual. That's what's being pretty much kicked out.
You mean armchair scientists? Or armchair scholars?
Oh, yeah. Does anyone else here know how to live stream shit?
Yeah, what about it?
Yeah, I think I might need help using Livestream Classic to play my media player.
I'm a little... Huh?
No, I've never used that
I
program.
might need help learning how to stream from my media player.
Have you guys played Dragon Age Inquisition?
I haven't touched it yet.
I've never played any of the Dragon Ages. I didn't like. Well, I played the first one. I didn't really like it. Actually, the game I've been playing recently, I got it off the Steam sale. Was that South Park game? I got it for $10. Fan-fucking-tastic. Best game. That game was on. If you like South Park, you need that game. You need it.
Yeah, I decided that I think if I'm gonna try a game, I'm gonna well, I have to find the time because I realize once I start playing, I'm not going to want to stop. But I picked up the Dragon Age Origins because that everything everywhere said that was, if there's any of the games, you can just play that one and be fine because that's the best of them all.
I will agree with that.
I need to have time for it.
The reason why I ask is because a lot of GGers say that it's basically another SMG cesspool of ideas. So I am really curious about it.
I doubt it.
Okay.
I doubt that Dragon Age and Inquisition basically promotes stupid stuff. I've liked Dragon Age so far. Even the second game, so.
Okay.
Can I still get help with the live stream shit?
Oh,
Brooke, did you get any new games?
I thought you meant trying to live stream because the only thing I'm decent with is OBS or Open Broadcast software. That's how I do most of the streaming.
How do I use OBS?
First would be to go and download it, and then actually when it comes to like streaming OBS through YouTube, let me go find that video.
Because of that, so many things happened tonight. First off, we got Randy Harper begging for EFF to supply her with an attorney. Then we got after the whole Niche Gamer interview, Will Wheaton came out and commented again.
Oh God.
Why Will Wheaton? Shut up.
Yeah, I know. He's the only guy that I'm probably still going to go see his movies because they're so fucking good, even though he's so fucking ignorant regarding this.
No, I wouldn't be able to do that. I will have the sudden urge to punch someone when I see his face on the screen.
That's even sadder because he was really, I've seen him. I really feel like he doesn't understand what's happening, and his inner circles kind of just corrupted his viewpoint on it. Because I've seen him in seminars before. He's a really lighthearted and very passionate individual. I respect him, but this.
He sent it his mob of supporters just when people mention GamerGate.
Yeah, I mean.
Did you guys see Adam Savage blasting GamerGate?
Adam Savage?
Yeah.
He didn't blast it, did he? Are you talking about that single interview?
No, he did another one.
Oh my God, really?
Yeah.
I don't even want to see it.
Who is Adam Savage? Savage.
Mythbusters.
To be honest, I don't even watch Mythbusters, so I don't really give a shit.
Oh wait, he's pretty much sucking Chloe's dick, Will Wheaton. Man.
Well, it doesn't matter because GamerGate's not going away, unfortunately. It won't go away until the changes are made for that the consumer base, because the people that are arguing against the consumer base aren't fucking consumers, unfortunately.
They aren't.
I just think it's a shame that he has no clue really. I saw I think it was a feminist or on a podcast or something, and he just had I think it was the last 2 minutes where he blasted GamerGate because Carrie Byron basically got harassed or something, and he basically projected that on GamerGate.
What a fag.
Oh my
God. I've got a question.
Mythbusters kind of went downhill when they fired a lot of their original stuff.
Yeah. I'm sorry. What were you gonna say?
Oh, I was gonna ask Brooke a question about the kind of LAS requirements she has for her degree. I find it interesting to find from people that go to a variety of different schools for STEM fields. what their school's policies are for the number of kind of like LAS classes or generally things that they are kind of outside their major or need that they have to take?
I have like as far as like core requirements.
Yeah, like so for my degree, I had to take 15 credits, which was basically about 5 classes of from basically anything that wasn't STEM. So most of them were LAS.
Oh, okay, I get what you're saying. On my core requirements, we have like it's ridiculous because it's a Jesuit school. So I have 2 semesters of theology, 2 semesters of philosophy, 3 semesters of college level language, which I don't need to do if I for neuroscience. But if I end up doing anything else besides neuroscience, I have to do language again. 2 semesters of English, and then like 4 semesters of this like Latin thing called Eloquentia Perfecta, which I guess is public speaking, but it's like not common at all, I don't think.
Yeah. So your school's a private school then, not a state-funded institution?
Yeah, it's a private school. It's Jesuit, so I mean I think Jesuit schools are notorious for like the ridiculous core curriculums. Like I have a cousin who goes to Brown, and apparently they don't need to take a single non-major specific class. And like they have majors, like I think she was saying like Egyptology, so you could make it through, like you could get your degree from Brown not ever having taken any classes besides Egypt-related classes.
Oh my god.
Which is like, I don't know if that's better or worse than having like 2 years of French.
Yeah, I know that I have a younger brother who goes to a private school for business, and I was astounded to see the level of like his LAS requirements. I guess I felt bad when I asked a lot of people, like, especially when I hear people at private schools, because like I was kind of bitching because I'm like I already have so much work, I don't want to have to go take some random LAS course that I kind of maybe am generally just you have to, especially because you always have to. You got 5 courses, basically 15 credits.
Yeah.
About that, and then you end up having to burn the first 2, getting through the 100 and 200 level like prereqs for anything interesting. And
yeah, that's why I haven't taken very many like relevant classes at all. Like I'm in like philosophical ethics this semester, and I'm in another class where like the only thing that you do is like read books about hell and then take like 5, like for example like 5 lines in Inferno and write like 6 pages on those 5 lines. Like shit like that. It's and then like taking a bunch of classes that I already took in high school.
Yeah, for those gen eds, one of them must be something called a U.S. diversity class, which is generally restricted to things that are gender or Native American related, and then you have to take one international perspectives class, which is pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, and so it has to from a specific list.
We have like globalism and then pluralism. I haven't taken. I mean, I'm like notorious at my high school for getting like I think it was a 15 out of 51 on like a States of America test. Like my sophomore year of high school, like in all APs, but like failing a test on the States of America because I just never even like bothered to try to learn it. So I'm not excited at all to have to take that.
Yeah,
like I was in like triple advanced math, but I like do not know where the states are. I still don't know where the states are.
Yeah, I avoided any class that I'm like terrible at memorizing giant sheets of facts. I basically everything that I can remember is stored in through a chain of like vaguely related things, or is I like the way one of my my freshman professors put it is his goal is like I want to teach you to do as much as you can by having to remember as few things as possible. Like if you can remember these things, you can learn how to derive everything else, which is how I got through all my math and science. But like in high school, if I had to do it, I that's how I got any decent at being able to cheat if I had to, because I'm like I can't remember the 20 last kings of Europe and then remember them in chronological order. Fuck you on that.
No way. There's like I mean that's
guys,
what
I gotta go. I'll see you. Have a good night.
See ya.
No. Probably should go to soon too. I have a fucking tomorrow, which I'm not excited for. It's like finals week here.
Okay.
Yeah.
If, I'm also thinking of shutting it down. If I don't know if there's anything you guys want to touch before we close off.
No, I am really satisfied.
I think we covered pretty much everything.
Yes, it has been a really interesting live stream.
Yeah, it's been 2 weeks. I've been kind of sick, so I haven't had any opportunity to do the live stream. What?
Yeah, I'm gonna try and stream movies soon. So yeah.
Whoever wants
So
me in the live stream, in the GG live stream, I will be honored to join.
Okay. Brooke, what did you say?
You
No,
talking to me?
Brooke. No, Brooke.
She asked if you were feeling better.
She's getting interrupted. No, I can't hear you what you're saying. You're getting interrupted all the time.
Oh, I just said you said you were sick, so I asked if you were feeling better.
Yeah, I've been. At least I'm not totally down. So that's why I'm hosting today. So I've been feeling kind of better lately.
Good. That's all I was just. That's all I was asking.
Oh, okay. Well, if there's nothing left you guys want to say, I want to thank you for coming, and yeah, unless there's anything. No?
No.
I just want to remember to all GamerGaters that the only way that we can possibly lose is if we submit, and that cannot happen.
Yeah, I keep seeing people trying to say we should stop criticizing their the social justice cliques. I don't care about their ideology, but the flaws in it got us here. So why not? You should never stop questioning something just because something might make you look bad.
Trust but verify.
Yeah. Well, on that note, I want to thank every one of you who's been on the left, and you guys who are left. You guys are welcome anytime I'm doing a stream. So yeah, I'm gonna PM you if I remember. I have a small inbox and try to PM everyone I can.
Okay,
thanks. For having me.
Yeah.
All right. See you then.
Yeah, thanks for having me on.
You guys
I do much.
Yeah.
Later.
Oh wait, just one last thing. Maybe we should get everyone's Twitter handles if they have one.
Oh, right. I will post mine.
Post it.
Yeah,
I have yours.
I am literally at shitpost man. I'm about to hang up.
Oh yeah, and I guess I also should I should probably chill this out as well. If people remember hearing a while back with the whole Operation Game It Forward thing, we actually have a bot. Well, yeah, the bot is now up and running, and the site is there and it's automated. I should get back to fixing the layout of that. Honestly, that's what I need to get back to doing. But yeah, go there, nominate your friends, free games. It's all good. It's all fun, and the bot runs basically every 15 minutes on the checking, so you'll be able to see it happen.
Okay. Well, on that note, thanks everyone, and see you next time.